We're live now. At least we should be. I'm trying to get my stats up for the current stream. There we go. Very nice. I'm going to go share the stream with everybody now so we can show it to everyone. You might be wondering, hey, how are we doing a Cast of Games stream so soon? You know, didn't we do it last Thursday? Well, people have been really diligent about submitting their games now, so we can actually afford to do more of these now, which is really good. You know what I mean? If we can do 2 of these a week, I'll totally do 2 of them a week. You know what I mean? I love casting these things. Love seeing new Wars of Liberty strategies we can all do. And even the more casual games are always good, because it basically allows us to find out, okay, this is a type of civ I might want to do now. You know what I mean? If you haven't played the mod that much, maybe for a month or two, if you want to try multiplayer, it's a good introduction for you, really. Oh, big time. So, definitely these Cast of Games streams are a way for everybody who loves Wars of Liberty to know the mod a bit better and enjoy some good gameplay, you know. I mean, I submit a lot of games myself, but it's good to see other people play too. So, you know, it's not just me all the time, yeah. Because I'm sure you want to see what everybody else does in their matches. Though I am pretty good, I will admit that. I will admit that I do pretty good, so yeah, at least I got that going for me. Yeah. So how are you all doing today? Doing good? I think for many of you, your shift just ended at work, so for people who have to drive home or whatever, it's going to take a while to get back. So, yep, it is what it is. But hopefully your ride back will be safe, and then you can watch some matches with me, you know? I do start around, usually around the 10 or 11 minute mark, right? So if you run very quickly or you have a quick bicycle or whatever, you might make it in time for the first match. Yeah, but obviously look both ways, be safe, you know. All that stuff pretty much. Yeah, because even if you don't see the first match in time, all these streams are saved as VODs on YouTube, so you can definitely check it out later and see what you missed. It helps you out, and it helps me out get more views up, you know what I mean? Because you'll have to come back and see that portion. So it works out for everybody in the end. I make a little bit more money, you get to have your fun, which is good. Alright, so soon in the Wars of Liberty server. Yeah, so soon. How you cast a game so soon? Well, people are doing what they're supposed to be doing and actually submitting this stuff, which is really important. You know what I mean? When you submit the stuff on time, when you're doing a match, like you actually save the recording and submit it, then I can do more of these streams. We could even do a 12-hour one time if we get like 40, 50 something recordings by Saturday or something. We get a huge quota. Yeah, I could totally do it for the entire day, just yap about Wars of Liberty for 12 hours. I wouldn't mind it. You know, it is sort of my livelihood, sort of my second career. So, I mean, if you want me to do that, I will happily do that for you. But you gotta provide me the material for that, obviously. So make sure you do that, and I'll be able to deliver. Alright, so how's your Age of Empires 3 experiences been this week? All good? All good wins, hopefully. A few losses are okay. You know what happens, but hopefully you're all winning pretty well. Winning with some more winning and even more winning. Everybody loves winning, right? Oh yeah. I think I'm about halfway done with the server sharing too. So, I mean, should be done pretty soon. Yep. Where else? Donde está? Right over there. And right over here. Yep. And where else? Over here we could totally share. Definitely. And how many more servers we have to do? I think we gotta do this one, the German one that I always share with. That's absolutely nasty. I just saw something I did not expect in that channel. I'm just gonna paste that real quickly and leave. Totally don't want to look at that sort of thing, and I don't think you do either. Alright. Well, I don't show my Discord window, so thankfully you don't have to look at that. But, totally they should probably get that deleted pretty quickly. Now we're going to go to the Big Soprano server. If you haven't noticed, if you do happen to watch Big Soprano, I did actually give him a little bit of advice on how to increase his YouTube revenue, or moreover, how to actually get into monetization, because that YouTuber has basically had some issues with getting his viewer hours up. He's got the subs he needs for the monetization, but he does not have the viewer hours. So he came to his friend Streletsy and said, what can I do to get the revenue up? And I told him, well, maybe you should consider doing more uploads a day instead of just one. You know what I mean? Especially considering he does sort of the more short-form, storytime type videos. And I said, you know, if you're going to do those type, you should probably do at least 2, 3, 4, 5 a day, maybe 6. Yeah, I don't know, because his are so small, maybe you could do like a big stack of them, because that's the sort of algorithm I use. And I try to do a variety of different contents in a stack to basically allow different people from different demographics to come in at the same time and find something they want to see. And that's something I've always done, because I figured, alright, so somebody doesn't like Age of Mythology, right? So one way we fix the lack of viewership in that area is obviously we submit a Age of Empires 3 game for people like that. We submit an AoE 2 one if we got anything for that. PvZ Heroes, Balloons, whatever. Whatever I got in my stack, I want to just mix it in, so the people will actually always find something they want to see. And probably... Oh, did I mention to you about, Oh no, you wouldn't have known this. I guess on end of last week, I talked to Bebeter, you know, the person in charge of the Top Conquerors website down in ARG. He talked to me and said, hey, I got a student that might actually want to interview you about YouTube and the career aspect of it. And I said, oh, of course. So we're going to get that done on Friday. That should be good. Should be pretty neat, actually, because I never expected exactly people to be into what Streletsy does on his channel, so maybe he'll learn something from it if he ever wants to go into that career himself. I mean, I'm obviously not making the most money, but yeah, hopefully I will at some point on the platform. I mean, I'm making more than a lot of people are from what I've heard in the games I do, because I'm actually going to see real checks within the first year. Yeah, that's pretty good. Definitely. What other servers have we got here? I think there's one more server I want to share on. Yep, I'll share onto the Aegis server and we should be good. Yep. Alright, that should be all of them, I think. Yeah, definitely. Very good. Okay. So now, I'm going to download games and count them out to you. We got a lot of them actually this time, so... definitely double digits, but we'll start from the top. Some of them we might already have, because we didn't get through all of them last time. So the ones we didn't get to are the two Varingo ones. Peru, Austria-Hungary versus Alemania Denises, and Peru, Central America versus Romania, Alemania. Basically Germany. So those ones we did not get to. I see a Peru versus Central America. That might be a duplicate, though, so I have to look at Rommel's game. And actually, it might be a separate game, because now that I look at it, I see a separate file size. One's about 772 kilobytes, and the other one's 762. So these are probably separate files. Yeah, that's why it's always good to look at your file size. Just make sure that it's not a dupe, pretty much. Looks like all the Wars Liberty lovers are on the Radman server right now, chatting. That's always good. Pretty vibrant chat there now. Ever since we found out there's actually a chat room in Radman you can talk to each other with, so you don't have to use Discord. As long as you're part of our Radman group, you can talk in there. You can write texts. I think you can do emotes in there as well. They have all the common ones you would have on a texting service, so that's great. Egypt versus Italy. Do we have that one? I don't know. We'll have to check. I'm going to pull up my folder right now and just look for that those sort of titles right now and sort it alphabetically and see if I have them. Like alphabet soup. Let me see. Do we have it? I will sort by name. Alright, so let's do that. Look for Egypt. Just to see if I have to re-download them again. I don't want to re-download them again if I don't have to. Look for EG. Do we have an EG here? Yep, that one is accounted for, so we got that one. Germany and Mali versus Russia and Peru. Well, let me see. Those ones, yeah, I don't think we got to those ones, right? Yeah, so I'm going to just check for those ones too real quick and just download the ones we need. Yep, we got that one. We got the Germany and Central America. Yep, that one. And then the Cap one, Arclises, that OP from Cap. Let's see that one. And if you're on the Wars of Liberty multiplayer Discord, you can check out these rec games yourself if you want to look at them in your free time as well, or even do your own casting on these as well. You don't just have to follow my advice. You can analyze these two on yourself and record if you want to. Jeff certainly does that. He's been more active in the casting lately. He's gone back into that now. So, yep. That. Let me look for T for that. TT. All these home city files getting in the way too. Yep. Where is that? That is that. T. No, it's A. R. Yeah, R. Why did I think that for some reason? Alright, it should be down here then. Okay, it looks like, or, yeah, I don't think we got that one. Maybe Cap submitted that one afterwards. I'm going to download that one now. So where are we on the count right now? We're actually at about, seven matches right now. 7 recordings to look at. Right? Now we're going to download number 8. And then number 9. And then number 10, Diaz, and Once as well, so 11. We're on about 11 matches right now. How many else? We got 12. We got a 13. We got a 14. And we got a 15, yeah. Is that right? Or am I missing something in the count? I don't know. Well, let me just count over again in my head. So we are on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I did get that right. Am I on the next recording? Yep. 16. 17. So we're in 17, 18, 19, 20. Otherwise known as 20. Then we got 21 and 22. And then we got 23. Then we got 23, 20. Yeah, we're basically I think at about 27 right now. Then we got 28. Very good. So 28. Almost dienta. Almost dienta. That's quite a lot. It's quite a lot of games to do. I don't know if we'll get through them all, but we're definitely digging through them here. Let me just copy those in right now. I mean, just looking at this file collection I got right here, I already got 22 of them selected. Right, and then another, 5 that I didn't select? Actually, 6 I didn't select. They're already in the folder, so that's going to be quite a lot of matches to do here. Let's paste those in now. Record game 7 is already there. That's why I tell people you gotta name your recordings, so we might have to come back to that one and do something with it so we know what it is. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, let's get into some match casting right now. Alright, so anything in the chat there for me to check before we get started? Also, I want to check what the first recording is even called. So it's Peru versus Central America. Sounds good. Looks like Aladdin is here. Hola, Juanito. Play it. Dale play. Must play. 25. Yep. Alright, let's do it. So we'll do Peru versus Central America. Where is that? P for Peru, Central America. There we go. Very good. If it's on the Ozarks map, I'll be doing something real fast. If not, then we should be good. Oh yeah, I should have remembered. If it's a Varingo game. Oh, wait a second. I think that's a duplicate. Yeah. I think that's a duplicate for whatever reason. Alright. Yeah, I think it is. I think that's a duplicate. So we'll go on to the next one then. Alright. I just wanted to check that. I saw the same map we saw last week in the same positions as Central America and the other. Yeah, that's most likely a duplicate game. And I don't want to do duplicates again because we already went over that one. It was a great game, mind you, and Varingo did a great job on it. But still, I definitely don't want to, do duplicates all over again if we can avoid it. Yeah. So, reason why I'm turning the music off is because Varingo likes to play on non-ESOC maps. And non-ESOC maps play the Civ themes, and the Civ themes are copyrighted, so I don't make any money off the stream. So, yeah, unless Wars of Liberty finds some Civ themes that are totally organic and original and not copyrighted, I'm going to run into that issue with the monetization, so I have to be careful of that. Peru, Austria-Hungary versus Alemania Danesis. Let's do that one. P for Peru. P for Peru. Austria. This one right here. So Peru and Austria-Hungary face off against Germany and another Civ that I already forgot. It's alright, we'll see it when we get in there. Because we got so much matches to do today, I'm not even going to check the maps. We're just going to get right into the combat. We can check the map real quickly while they're grabbing their crates and stuff. The map is Florida, the place where you find SeaWorld, the place where you find Universal Studios and Disney World, basically. Well, before they drain the swamp, pretty much. The swamp is still sort of here, so, yep, still a lot of mosquitoes there. Very itchy, yeah. And a bit of malaria, too, so watch out for that. Other than that, though, we got Goimistan here with the Austro-Hungarians team with Varingo, so we actually got some pretty skilled players here. Oh, yeah. And we can actually turn the music back on since this is a ESOC map, so we don't have to worry about that. That's good. And the opponents will be Wololo Nick and Gilder. So basically it seems like we got some very skilled compadres on both sides here. We got a Wololo Nick and Gilder on one side, some very strong Brazil players. And then on the other side, we got whatever Goimistan is and Peruvian Juanito here, Muy Fuerte. So yeah, that should be really interesting, pretty much. In terms of Civ matchups, I think Austria-Hungary and Peru can certainly help each other out quite a bit. Namely because Austria-Hungary is a mostly Hussar-based Civ, and they can provide a lot of help to Peru with their infantry sort of start, right? Most of the time as Peru, you're going to want to start with the barracks. And Austria-Hungary just happens to have the free Hussars with their shipments to help support their pushes. So that's something we got to look out for here. On the other side, though, we got a Danish and a Germany. So what does this mean? Basically, Germany's going to be a real powerhouse in any sort of match. They're going to really hit big with really good economies since they got these houses here called the Meizkasernes. These are basically manor houses that give you a free Zeppelin when you build them. kind of a rip-off of the legacy British, honestly. So, yeah, if you think anything Asian Dynasty is British, think Germany now. And they're going to be backed up quite a bit by Danish here, because Danish is actually a very heavy team civ, because they have a lot of team cards. One thing I want to check right away, actually, is how many team cards they actually got in this deck. Right, so they got the team infantry attack, they got the team 2 settlers, that's already benefiting Germany. Team infantry attack will help with the line infantry stats, but also the skirms. What else do we got here in terms of team? I don't see any other team cards here. But what we do see is a lot of emphasis on the advanced arsenal. That's because we got advanced arsenal. And we also have the Torjus, or whatever this is. Basically what this does is it almost doubles the effective advance of all arsenal texts. Once you research this, all the arsenal texts will be effectively be doubled. Mostly so. Basically, with Danish, you can actually get skirmishers that have 4x multipliers against heavy infantry, which is really big. It's like something most civs do not have on that quite of a level. Yeah, Danish can get some really strong infantry. And to boot, you can always ship in, certain artillery units like the Espingolars, which I don't see here. I do see the 2 Falconet card in H3. That'll make a big difference. And some industrial age mortars for siege. Good thing to look for in the future there. What will the agent be? The Enlightened Quartermaster. The only European civ that still uses politician titles like that. Quartermaster instead of Artisan. Yep. It's because the devs really didn't want to have to rewrite all the names as Enlightened and do the whole icons all over again for just one civ. It just happened to have an age-up bonus like that. Yeah, that's basically it. And where are we at with Austria-Hungary? This is the one I'm going to look for the most. They're going for a trading post right now. This is because Austria-Hungary is like the new Germany in this game. They are mostly known for their shipments, including free hussars. As you know, in the Asian Diocese and DE, Germany would have free Uhlans with their cards. But for Austria-Hungary, it is the hussars, because, well, Magyar hussars. Yeah, just like Age of Empires 2, Magyar hussars. That's a big aspect of the civ. In Wars of Libya, though, we call them Radetzky's hussars, as their veteran Royal Guard upgrade name. And they're quite powerful, too. I think right out of the gate we're going to see some free hussars come right into play here, most likely. The only cards that don't really give free hussars are the settler ones here that just give extra villagers. And these ones here that basically give extra units. So certain shipments like this for the Hajuks will actually give you some extra Hajuks instead of hussars. Kind of similar to Definitive Edition Germany mercenary shipments that give you extra mercenaries. So it's kind of like that almost, you know what I mean? The shipment property is pretty flexible in some cases. Yeah. Looks like Austria-Hungary might actually be going towards a fast fortress. We see the coin crates coming in first there. It doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to do anything pressure-wise, because if we do see a stable going up, we will witness one free hussar from this card. Yep, there we go. And do we see any other hussars being added to the stack? Yes, we do. So this is actually a pretense to some sort of a raid here by Austria-Hungary. Where will they raid will make a huge difference here. Does look like, though, Nick is already planning his forward base with his barracks here, though, with Germany. Doing line infantry in the Cappy style, it looks like. It's always good. Germany's going to have to watch out here for those hussars, though. I mean, it's one right now, but as you saw, there's more queuing up out of AH down here. So we have to be really careful about that. I think, honestly, if I stand corrected, Varingo's probably just going to hold back and focus on aging up in economy and technologies. Yeah, Varingo tends to play more calculated, more slow, more late game. So yeah, I expect Varingo to take advantage of his strong ally and let him do most of the fighting for a while before he gets involved. Yeah, because as we know, Goimistan is really smart with his cavalry tactics. He's great at raiding people and basically all over their base. Goimistan's going to find all the weak spots with these Hussars very easily. It's something I've dealt with personally in team games. Even with Vungers as an ally, Goimistan's cavalry raids have always been a problem for me with Romania and stuff, so this is going to be quite the interesting matchup. Does get some Vil kills there, it looks like. Almost gets another one. Could get these ones if he moves in this direction. Yeah, no, he's going to go this way probably to do a bit of pressure onto the Danish now. Oh, no, he changes his mind. He's like, oh, I better deal with the Germany. The Germany is going to be the bigger of the two threats, so I better deal with that one. And fog of war. Yep, he's got a glimpse of that Turkey. Does he go in for the Turkey? Yeah, I think he sees the Turkey there now. Does Germany... Oh, he doesn't pull back. Hussar stays here to do a bit of siege work. Line infantry hanging out around the barracks there. Not really enough to challenge these Hussars quite yet, so he has to kind of stay out of the sight of the Hussars for now. Once he gets a decent stack of the line infantry, though, then he can start really threatening the Hussars and, putting them in their place, really. But that's going to not be for a little while. Varingo loves going with the Chinese immigrants as a first immigrant because the Age 2 technologies from Chinese help your natural resource gathering. You got Chifa here, which looks to be some Chinese food dish with an egg roll or something. Helps you with hunting and berries. And then they get another one, Chatel, that helps you with wood chopping and mining. So, in general, early game, going with the Chinese in Age 2 is going to mean faster resource acquisition. And if you want to train their workers out of the colony here, their workers are also specialized in natural resource gathering of all kinds. So that's another boost for you. It's going to generally be good for the early game. Yeah, I see Danish does end up doing some pikemen, it looks like. Probably because of this mess. I mean, look at these Vils. They can't even stay on this hunt without getting completely raided. Pikes do arrive. They will take out one Hussar, and they do save this settler. But he is going to swoop around again, though, so he did not get away from that inevitable doom. Pikemen, too few in number to deal with all the Hussars at this point, so they're just splitting off and doing their own little tasks. Becoming even more of a nuisance to these two players. Yeah, he's going to come down here now and do even more stuff. That's the spot I was thinking about before. Yeah, he's just going to do it. He's just going to plop down there and start damaging stuff. Oh, does he not want to alert him or something? Maybe he's going to come back with the bigger group of Hussars and then go into that area and do some even more devastating damage. Bimetallism comes in from Peru. This is basically the same as Silversmith, so it will actually help with mining gather rate. It's a Latin American variant of Silversmith in particular. Goes with the second Chinese wave. In particular, that'll actually grant Varingo some silver coin crates, which could potentially propel him into Industrial Age, or it will give him some coin for artillery, which he tends to like to do nowadays. Yeah. In terms of the rest of the stuff, though, it looks like we see a casualty down here from Hussars too. How much fishing are we going to get here from Gilder? Because he did set up the anchorages here. Is that how you say it plurally in English? Anchorage is... Because, see, in America, Anchorage is a city in Alaska, so you think of it more as singular. I don't know how you say it plurally. Is it anchorages or something? It sounds weird because it's like there's two Anchorage, Alaska cities concurrently when you speak from it from a gringo standpoint, but I don't know. I don't know, honestly. Pikemen coming to save the settlers there. Again, does look like Gilder does get some dragoons. These are maneuver units, which means they do not have any range multipliers against these Hussars, but they do have melee ones. Best thing he can actually do is, yeah, get up and personal. Their saber attacks will do a lot more damage. So that's really the best way to handle those, right? So now you got some maneuver units. That'll be good for a bit later, because that will basically make Danish a bit more immune to assault units now. So if Varingo does Musketeros, Escoltas, they'll be good against that. If for whatever reason Goimistan does go Corsair, they'll help with that too. And of course, that'll be a pretty decent play against artillery. It looks like Nick did put together quite the army now of line infantry and volunteers, aka crossbowmen. Crossbowmen with rifles, pretty much. And it's going to start sieging on the Austro-Hungary base. Oh boy! Oh no! Absolutely! Oh no! That is. Did you see that timing? That is insane. His dragoon shipment just came in, and then he ran right into his Trabants. That is unbelievable. That is unbelievable right there. That is horrible timing. Horrible timing. Because to you, these might look like normal halberdiers, but these are actually a Austro-Hungarian Doppelsoldater that you can ship from the home city. So they actually have area of effect attack on top of their anti-cab multiplier. So look at all the dragoons he lost just because he didn't know about the Trabants he had. The Trabanten, I think you would say in plural. Trabanten, yeah. Varingo will actually put a fort here to help protect Goimistan, which is very kind and considerate, and will help set up their overall defense. Varingo opts to go Juanitas muy bonitas with all those silver coin crates he made off of the Chinese. That'll be a good supporting role for Goimistan there, who does have a few skirmishers of his own. Did he ship those Trabants? No, he got them through the age up, because there is one age up politician from age 2 to 3 that does let you get 4 free Trabants, so he ended up getting the 4 Trabanten that way. Hussars, taking out another villager. Pikemen are going to try to salvage it, but just not enough time. Gets one of the Hussars, but the other one is still free to go. Unless the Dragoons do something about it, that is. Now start sieging away at the Mainz Kaserne, this wonderful German manor house. It does mean, though, that Nick will be able to rebuild these later and get more free vills off of them. That's pretty key. That is pretty key. As of right now, it seems like Goimistan needs to find some coin if he wants to continue cav, and that's why he's shipping in 1,000 coin right now, it looks like, plus 2 free Hussars. Where is Nick in all this resource-wise? He is actually aging up to age 3. This will grant him access to his skirm shipment, to the West Prussian Uhlans, getting a fort. Something key to defend against his counterattack that's about to come on to him right now. He's going to lose another Ville. That's not good. I mean, this might actually make this Germany very manageable now, because he's taken so many hits between Hussar raids and now skirmishers pressuring his Villes. Yeah, this Germany is not looking too good. It's not like the Cappy Germany we know and love that has like 3 barracks worth of line infantry and then some, you know. We're not looking at that right now, not with all those raids. It's really going to be seen if Danish makes a huge contribution to their defense or not. Because he is in age 3, he is doing mostly Dragoons, and he is actually going to ship in his 2 Falconet shipment there. His 2 foot artillery shipment, as it's called in Wars of Liberty. Basically, it's the same thing as the Falconet. Looks like a Falconet, acts like a Falconet, they just call it foot artillery. Because the developers might like feet. Nobody probably ever asked that question, but yeah, they probably do. So there's that. 2 skirms. Q's coming out Danish. So he's going to do a combo of skirm, dragoon, falconet. If this was Legacy Age of Empires 3 or Definitive Edition, he would be in pretty good shape with just that. You know, that would totally suffice. The only problem is, of course, is that Hussars and Wars of Liberty are a separate tag, so the Dragoons only deal melee multipliers against them and not range. So that part it loses a bit of steam, but still, I think it's pretty good, you know. Germany's certainly offering up some volunteers as well. I mean, I guess you could say they're volunteering volunteers. Volunteers are, well, volunteering, yep. And, yep, looks like they got rid of some of those Hussars there. Those are actually Royal Guard, by the way. These are Royal Guard Hussars. See, Austria-Hungary actually researches their Royal Guard upgrades in Age 3 instead of Age 4, which does end up making it a lot more affordable to get, you know? So that way, when you do get to Age 4, you're paying a lot less wing coin to get to that Guard upgrade. So it actually ends up working out as a really good Civ benefit, more than anything. Yeah, it means your Veteran upgrade's going to take a little longer, but that's fine. That's generally alright. Does look like Danish is enjoying naval supremacy. We'll actually get a battleship, which is actually a heavy ship, which is strong against light ships. So if we see any sort of counter water at all, that will deal with that. Do we see any sort of counter water in the decks, though, between Glimmersan and Tiata? Vringo, no, and Glimmersan, no, so no counter water at all. They got a dock going, and they will actually start to make Avisos, but the battleship, because of the whole rock, paper, scissors type of logic, will actually beat these light ships. Yeah, it does look like he's already out trying to outnumber it, though, with his Avisos there. I mean, definitely this battleship's going to win against that Aviso, and they might even be able to take out this one. So we're going to have to see if Gilder actually tries doing any sort of stuff there. Oh, wow, look at the Hussars maneuvering to take out those Falcons. That's pretty big there. That's actually quite big. See, that's the problem with Dragoons in this game. They don't have any ranged multipliers against Hussars, so you have to use them a little bit more carefully. You got to be more proactive with the melee, right? It's that whole scout versus assault tag type thing. Right, and now it's going to basically come down to skirmisher wars here. But unfortunately now, because this battleship is preoccupied up at the top here, now he can actually use his Avisos to provide a bit of cover fire to his land military too. So that's going to force them off of the coastline here for a while. Yeah. Do we see any sort of battleships down here? No, he's running low on resources though. That's big. Oh, it looks like Germany does get some Corsairs out. This is a big improvement. Yeah, just like the Corsairs we know from the Legacy game. They got area of effect. They got a lot of hit points, a lot of damage. Only difference, though, is these ones actually have hand armor instead of pierce armor. So they're actually good. They're actually better in melee combat than they are in ranged combat, usually. The only thing you have to watch out for is Dragoons, because Dragoons still deal range multipliers against them since they are part of the assault category of cavalry. Yeah, basically assault cavalry is really any sort of like heavily armored cavalry that's good against infantry. Is moreover what you should use to describe that, really. Austro-Hungarian town center on the coast to protect against ships, it looks like. Yep. Now all these fishing boats are in jeopardy, and I don't mean the game show, they're literally in jeopardy there of being wiped out. Skirmishers, they're not going to get that TC down, I hope he knows that. Like, that's a frivolous attempt. I mean, he can try to maybe damage the Hussars a bit, but yeah, I wouldn't be trying to siege that town center anymore, not until you get a little bit of support there. I mean, he's got a few cuirassiers here, maybe they can help clean that up and continue to siege. That might be possible. Does look like a Danish fort is actually coming up over here. Fort Christiansborg. A nice Danish name to a fort. A few Minutemen here. Minutemen coming out in less than a minute. And yeah, now you're getting surrounded by Hussars and Minutemen. But the Cuirassiers do arrive, and they're going to make a big difference against those Hussars, though, with their splash attack. Hussars will try to fight back, but it's not going to be as good because Hussars don't have hand armor and the assault units do. So, yeah, Hussars will be dealt with very accordingly. Looks like pressure is still on this town center over here. My question is, how does Varingo impact this match exactly? Because right now it looks like he is generally just adding in armies of Vivenderas, Las Juanitas Muy Bonitas, for their skirmisher abilities and as well as their abilities as healers too. Yeah, these skirmishers can heal. They're not quite as strong as European skirmishers in hit points, but they make up for it with their healing ability. Basically making your army last a whole lot longer, as well as that of your allies too, since they can heal allied units as well. Also, the West Prussian Uhlans have arrived as well. Basically, it's a shipment of about 10 veteran upgraded Uhlans, since they're no longer part of the German roster. They're been swapped out completely by Hussars to fit sort of like the British model, or moreover the Tonkopf Hussars, as you know them historically. What do we have here? We got about... Oh, these are all Austro-Hungarian ships. Wow. Looks like they really have taken over the war there. Uhlans going straight for the Juanitas with their lances. Goes into trample attack. Now, trample attack was greatly improved in Wars of Liberty. They took away the aspect of trample attack that damages the unit. So, when you use your cavalry now in trample attack, they actually don't take any damage anymore from the trample attack, which is quite good, because it makes trample attack actually a real legit tactic you can do now, without suffering too many consequences from doing it itself, you know. Obviously, the stats changes and the damage are still an issue, but yeah, you definitely don't have to worry about any of the other stuff, really. Still has them in trample attack, though. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Yep, just goes in the regular melee at this point. Yeah, I might just pull out there. Nah, he's just gonna fight this out as long as he can. Oh, Fringa will do Lanceros. Lanceros, not a bad move, you know. If you look here, actually, they get a lot more combat cards for Lanceros and Vivanderos now. They get the Ciela attack, Ciela combat, and then they also even get a Ciela hit points as well, which we don't see in the deck. So definitely a big pivot in the design of Peru to pivot towards Vivanderos and Lanceros now. They still get one Andean combat card, though, for their Mosqueteros and Prineros, but it's definitely less of an emphasis now. Mainly because Peru was run into an issue where the early game, or at least their early to mid game, was beast, but their late game was kind of bad because all their food and coin units weren't really getting any sort of upgrades other than their naval units, which on the land map, not happening. So yeah, they kind of just took away some of the early game combat cards and gave them some good shiny stuff for the skirms and the scout cav units, which is quite good. Looks like Dragoon versus Dragoon here, Danish versus Austria-Hungary. And we're probably going to see these Juanitas become Rabonas very soon. Oh no, he actually goes for the Hunan Hussar. Very good. Basically, what this does is, this is one of the more interesting upgrades in the game, because not only is it a Royal Guard upgrade, but it's one of the only upgrades that turns a unit from one weapon to a new weapon. Yeah, it doesn't affect the stats at all. You know, it's not like, hey, the stats really changed, but it's very interesting because the Lancero will actually stop using a lance and will actually take out a cavalry saber and start fighting like an actual hussar then. Like that. See that right there? That's pretty neat, you know? We usually don't see Royal Guard upgrades changing a unit's weapon of choice. In this case it does. It changes the lance for a cavalry saber. And it starts to look like a European hussar almost, which is pretty neat, you know? Yeah, it's totally great now that you're going to see more of them with Peru as well, thanks to those new combat cards, definitely. How many Falconets here from Danish? We still got about 4 of them. But the Hussars are arriving, and Dragoons not on top of it. Oh no, all that... Look at all the resources he just lost right there, because the Dragoons are trying to finish off a unit they're not good against. Just let the Falconets do the work there, you know? Let the Dragoons do the protecting work. Now you just lost all that resource value as Danish. Oh boy, that was big. You know how much coin that was? Like almost 2,000 coin, I can imagine, of resources. That was really bad. You definitely don't want to do that in a combat situation. It's just really dangerous to see. Oh, it is. Absolutely it is. Yeah, now we see 13 Dragoons grouping with the German skirms. Last Peruvian cav there wiped out. Looks like there is a town center here in the future part of Disney World, so it does look like these villas are going to be somewhat protected there, because it is a small world after all, right? Oh yeah, big time. Big stack of dragoons here. And where are these going to go? So some are going to go this way, some are going to branch that way. In general, I wouldn't be chasing after dragoons with this if I was going to stand, mainly because, oh boy, oh, wow, that is not good. That is a bad move there. Yeah, because now he's taking a bunch of extra damage from these blowgunners that he probably could have avoided. Yeah, but the Junin Husares from Peru does save the day, though, because they are scout units. Very good play there by Veringo. Definitely really saved Gormistan's army right there. If he didn't have this big stack right there, that would have been a big issue. Big issue. And I'm just wondering, does he have... Yep, he does have to the last cartridge researched. What it does is it actually removes the speed on death bonus that Peru's units gain. As part of their SID bonuses, it replaces it with an attack one, which means essentially when one of your units dies as Peru, there's like a little grave that takes place around it that will boost all the nearby Peruvian units to actually attack with more damage. It's basically a clone of the bonus that the Serbs get, right? Which is actually pretty good. Yeah, it's quite good because it means more stats than normal when you're in prolonged battles. And you're more likely to win in those pitched battles now than you normally couldn't do. Junin Hussar is doing a great job with the raiding right here. Just eating away at those vills. Really making Gilda really scramble here for a defense. If you want to mess with somebody's maneuver units, go for scout units like that. Because it literally forces them to go into melee, and then they have to go out of mode, into mode. Yeah, scout units really are good at messing with dragoons in this game. It's like one of the best ways to make a big difference on them. Yeah, look at all these unprotected skirms now. They're going to get completely munched by these caveats. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The wonderful cavalry footwork between Goimistan and Veringo has made a huge difference there. It really has. Like, all this mobility is basically making Nick and Gilda really scramble for a defense, which they barely even have. Oh, big time. Not even lining up at all at this. Yeah, see, this is going on too. It's got another Magyar Hussar right there with some dragoons doing some more damage as well. That is like some peak rating pressure right there from both of them. You gotta admire it, honestly. And as a side note, because they went on the water, Goimistan can now actually get a lot of surplus food from the water now, which is quite good. Enough, in fact, that he's actually able to go up with the engineer politician and get some long lines at the dock for some even better fishing gather, right? So now he's fully teching out his fish as well, which is good. We got some more Magyar Hussars right there. And what else we got? He's kind of just luring them around at this point and making them like go everywhere, while both players are sort of doing their own little side missions and side quests in their base. At this point, without the water, Gilder has to start eating all these hunts in the swamp right now. I mean, the meat probably tastes pretty murky, but you gotta eat something, right? Mystery meat, as they say. A lot like the matches in today's games, you know. We got a lot of mystery meat matches where they didn't give us the right flags. They just, a little question mark with the little red. You don't know what it is until you see it. Surprise, surprise, yeah. What are these? Oh, he's actually, at this point, so desperate, he's actually trying to make his landwehr cavalry emergency units to deal with all this raiding. That's a pretty desperate situation from Germany, once they have to start actually sending those landwehren in. See, the way Germany works is they don't get Minutemen at their town centers. They actually get their emergency units from their towers, their outposts. They can either get landwehr infantry, which is like a Minuteman, and then they get a landwehr cavalry, which is basically like a Minuteman, but as a melee cav unit. So both of them are going to be great against siege troopers, but in general they can fight pretty well too, especially later in the game when you can potentially upgrade them and remove their loss of HP negative property through some nice cards. Looks like Veringo is trying to creep up on the Danish Dragoons right now. That's going to cause some issues.
I would move in these Fusiliers right now, because these will be a good asset against all that hand cav there. Yeah, I think that's part of the issue is, if one of these players committed to line infantry, I think things would be going a lot better here. Well, not Danish. Danish doesn't actually get line infantry, but definitely Germany, they are trying to get some of it, so you gotta give them credit for that. Line infantry is going to be one of the best ways that you can deal with all these scout units, really. It's in fact what these bayonets on these line infantry is mostly specialized against, is actually scout units and maneuver units. They do have some against assault class too, but it's not quite as big, you know? So, yeah, you kind of have to realize that when you're playing as these Civs and Wars Liberty. Dragoons are going to be better against heavy cavalry, whereas line infantry are going to be better against lighter forms of hand cavalry. So, like your hussars and stuff. It's important to distinguish that so you know exactly what to make pretty much. Yep. Looks like he is going to go Hussar Skirm, which seems to be a pretty good choice nowadays for any Civ to do. That's sort of what Varinga was doing as well with the Vivanderos and Lanceros earlier. Now he's just gone full Lancero at this point. Looks like I'm going to try to push onto that TC now. You got, whose Vils is this? So that's Allied Vils, alright. Let's see if they can get that TC down right now. I'll give them a bit of ground to work with. Going with Culverins. Going with Culverins from the Krupp factories. Any reason he's going with Culverins? He's probably afraid of artillery at this point. Yeah. A few steel guns or heavy cans right there would basically blast through all this infantry. So I can totally get why he's sort of running the Culverins here. I totally get that. And you really don't need Falconets since you're not running into too much infantry either. So, yeah, Culverins can totally be appropriate there. Or he could potentially change to... Well, wait a minute, no, he's not even in H4 yet, so he can't go mortars. That's not an option, so he has to sort of stick to the Culvs right now. Look at that. Look at how many Magyar Hussars are right there. They're up to the Guard upgrade, right? Guard Radetzky's Hussars. Yeah, these things are a beast with a lot of damage. And now the Dragoons just happen to arrive. And again, he doesn't have them in melee, so it's not like he's going to be able to really eat into them too much. You know what I mean? Yeah. If you went into melee, you might be able to salvage a bit more damage out of this. But unfortunately, no. Are these up the Guard right now? Yep, he's got him up the Royal Guard Jutlander Dragoon. Jutlanders. From the Jutland of Denmark, yeah. Yep, looks like Dragoons getting completely surrounded. And yeah, completely surrounded there. Very interesting. Got some mortars right here, sieging at that fort. Very good. Oh, big time. Oh, look at that. Look at that. They somehow survived that one, and now they're going to start pushing again, I can imagine. Culverins are going to have to get on top of these mortars right away. Let's see if he can down at least one of them. Oh, boop, 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 boop. Oh, he's not paying it. Did he pay attention to that or no? No, he didn't even do that. Oh yeah, I think it's looking a bit tricky now because it just got so much cavalry on the field. It's very hard to deal with. Culverins do get destroyed as well in the process. Yeah, I mean, good match. I'll definitely say that. It's a good display of Danish versus Germany and then Austria-Hungary and how those European civs do against each other. Ringo definitely did a good job though supporting with Cav though. That was a really good play by him. I feel like what would have happened is if Ringo sort of turtled a bit longer without too much offense, they would have ganged up on Goimistan and probably been a real danger to him. But because Ringo was able to provide these big Cav armies, that's what ended up leading to a win for them, honestly, yeah. Pretty much. And then tries to ship in Schutzen, Hessian Schutzen. Yeah, I don't think that's going to make much of a difference, especially not now. Don't even know if you're even going to have TCs by the time that shipment arrives, son. Definitely not. It looks to be the case that, maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. TC is going down, though. Big time. Yeah. Very good. Yep, Gilda just tapped out. And then Nick was probably going to press tab as well. So, yeah. Big time. Good game, though. That was a good start to the stream, honestly. Had a bit of a delay figuring out the recordings before, but this was a really good beginning for us. We're going to really get to see some good matches right after this one. So, next one's another Varingo one, so we'll get into that right now. Let me boot the game up, and we'll get into it right away. Another Varingo game. Yeah, the problem with Varingo is sometimes he uploads duplicates even though somebody else posted them, namely Rommel, so you always have to watch out for those usually. Yeah. So what did you think of that game there? Looks like we got commentary from both Gilder and Nick. By the way, Letzy, if you haven't noticed, but sometimes your X get too slow, IRC, you can fix that by lowering your graphics settings. Oh yes, Letzy, on this specific game, I gotta say, I have made a massive misclick that you might have not noticed. Oh yeah, I think I saw that there. Check the post-game Vil count after this game is over. Oh yeah, I can already imagine what happened to that. Big time. Other than said Peru OP? Totally could be. I mean, definitely Peru does pretty well usually. I mean, you named it Perukistan, right? Oh yeah, big time. 100%. Yeah. So, let's go into the next one now. What's this one going to be called? Let me check the Discord. It will be called Peru, Central America versus Romania, Alemania. So it looks like it's probably the same players again, because I know Goimistan is a Romania main, so that's already telling me that we're looking at the same people again. It's probably going to be, Nick and Goimistan versus Varingo and Gilder, is that right? Yeah, that seems very likely. Yeah, most likely. We'll check though, definitely. So looks like we are on another ESOC map, so we don't actually have to change out the music again. That's good. Oh, it's different people this time though. We got Sog and Varingo versus Omar and Hishe. I'm a little bit concerned about these two being together. These players were a bit more inwards, a bit more campy, honestly. So I don't know how they're going to do, honestly. This could be a bit tricky. I didn't even think of Hishe Romania. He's another one that's been doing Romania lately. Yeah. Yep, and Sog's doing Central America. Sog is a pretty seasoned Central America player, by the way. He's developed a number of builds over the years for Central America. First one I really saw was his Conscripto Artisanal Cannon combo, and I think he's been branching into some other options as well between the different rosters that he can combine as Central America. Yep, and then obviously Varingo's Peru. What's there to say about it? It's like the Varingo special. It's the thing that Varingo got famous for is his Peru. Even before he picked up the rainbow flag, Spear of Civ, the Incas, he was a Peru main, so there's that. Yeah, big time. The map is Arkansas, so basically on the Arkansas map, you got this little river here that goes through the top. You can actually walk across it up into this higher elevated area. Up here you will find two native sites. You will find the Cherokee here, and you will find the Cherokee over here as well. So, yeah, pretty much. Yep. And then down here you basically have a little trade route with about 3 trade sockets on it. So if you're a trading postive like Ottomans, this is where you're probably going to spend most of your time. Yeah, so who's the favorite team here, honestly? I would say probably Sog and Varingo. Yeah. I know Zog is a pretty good military with this Central America, and I know Varingo's going to be a good support here, so I'm betting my money on them. Hishe, though, watch out for that one. Watch out for him. He can get some pretty big armies if you leave him alone too long. Yeah, basically it's going to come down to how big Zog in particular decides to rush on Hishe. Because if he doesn't rush him a lot, this is going to be a very late game war. And who knows what's going to happen. But if they do get on top of him, who's to say what's going to happen? It's going to be really tricky, Big time. And I could show you what I mean right now. Let's look at the Hishe deck and I'll point it out to you. So basically, Hishe decks are, they're not really competitive, is what I'm going to say. They mostly focus on upgrades with more sporadic shipments. Like, yeah, you do have 700 coin, but you have nothing else. And then you have the Hajuk shipment here, the Hajusi. So, yeah, not quite a lot of early game shipments. Mostly late game stuff. I mean, he's got just about all the farming upgrades. He doesn't have Royal Mint. He's got export tax. He's got refridge, time honey, Legia distillery, greenhouses. He's got Poporonism, eco theory, crop rotation, and sun curing too. This is something we've seen in the Hishe Italy decks. He never puts in Royal Mint, but he puts in the more plantation-based card. And for that, I'm like, sir, do you realize that the gather rates are the same on those cards? And do you realize that Royal Mint does the exact same thing that your plantation card does? And it helps you with mining, too. Like, he picks the less valuable card for whatever reason, and he goes with that. And it's like, why are you doing that? You can be making things so much better for yourself by going Royal Mint. Or, better yet, put both Royal Mint and Rakia. Not Rakia Distillery, the export tax one. Put both of those in together, and then you're getting like 50% better plantation rate combined. So that's good. Looks like he does get the Bloodhounds technology from the hunting lodge there, otherwise known as a livestock pen. So a bit of eco. Also, I think he got a tech too from the market as well. So he's focusing on that economy pretty much. Pryor's going to go for a big massive infantry. I've seen sort of what Hishe has done with the Romanians so far. He is mostly dedicated to large stacks of Dorbante, Scythemen, and Venatori. Sometimes backed up by cavalry like the Calaresi. And usually likes sending in mobile armors and mountain artillery as sort of the supporting units for that. Yeah. Where is Omar? So Omar is already up in age 2. Omar is trying to follow his protege Cap in his strategy. So if you look at his deck, it's clearly a Cap deck. This is a Cappy deck here, a happy Cappy deck. So yeah, that's basically why it looks like that. It's got all the same cards, all the same crates, same units, same upgrades. So if you like watching Cap, you're probably going to like Omar's setup pretty much. Not quite as performative as Cap, but at least in terms of the cards he has at his disposal, he definitely sticks to that. You can tell. Looks like barracks is going up right here, actually. Central American barracks right next to the Peruvian one. And from there, we're probably going to see some real pressure going out onto these two players. Especially poor little Hishe in age 1. For some reason, he delays his age up time. To the point that it's kind of dangerous. Because now, does he even have a production build? He does not. So if he gets raided by these two, he's going to have a big issue with that. Yeah. It's going to be really dangerous. Quite dangerous. We see Varingo going with the Legion Peruana. This is a Grenadier unit. A Western-style Grenadier. Which means it doesn't work the same way that old Grenadiers worked. How these Grenadiers work is they do a charged grenade throw, right? And then for 60 seconds they have a cooldown where they'll use their musket attack instead, right? Now the grenades that these Grenadiers throw, they basically have a slight multiplier against infantry, so slightly more favored against infantry. They do have a malus against cav, so yep. There was a time and place where they didn't have that, and things went pretty haywire, honestly, in terms of balance. So it's good to see they consider that aspect a little bit, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah. It doesn't mean that the Grenadiers still can't beat cavalry, it just means it's going to take some pretty hefty stacks of them to do it now, with their charge attacks, big time. Now, the musket attack doesn't have any malice, so that basically means the range attack against things like hussars will be the same if it's using the musket attack. If it's using the grenade attack, that's when it's a little bit less. Oh, look at that grenade throw there. They something so juicy flying. Very good indeed. Good setup there. Yeah, very nice. Yeah. Basically, they're doing a lot of resource damage to Hishay by destroying his army so easily like that. That's generally something that you want to do in a 1v1 or a team game. If you know that you can attack your opponent and they're already doing military, if you know you can beat their military, just keep being their military, because they have to keep shelling resources into that could halt their age up time. It can halt so many things. Because look at this. Look at the lack of wood here. I mean, he's got food, but now look at all the wood that this man burned through trying to do Hajusi against all this stuff. That was a pretty good setup. The only reason he even was able to get out of this bind is because he had a strong Germany to protect him. It's kind of what Germany does in these matchups, you know. Germany is indeed a S-tier civ in Wars of Liberty. So if you got a German ally and they know what they're doing, they can come in with these big groups of line infantry and just sort of save the day for you, even if you're having a bit of problems. Oh, big time. So yeah, definitely. Now it's going to go for 700 coin. Probably because it's way too early in the match at this point to even get any sort of farming going. And definitely he's not going to be able to afford farms after burn through all that wood. That's like off the table right now. That's totally off the table. Yeah, they're just going to stay back and regroup and get some more units. Feringo with the Legion Piranha, and Sog with the Escopetero. I believe Sog is currently Los Altos, which is a more... I believe, isn't it a more infantry-focused roster? Yeah, I think so. And what do I mean by roster? So basically the way Central America works is they got a few different rosters, right? So they got 6 sort of nations part of the Central American Union. You got Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and I forget the other one. So we're on Costa Rica, we got Nicaragua, El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, and then another one. Los Altos, yeah, Los Altos. Those are the 6 different rosters you can pick in Central America, and each one contains 5 units, and one of them is a Royal Guard. So basically what you do is eventually when you get tired of one of your rosters, you can use your town center to rejoin the Union, and then pick another roster. And you can end up getting about 6 combined Royal Guard units, which is really good. You can get Royal Guards. You can get Royal Guards Escopetero, Royal Guard Lancero, Escolta, Mosquetero, Conscripto, and Dragon Rojo. So a total of 6 Royal Guards with the Civ. Which is quite nice. See, the thing here is it's pretty clear that Varingo Sog are going anti-infantry. And we don't see any sort of changeover from Omar to Hussars. That's going to be a pretty big problem. He just basically lost that whole army for free almost. Not only because of the charged grenade toss, but because the Escopeteros have a bit of area of effect too. These are essentially shotgunners, so they do a bit of splash there. And they can do damage to multiple units that are close to each other pretty much. Yeah. And they are going to start to press onto this foundry now, looks like. Yep, and he is actually queuing out of this foundry too. So, I mean, that's actually going to be a pretty big loss there if he loses it. Let's see if they can get the building down before the mules comes out. They might... I don't think they're going to do it now, but definitely it's... I believe that building is going to go down now. Because, see, at this point, those grenadiers should have their attack back, their charge attack, so they can actually go after these cannons and do the throw. Because the throw is crush damage, which means it does full damage to those artillery. Yeah, that was a lot of resources lost right there, by the way. That was about 900 food and about 300 wood, since mule artillery costs food and wood. So that's really going to destroy any dreams, at least for a few seconds, that Hishay is going to go to H3. He does get exotic hardwoods, though, to benefit his chopping rate. And we do see a pursuit of all these villagers. Like, not only Hishay villagers, but Omar villagers. So both of these players are going to lose all their villas all on these hunts over here. Maybe a bit of a misclick from Sog there. I think he was trying to aim on, but looked like he was a little delayed there, honestly. Big time. And, looks like in general, we got the, Escopater bros trying to retreat. A little bit anyways. Clearly outnumbers this Hajusi group. Some more Escopater bros over there. Trying to get some grenadiers onto the German base now. Does look like Omar does go to H3, so he does actually have skirms, and now he's got his 10 Prussian Ulan shipment active right now. So 10 veteran Ulans, some veteran skirms. Yeah, those individual Legion Piranhas are going to get completely cleaned by that, which is going to save the German base effectively. And it does give him a chance, too, to maybe go after the Central American Escopetero mass as well. Maybe. While Hishay continues to plow in more Hajusi to provide skirmisher support there. Yep, pretty much. La clásica de Sog, el sucio Sog. El sucio Sog. Boom. Yep, baby boom. Baby boomer. Yeah. Bonito, virgen, fuerte. Hoy Sog con CA, Central America. Yep. Quite a good civ for Sog, honestly. He does pretty well with them usually. This is sort of the time when you have to watch out for the sort of the score creep on Hishay there, as he gets more eco text like this. See, now he's getting his pauperanism, which basically improves your farming rate from food crops and from coin crops, so both your wheat and your strawberries. Yeah, where are we at with the other team, though, in resource count? So, Peru is aging up, getting some of those Chinese workers, too, for a bit of booming. And then Sog, also aging up to the second Polish wave. Yeah, here's the thing. If Sog wanted to do Grenadiers as well, he could get them out of that Polish immigrant colony and do some of the Danube Legion Grenadiers. That would totally be an option he could do. Yeah. Now, what are we going to see here? Leading the way with the bit of Pardos in the front, it looks like. Yep. Now we got some Ulans and Skirms down here. Yep. Thousand wood. Gotta use that wood for something, I guess. I mean, honestly, I would get some more skirms or something, because you know what's coming. Big time. Even a few cuirassiers could make a difference if placed properly. Saw the 3 cuirassier shipment in there as well. Yeah, pretty much. And then from here, what do we see? Now we're probably going to see maybe some sort of counterattack from Hishay and Omar. Be their best chance at this point. All the while, Hishay trying to get in more eco-techs too. Picking up the Maddox right now. These are basically the second mining upgrade for the nation-state civs. So, sort of like your amalgamation. age up will be Nicolae Berluscu. This should grant Romania a bit of... what does this politician do again? I think it gives you some free artillery units, if I recall correctly. So that'll be good. Be quite nice, actually. Some Lanceros add in from the Varingo stable, too. To boot. Any sort of movement from either of these two? Well, we do see actually Central America expanding up of here now because they feel so secure with the pressure they're doing. So, do we see... Yep, so this is another town center, it looks like. Any defense is good defense at this point, especially with the push you're going to be dealing with two H3 opponents. But yeah, they're going to have to come up with some sort of game plan of how they're going to overcome the tide here. Of this Central America-Peru combination. 'Cause it's going to be pretty dangerous otherwise. Big time, yeah. Play more play. Yep. Play more play. Loyal Hajuks. This is the veteran upgrade for the Hajusi. These early skirms right here. Looks like he's getting infantry cavalry hit points. This adds more hit points to both all your infantry and all your cavalry. Yeah, it's quite good. Quite good of an improvement. It's great because it upgrades every unit in your roster, which is particularly good. Except for the artillery, of course. I think they get some extra combat cards for artillery as well on the side. Some Lancero pressure here on the Omar villagers. This is sort of what we saw last game with the Germany. The Germany again completely cav-raided, which completely grinded their economy down to a stall at that point. Yep. Looks like Escobateros from Saga are also at veteran upgrade now, I can tell from their hats. It's a really good anti-infantry presence there from both of them. Also got veteran Legion Piranhas ready to pull in as well. Formations are going to really matter here. How those Lanceros end up getting used. And if the Pardos at all act as any good sort of cannon fire as well against any sort of mount stuff. Otherwise, it'll be a great siege. We'll see where they go. Oh, gets the buckshot technology from the arsenal. That's really wise. they'll actually add more area of effect onto these Escopeteros, making them even better against things that are closer. Because normally the area of effect is only 1, but this brings it up to 2, which is much better. Trying to defend with some mule artillery, I see. Might help against some of the infantry, but unfortunately Ringo did so much Lanceros that that's not going to be possible for long there. No, big time. GG on that one. GG, well played. Good match overall there. Let's see all the post-game stuffs. There we go. Look for some of the key stats here. That. And that. And that one right there. Just so you know what it is. We'll go into the next game right now. Let's boot it up. Boot, boot, boot. Let's do it. Yep, Sog OP. Tremendous mass pulled out by the Dirty Sog. Oh yeah, the Dirty Sog, just like a dirty dog, right? Dirty dog, dirty Sog. Yeah. Alright, so what's this game going to be called? It's going to be called Egypt versus Italy. Egypt. Now that's an interesting civ. Egypt. Very interesting civ in general. Egypt. Where's Egypt? EG. There it is. Very good. Who's the Italy going to be by any chance? Jebel Moose. Oh, yep, it'll be High Plains. Very good. Oh, they're doing a 20-minute treaty as Egypt versus Italy. A treaty. Ooh, okay. Maybe Omar is practicing Egyptian fast industrial after I did the tutorial. He must be learning it now. Yeah, that's really cool. Basically what I learned from Omar is there's actually some really key military cards that I should be including in my Egyptian fast industrial that I don't. Namely some of those more export heavy ones, like the big one for Greeks and then the second one for the Ottomans. So maybe I gotta consider that whole thing when sending those up, yeah. Looks like we got a library caravan coming out for Egypt first, followed by a Bedouin, and then villagers. This is all part of the master plan of setting up an Egypt build into the fast industrial. But we'll see if he executes it well or not. That'll be a real challenge for us here. Yeah. He does go for 2 Bedouins. 2 Bedouins. Does cost him a bit more food and wood up front to do that, by the way. So it's not always recommended you do that. It's kind of good that you just go 1 Bedouin at the start, and then as you head towards age 3 to 4, once again library blue number 6, then you can start rolling out lots of Bedouins for population's sake, and a bit of XP bounty too. Pretty much, yeah. Looks like the town center caravan is still pumping out vills. So where is he in terms of library research? So right now he is on bodyguards. This is blue 1. Then he's going to want blue 2 as soon as he can get it. And then once he's trying to get to blue 3 and beyond, he's going to start needing some sort of villagers onto the nearby mine over there to, you know, upkeep the setup, yeah. In the old days of Egyptian FI, you didn't really need too much care because the cards were set up in such a way that anybody could do it just using shipments. You know, you didn't really have to move vills to coin at all and stuff like that. It wasn't, yeah, pretty much. Now gets the Trans-Saharan trade card. This is the next important step is of doing an Egypt and fast industrial, because this card will trigger you export, basically allowing you to reach your age 4 age ups as the blue library a lot easier. Yeah. Because essentially what you run into is sort of a block where mainly between blue 5 and blue 6 when you're doing the fast industrial, I'm talking in terms of colors of the library text. You got the red ones, the yellow ones, and the blue ones. Basically, you got a sort of a lag where you're going to be waiting for a number of seconds to actually get into 6, and thus could delay your military beyond what you might be able to repair pretty much, because in a multiplayer sense, you might have an ally that can't defend you for that amount of time, but if you're on your own, does get a bit more fear-inducing because you don't get as much support in a 1 versus 1, so you have to really make sure that your timings with the whole library blues 5 to 6 is really key, and making sure that you do that. Yeah, big time. You gotta love it when we see in Egypt, folks. Big time. He is currently on Library Blue number 2 with the, what's this one called? Desert Tents, yeah. So, yeah, your goal is to get to Blue number 6, and then you reach the Industrial Age. Right now, he is stuck to the important parts again, Trans-Saharan trade, and trying to emphasize on food. But now he's going to need to move a few over to the coin, right? He will be able to eat a good amount of coin off of his 700 coin. But to keep proceeding, he is going to need to indeed put at least like 2 or 3 onto one of the coin mines to get the coin after that 700 expires in the process. Because that whole Trans-Saharan trade card does not give you an XP trickle of coin, just that of export. So you have to come up with the coin somewhere to make it happen. Best way is usually just having 3 villages on the mines very early, just to make sure that you're not missing too much game seconds that you could be using to get your best shipments out in that situation. Short time, yeah. Oh, goes for mastic imports. I don't know about this one. Not really. Pretty much what this card does is it allows Egypt to construct the olive plantations. A building that only the Greeks can do usually. Essentially being a plantation with extra upgrades. So more than your average, 2 or 3 upgrades. It's quite a lot. Yeah. And what's going on with Italy, by the way? Is Italy even going to do anything about this? Or are they just going to let it happen to themselves? I do see the acquisition of more architects, which I find interesting on the Italy side. So that's definitely going to be a real interesting part. And I see he's getting more architects. Does he have the Costa Nostra card? No, he does not. He has pasta. He's got spaghetti and meatballs. So no Costa Nostra, though. Because what you can do with that card is you can turn all your architects into mafiosos. Since he doesn't have that card, he can't do that, unfortunately. Definitely not. So where's that pasta coming into effect right now? Bringing in more food crates. Pretty soon we'll be on the 10-minute mark. We'll see if Egypt can make it in time to where they have to. So he is currently on blue number 4, I believe. Yeah. Is that blue number? Yep, that's blue number 4. So now he's got the Spice Stall Caravan. He just has to get through blue number 5 and blue number 6. How much export is he on? So he's got enough export for both blue number 5 and number 6. But he's got to remember to click on it, though. That'll be the key there. Alright, gets another villa out. Where are we at with like food and coin resources, though? Because you're going to need that to get professional bureaucracy at level 5 and the other one at level 6. By the way, the explorer for Egypt can actually use the same sort of thing that the pharaoh does in Age of Mythology, where he waves his little staff there and it can empower villagers and military as well. With the little Egyptian raw light shining down from the skies under their heads to make them better. So anybody like Egypt a lot? Yeah, Egypt is definitely a very fun civ to do. I recommend it to everyone at least once. Right now it's kind of a tricky civ to do, but eventually they're going to be reworked after the Middle East update to belong to the Middle East culture. In that case, it'll be a bit more reliable of a competitive civ, I think. Yeah. Very important mention right now. Now we see the Yamato scripts right here. This will allow shipments to arrive 75% faster. This is actually quite good because what it will allow you to do is it will allow you to get your shipments out very quickly for the fast industrial setup. Quite good, actually. Gets another town center caravan, I see. So it's being a little bit sporadic with these shipments. I wouldn't be doing that. I'd be focusing on the military shipments, namely the free ones. And then eventually you would want to grow into the export ones. Yeah. Pretty much. So he's queuing out this TC here and queuing out that one now. He's definitely taking his time because he does have the treaty there. Treaty's still going on for another 9 minutes, so he has a bit of time to set up with some extra vills. So he doesn't get completely crammed into having to send those shipments out and not having another option. So that's pretty smart on Egypt's part, you know. Take that extra tree time and prepare your real economy, because you never know if you're going to have to actually make camel riders or Ascaris or something out of your military caravans ever, instead of just shipping everything in like normal. Yeah, pretty much. Herding in the hunts is always a good idea. Means a lot less raiding. Yeah, in general with Egypt, you get this great way of basically avoiding getting raided, where you can just throw the vills into the caravan and let the caravan drive them off somewhere. Yeah, which is pretty good, I would say, because it's one additional garrison type that you can utilize to your advantage, similar to what Korea does with their garrisoning and military units and military buildings, and other ones too. Now we're starting to bring in the Bedouins too, so prepping all that XP as well for shipments, which is always smart with Egypt and the fast industrial build. And where are we at with Italy, by the way, too? Does Italy have any sort of rebuke, or... So Italy's just going to age 3 now with the city planner, which will grant a covered wagon for a town center. So they're going to take a bit of booming time too. Now, what are they going to do to defend out of the gate against all this Egypt stuff? I think best move is go with the Brigadiers. Yeah, Brigadiers will be good here, because they will be great against the Egyptian cavalry, namely the Mamluks. I guess the cable riders as well, but yeah, in general, you're going to have to worry about assault units when you're going up against an Egyptian fast industrial, because 2 of the big heavy air units, Mamluks and Cuirassiers from French allies. So if you want to sort of prepare for an Egypt FI, just know that the biggest threats are going to be assault units. Second would be artillery, I would say. Like actual artillery in some cases, yeah. So where are we at with, Omar is in age 4 right now. That means he can start accruing shipments. Where is his palace? ¿Dónde está su palace? I'm just trying to see if he has a palace caravan yet anywhere, because that's going to be pretty key here overall. Wow, that's a lot of revolving cans right there. A lot of Gatlings. That's pretty good. The good thing about revolving cans is that they are good at multiple units at countering them. They can counter infantry because they have infantry multipliers. They can counter artillery because they have artillery multipliers. And they, depending on certain things, can be good for being good against cavalry, yeah, pretty much, because it is considered a machine gun, thus that rapid fire consecutive attack does eat through cavalry armor sometimes too, so definitely keep that in mind. Yep, I see everybody's liking the Egypt build so far here. Also, again, the mountain guns. This is probably one of the most primary shipments you want to get with the Egyptian FI, because these are essentially two heavy cannons in terms of stats. These will be really good for plowing down whatever sort of defenses Meadow has in his base, honestly. We do have another 3.5 minutes on the treaty, so anything could change at this time. Is actually training Mamelukes from his town center. He actually went with the signature card Rebellion of Ali Bey, which allows you to train Mamelukes from your town center caravan, which is pretty nice, you know. This will essentially provide him a nice tanky unit for plowing through Italy's base, provided they don't go full Brasigliati, in which case that could cause a big issue. Even more Mamelukes, it looks like. Yep. And now is getting the card Al-Nada. Library Improvements Research instantly. So basically, once he wants to get the red and yellow library texts, those will come out practically instantly out of the gate. So he doesn't have to wait on them as much. Which means he could technically cycle back through to Imperial Age very quickly and actually regain those shipments he's spent already all over again, you know. Again, another 2 mount cans. Again, another 4 revolving cans. Getting whatever sort of cav stuff he wants to get. So that could be quite useful there. And he might consider that overall, I think. We'll see, though. We'll see. Going for Alpini, I see, from Italy. Gets another couple town wagons. I just don't know if Meadow knows what he's doing here against this Egypt. See, he's got Mamluks, Featherhin, and some artillery. This is going to be a really big combo between cavalry and artillery here. We'll see if Meadow can do this, but I'm not too sure, honestly, now. It's going to be really challenging overall, I would say, yeah. Big time. I wouldn't be putting your Alpini right there. What does he think he's gonna do? Is he gonna raid his villas or something? What's the lad doing? What are you doing there? Oh boy, he thinks he's really gonna raid him. Very smart. Very, very smart. Yeah, no, he's gonna get the cannonball right in the spaghetti. Yeah, and the meatballs. Yep, here he goes now. Here comes Egypt. Egypt is upon you. Funny thing is, he didn't even have to ship the Mamluks, and he just trained them using Ali Bey. Which is pretty cool, you know? It's kind of like the old school Egypt where I would just train the Mamluks that way. Which is pretty nice. Oh, interesting. So he actually already got the capitulation of Alexandria too. That basically will mean any like shipments filled with cuirassiers and horse artillery will be much cheaper in export to ship in then too, which is quite nice. Meadow not paying attention is going to get completely blindsided. Oh, big time. I mean, he dodged the artillery, but did not have any prep time for the shock units, though. Which is kind of unfortunate there, yeah. Oh, boy, you didn't prepare at all. Now, if Meadow got like 1 million Basigliaires, I think he would have been great here. And would have really punished Egypt hard. Because he made the wrong unit with not enough numbers. GG. So you gotta read the signs, man. I don't think Meadow knew it was coming, but yeah, if it was made down with this from Omar, I would just go full maneuver. Because you're dealing with artillery and you're dealing with cav. Maneuver is going to be really good against both of those. Yeah. If you had to pick a particular unit class, yeah, you just go maneuver. Alright, so let's look at some post-gamey type stuff. Clearly Italy had a better eco, but just did not apply it. I mean, brother, you had time to prepare. Why did you just do that? 32 skirms? You had time. Should have just went maneuver and you should have had like 80 of them or something. Not 80 of them, but like 50 or something. They were 2-pop units, so you really can't stack them that much. But yeah, I could have at least went maneuver against that. Would have gave you much better odds. And in the case of the Basigliaires, even though they don't have multis against artillery, you could have still win the melee with the artillery after grinding the cavalry, and it would have been great. Yeah, pretty much. And you could have, yeah, I guess you could have still did some Alpini, but you'd have to put them in the back. Keep them out of range since they have about 24 range. Keep them way in the back. And then if any infantry shows up, you got something for that. Yep, I mean, we'll look at military unit population. Like, this versus this and this and that, this and that. That's where things went wrong for Meadow there. He had to just keep it in the right place there, and he just failed so hard at that. Yeah, unfortunate, isn't it? But either way, we got another match for you right now. Let's see what it's called. I'm going to check the cord right now, the Discord, and see what the game is called. It is called Germany and Mali versus Russia and Peru. So That should be interesting. And then we got another Omar game after that, and then we got a Cap one. So, pretty good collection of stuff so far there. Yep. I'm going to put the light on in the room. It's getting a bit dark in here now. It's about nightfall, so I'm going to put that on right now, and then we'll get right into the match. Okay. Very good. Yep, let's go to this one right here. Oh, it's going to be Omar and Luis Kaiser versus Faringo and Meadow. So, indeed, a couple of even teams there. You got one noob and one pro. Well, Kaiser's a much bigger pro than Faringo, but still. I mean, Kaiser knows the builds. That's the thing. Kaiser's really disciplined with his build, so he can do some pretty good tricks. Yeah. So, yeah, he's going Maori, so he's playing pretty big on the build orders here. Yeah, it's very rare we see Maoris, so this will be a really nice treat for everybody that doesn't see them a lot. Basically, Maori is the only Polynesian cultured civ in the mod right now. So, basically what the Maori are great at, they have a very different age-up system. So they go on voyages, and the longer the voyage age-up they do, like, it's more... See, most age-ups, they all age up around the same time, right? But for the Maori, the way it works is they have some age-ups that are cheaper and faster, and some that are slower and more expensive, because you're basically sailing on the water to other places. So if you're sailing to a nearby place, it's going to be quicker and cheaper, but going to somewhere far away, it's going to take a lot to do that. And those bigger voyages, while they take a long time, bring you big rewards. Not only will you get everything you're normally used to, but you usually get like natural resources, you'll get some military, some animals, even shipments you can send. Yeah, shipment points, that's really good. Right, so that's kind of the idea of the Maori, is you're kind of balancing what voyage to get when, so you might be able to get some extra cards over your opponent, which is really nice. Yeah. In particular, Maori plays great in 2 versus 2s and 3 versus 3s, where they have a little bit of team support and not as much pressure to survive. In 1v1 competitive, Maori can struggle because it takes a bit of time to get off the ground grunting by themselves, and a lot of other faster civs will totally trip them up. So, yeah, going Maori in 1v1 can be risky. In a 2v2 like this, though, it's home sweet home, really. Yeah. As long as the other opponents don't 2v1 you and the other opponents, looking at a cell phone at Juanitas Muy Bonitas with his tongue out or something. If he's doing that, then good luck to you. You're not going to get a lot of support there, pretty much. But, yeah, I just thought I'd point that out there. Yep, most definitely. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's see what Ringo's cooking up, though, with Peru. So, he's using his usual deck, right? Yep, all the same cards. Well, wait a second. Is this the same cards? He doesn't have bimetallism, so this might be a slightly different variant. I see the counter marking, though. Like that age 1 mining card, but he does not have the age 2 one. What he does have, which might be used here, is the Polvorazo. Polvorazo basically improves your exploring combat, and gives him the ability to build landmines. And those landmines are just like real landmines. So if you walk on them, your unit will instantly die and go flying into the sky. And I'm not kidding. It's quite powerful. Normally, only European spy... Well, I shouldn't say European, but civs that have access to spies from the safe house can do it. But unfortunately for your Latin American civs, they don't have a safe house with spies. They get the town hall and the Caudillo. So for you as Palu, the only way you're going to get landmines is by using that card with your Prosser Explorer to basically set those up. Yeah. Does look like Meadows Russia is raiding a bit here with some Plastunis. Now, if you remember correctly from the past, the Plastunis were a sort of assault unit you would get from the blockhouse, right? Sort of like a trashy heavy cavalry almost on foot. What they ended up doing is they turned the Plastunis from a blockhouse bound assault unit to a explorer bound scout unit. So basically a helper for the explorer, almost like those war dogs that the Spanish use. Except these guys are actually still classified as cavalry, just scout cavalry, so like hussars, but with built-in malice against villagers, so they don't act as age 1 raiding, because that would be too busted. Yeah, but when it comes to other things like fighting skirmishers, artillery, infantry, sometimes they can be quite good, you know? Yeah, they can generally be pretty good. And they still have their charge attack, too. So that's still active. That's still a thing that they get, pretty much. They did bring down the stats a little bit since it's no longer a regular military unit, though, unfortunately. And they changed the armor to pierce since it's no longer part of the assault. It's part of the scout class. One thing that you will enjoy, though, is the fact that they get shadow upgraded with each age up. So when you go from age 2 to 3, they are going to get a veteran upgrade. If they go from age 3 to 4, they're going to get the guard upgrade. If they go from 4 to 5, they get an imperial upgrade. So they become more useful over time, basically is what I'm saying. Boy. Attack here. Yeah, see, that's a problem there. Like, Varingo's trying to warn... The Varingo's trying to warn the kid to attack here, and he's not doing it. He's just like, boop, 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 boop. Yeah, I didn't even notice that. He was like... I think he was trying to right-click, and then suddenly Juanita Muy Bonita showed up into his brain, and he's like, oh, Juanita Bonita, gotta look at that. And yeah, basically, you know how it is with Walero brain. I don't have to explain it too much. Now, will they actually get a Villier? I think they will, even with that malice in effect. Yep, gets 1 villager. Probably could have gotten 2 of them if he was a little bit more attentive, but that's fine. You got something. Something is better than nothing, you know? Big time. Yeah, in general, these PA buildings become really good over time for defense. Because you see, they have all sorts of different technologies. They got ones that improve the hit points, ones that improve the population that they have, ones that improve... actually a food trickle, so they can gain a bit of a food trickle. So they're basically like mega town centers almost. Like these, you could tell from the walls, right? The palisade walls around that these are like closed in little communities. So really good defensively. Hey, it looks like they defeated the dingo over there from the Maori. Will the Plastuni get away? It doesn't look like it. He's actually using his Maori explorer to attack those Plastunis. And now he's going on his second voyage. Where is he going to take off to now? Now he's going to go to the South Island. Now this is sort of a build we've been seeing lately with Maori. He is an age 2 to New South Wales, so it's like the more moderate age up time. And then for your age 3, you go with the super fast age up, the South Island age up. It's the cheapest one and the fastest to do. But you don't get any rewards for it. So it's like the Exiled Prince, but cheaper. Which, you know, if it was a European civ, you'd go like, oh boy, that's crazy. Why would you do that? Why would you let him do that? But with the Maori system, it ends up working out pretty well with their voyages, right? And then for the rest of the game, if you age up, then you just get the more expensive voyages that have the bigger rewards attached to them, pretty much, yeah. What we're probably going to see is a acquisition of shipments like these, maybe these or these. So essentially the marksman one, the spearmen, or the fighters, depending on what's going on. In this particular case over here, we would probably see the marksmen or the fighters, right? Probably the fighters, because you're dealing with some scout units here in the form of the Plastoonis and the Cossacks from the Russians, so you kind of have to be ready for that sort of thing. Yeah, 100%. Omar is going to try to defend with some line infantry, it looks like, which should be good against all this sort of shock unit stuff. Let's see if he can defend that. Yep. Good defense overall, I would say. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of a blunder by Russia, honestly. They really shouldn't be trying to tempt them. Like, normally when you see muskets and you have, like, Hussar units, you're supposed to bail on that, unless you outnumber them really well. But no, you're asking for trouble with that sort of thing, and now he's going to lose all those units for free, man. Boy, that's pretty bad. Yeah, I don't know what Bringo's thinking at the end of that. He's like, oh, no, this is so bad. So bad, yeah. I mean, Bringo's trying. He's trying to get down his training grounds right now, which is essentially the Maori's primary infantry building. And he's going to get it down. But unfortunately, all those Purakumu marksmen completely shred him. Yeah, because see, the way the Maori works is they can pick two different units out of one unit. So in Age 2, you got the marksman, the spearman, and the fighter, right? But from Age 3, you get to pick two variants of that unit. So you can either get the Purakumu marksman, which has more range, or the Tupara marksman, which has a short range, sort of like shotgun, area of effect type, damage type thing going on. So yeah, normally these days we see the Purakumu. Because back then the Tupara used to be like a powerhouse, but they nerfed it so bad that yeah, it's better to just go Purakumu for the extra range nowadays. And do that, yeah. Looks like he does have some Cantonists though, which are skirms. So yeah, I believe the Purakumu should win that easily. Varengo just rage quit. He's like, oh no, I'm not dealing with this gringo. No. Not this gringo. He doesn't know what he's doing. I can't blame the poor Juanito Pluano. Not at all. Yeah, I mean, cause you're seeing them throwing Cossacks right into muskets and stuff, and it's like, oh, this can't end good. Definitely not. Absolutely not. Yeah, I mean, he's gonna try to go for another little pushy right here, but, yeah, at this point he's well fortified, so, yeah, and again, he's throwing it right into the muskets. He's throwing them right into the paper shredder again. Look at that right there. Nope, it's usually what you want to try to avoid doing, yeah. 100%, it's what you don't want to do. Absolutely not. We don't really need to look at the post game on that one. I think we already know where that was going for that one. Yeah. Yep. 100%. Big time. So yeah, we're going to go into the next one now. What's this one going to be called? Let's see the name right here. It is going to be called Germany and Central America versus Italy and Chile. So probably teaming up with Zog against two other players. It's going to be Omar and Gilder versus Meadow and Aladdin. Yeah, I think in that case, my hat's going to be off to Team Omar. Yeah. Let me get that one for you. Germany. This one right here. Very good. Nice. This time we're in the Munchuk, that wonderful swamp map where this thing sort of looks like a little bit of a sun, doesn't it? With like the big circle and the little spheres coming out of it. Yeah. Basically on this map, you got this big portion of land up here with hunts and mines on it, totally submerged in the swamp. So, if you get raided out here, this is like the wild, wild west out here. Partner, this is like the wild west, so you're going to lose all those vills. Closest you can put a garrison to is to like a tower like right over here or somewhere over here. So, you really need to be careful on this map. Big time. Omar is now going for turkeys. I did see him gathering a little bit of the berries right there, and I'm like, why are you going berries, my friend? I mean, it's nothing wrong with fruit. Fruit is good for vitamins and nutrients and antioxidants, but the hunting rate is a little bit better, so you gotta keep that in mind. Yeah. In general, now we're gonna see Gilder's Central America in action this time, so it should be an interesting change of things. Can't recall if I've seen Gilda go Central America, but I think I have. Right? And who's the Italy going to be? Meadows going Italy again, and Aladdin is going as Chile. We saw an Aladdin Chile last week playing with Kaiser and Omar. Yeah, that was a pretty interesting one. Yeah, where they completely melted the opposition. That was a pretty nice match, I would say. But we'll see how Aladdin does with Allied Italy. Yeah. Basically, we got a lot of economic powerhouses in the game today, except for Italy. You know, for Chile, it's all about getting their regular technologies, because with Chile, they get this interesting dynamic where for their Roto villagers, basically these Juanitos and Juanitas right here, where when you research a technology like from a market, from a mill, plantation, or even a home city card, that's economic, it has an increased gather rate improvement on these particular villagers, basically making them more effective. But it also means that they gain an incurred resource costs onto their training. So if it was like a wood chopping technology, yeah, you're going to get an extra like 10 to 20% extra wood cutting rate from the tech, but the villager will start to cost an additional, I believe, like 6 wood. So, yeah. Basically, upgrade your villages when you know they're going to survive and when you have enough of them to be worth it. And make sure that they do not get raided, because if you do, you have to pay all that wood, coin, and food again to make them. So, yeah, it's about making the most of the extra gather rate and not the added cost of replacing the bills, if that makes any sense. Yeah. Another bonus of Chile. When you ship cards, you get an extra 100 resources crate. So for like these type of cards, you'll get a coin crate of about 100. With this, about 100 wood. With this, about 100 food. 100 food. 100 food. 100 food. Wood. Food. And basically with your resource crates, they're essentially more potent now. Like, instead of 700 coin, we're talking 800 coin. Instead of like 1,000 wood, you're talking 1,100 wood. Yeah. And there's even a few of these cards that'll even give you a crate of like 100 XP as well. Though they are kind of rare. Yeah, there's only like a handful, I think like 1 or 2 that actually does that. So be on the lookout for those if you ever want to try them. Yeah. Otherwise, in this matchup, I'm going to be seeing what the immigrant's going to be. So he's going with Croatia. Croatia, while it does not give you any immediate military to make from their colony in Age 2, it does grant you about 300 wood. And the technologies for Croats in Age 2 are pretty economic in kind of some wacky ways. Like one of the techs will improve your church build limit by about 2, I think. Like, you can build additional 2 churches, if I believe correctly. And that means generating an additional 1 XP point per second if you build them. So, yeah, it really turns you into a shipment powerhouse. And then the other one is involved with giving you a gold mine and improving your mining rate on top of giving you that gold mine. So, kind of a gold booster in a way. Yeah, quite good. What's Central America doing, though, if we can tell? So they're going with the Polish wave. That seems to be a pretty popular one for the Central Americans, namely because the Central Americans actually get a natural resource card that also fattens animals quicker, so there's a bit of synergy there that sometimes can be unlocked pretty much. And in general, the Danube Legion Grenadiers work pretty well, too, so I can't complain too much about those. In terms of deck, what do we got here? Gilder, my man. Why are you missing cards? Why is the man missing cards? 1925. 1925. 1925. Is it totally possible that Gilder felt so bad about poor Meadows' performance in the previous Ricori game that he'd actually decide to get rid of cards to give him a better chance? Totally. Or again, Gilder unfortunately became the victim of the Juanita Bonita ojos in his cabeza and started staring at Juanita's Bonitas and probably got pinged on Discord to hurry up and had to get into the game before he put all the cards in. So, yeah, that's why you can't. You got, just like you got to look both ways before crossing the street, kids. You got to make sure to keep your eyes off of the two Juanitas Bonitas next to you when you're crossing the street, because then you won't focus on what's ahead of you. In this case, building a deck. So you have to be careful of that sort of thing. Always. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. So he's going to go double racks, it looks like, so going heavy pressure there. I'm imagining his ally Germany is going to probably do the same with barracks and go line infantry. My guess would be Central America is going to go with one of the more Escopetero-focused builds, like maybe Los Altos, Guatemala, one of those ones. Yeah, basically one of those. I think El Salvador, too, is in that category, if I'm correct. Yeah, I think so. The awesome thing about the Central America Civ is when you switch to a new roster, it actually changes the flag in your home city, too, which is really awesome. Like, look at this right here. Now you can see the new flag. And if he changes to another one, it changes. If he changes back to Central American Union, then it changes back to that. So there's a total of 7 different flags that your Central American Civ can be at any time. Either the Union, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Los Altos, Costa Rica, and Nicaragua. So all of those are options, basically. Now, it looks like he is going to go Conscripto, whereas I'm assuming Omar's probably going to do line infantry. So they're both going Musketeer. Is that right? Looks like Chile actually did ship in some Guaticueros. These are basically a Chilean native skirmisher. So basically going to be pretty good against... well, wait a second now. This is kind of interesting. It looks like their ranged attack is normal, but their multipliers against the siege troopers and artillery is actually only in melee. So it's kind of a weird unit almost, yeah. Good against siege units and hand combat. So basically at range, it's a pretty solid unit comparable to like a grenadier or something. But in melee, it can actually grind grenadiers down. So that's kind of an interesting dynamic I never noticed. Because I remember back in the old days, it just used to be like normal sailor units. But now it seems like they're actually pretty decent early game units, too, to ship in. Because they won't suffer as much against cavalry, you know. Statistically, they'll be like shinobis from Japan when you're fighting hussars and stuff. You know, not the best, but not the worst either. Definitely. So, definitely something to consider when I'm putting together Arena for Wars of Liberty someday. Whenever they fix, you know, the scenario stuff there with Bugston and everything, then we should be able to get that going, yeah. Looks like a bill was raided. Take out some conscriptos, yep. Very good. Very nice. Got some artisanal cannons too. Gotta target those onto the conscriptos at least. Meadow is doing pikemen against muskets. Why? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué, Juanito? Why are you doing that? I mean, you gotta help your ally out. You're not gonna... Because, see, this is the problem. Now he's letting him get so many conscriptos, and now he's pressing on his artillery now. And, yeah, you gotta support Aladdin a little bit more. And as Aladdin always says, play it. You gotta play it, Juanito. You gotta play it. You can't sit there and play with pikemen and just watch Juanitas Bonitas all day and send up your build orders. It's not gonna work. Yeah, see, he's still doing pikemen. I don't know what he thinks he's doing there, but he's burning through resources that he could be doing a lot better with if he went with volunteers, you know. If he went volunteers, I think that would be a great synergy here, but if he's going to keep doing pikemen, he's going to keep running into problems. Basically, yeah. See, he's still doing pikemen. Somebody's going to remind the kid that pikemen is only good against cav and not muskets. It's kind of just feeding him at this point. Yeah, it's literally like he went down to the hot dog stand, got a hot dog with mustard, relish, maybe even ketchup, onions, sauerkraut, maybe even some chopped pieces of bacon and celery salt, and his hand feeding it to him with the like napkin and stuff. That's basically what you're doing when you send pikemen in, like artillery and muskets like that. All right, now we switch to the Seminole archers. That's a lot better, but you probably should have done that from the start, my friend. That would have been a much better push there, because now Gilder has the initiative, because now he has his 2 artisanal cannon shipment active right now, and now you got to deal with that mess. So now it's going to take a whole repositioning and everything to fix that, pretty much, yeah. Should they build order OP? Yeah, I pretty much eyeballed what I would need for a decent match, and I just forgot about the rest of the deck. It's still like this, by the way. Oh, so you haven't even updated it yet. Well, yeah, make sure when you do Central America again, you get that patched up. From what I can see from your deck, I mean, you got most of the good cards. You know, you got the artillery, you got the crates. This one, Icy Kaneka White Treaty. This is good for immigrant workers. Poponeca, Central America Expo. You got most of the necessary ones. What I would suggest you do is maybe consider putting in Furrier, Spice Trade, Countermarking, and bimetallism. Get those mining and those those natural food source ones, because the thing is with the Carataro, you can rebuild banana plants and you can rebuild gold mines, which means those nature resource cards are actually really good in the late game in Central America. And you can actually go completely bypass around the plantations and the mills if you really know what you're doing. Yeah, it's like really neat how you can pull that off as that Civ. It really is nice. And he's still doing pikemen. Still doing pikemen. Looks like Aladdin has added some Yungueos now. These are the Chilean Grenadiers. What makes them a bit different than other Grenadiers is their cooldown on the grenade throw is actually shorter. I believe it's 45 seconds instead of 60, but it might even be a bit faster. It might even be 30 seconds. So, yeah, they're really good at just throwing lots of grenades out very quickly compared to the other ones. Yep, see, they're already throwing again. That's quite good. That's like a really good setup for a Grenadier. Making them... They're generally more efficient against infantry as a result of that, you know. So, yeah, if you're worried about the cooldown on your Grenadiers, they might not get that much throws in. With the Yungueos, you don't have to worry about that as much, really. Yeah. Omar being a champion, going full veteran skirmisher now. That's going to be basically fatal, I think, to this whole push that they had in mind. Yeah, I don't think Aladdin can really make up for that here. Yeah, see, now the Seminoles, now that they're being deployed this late, aren't going to do well against these veteran skirms from Germany. It's kind of like a fatal situation, pretty much, yeah. Big time. He's going to start sieging at that native site now. Yep. Looks like it's almost down, right? Yep. Why with the pikemen still? Why with the pikemen? We haven't seen an entire cav unit all game and he's still doing pikemen. It's like he's playing the Age of Empires 3 campaign with Morgan Black and the Knights of St. John. Yeah, I don't even know what that pikeman thing is all about, but that's probably should change at some point over to full volunteers. Yeah, like if he did more of these, he'd be in much better shape. And they cost about the same thing too, so it's not like no excuse like, oh, the pikemen are just cheaper or something. Nah, they're about the same cost. 40 food, 40 wood. Literally just legacy, you know, crossbowmen versus pikes. Same stats too. So, yeah, you really shouldn't be doing pikes. You should be doing crossbowmen. Or, in this case, volunteers. House wall. What is he doing a house wall for? I guess it's interesting. Might hold off a little bit if they walk in that area. Yep. What's Omar doing, too? Oh, he's already got his croup factory going, so he's already going to be producing free falconets from this croup factory. Yeah, basically a croup factory is a German building that costs a bit of population to basically build. I said population. There are some buildings in Wars of Liberty, mainly factory-based ones that cost population. This one will produce artillery over time for free. And you can configure which one. You can either make falcons, culves, mortars, and eventually some forms of heavy artillery too with the help of a few cards. Like the Essen Stahlwerk for steel guns, and then another one to get the mobile armors of the Far Panzers, which is a more nation-state-based tanky heavy cannon. Yeah. See, he's already got some Falcons already because he built a foundry and actually trained them for resources too. So he's already got a big stack of Falcons here. Nice attempt by Aladin there to actually use the grenade throws from the Yongeos to eat through the Pierce armor of those Falcons, though. That was a pretty smart move. But unfortunately one that's not going to work because just not enough units to eat through 4 Falcons, unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can try to eat them with the range attack, but at this point it's... Yeah, oh, he got one of them. Is he going to get the other ones? Probably not. It's just not going to happen. Nope, definitely not. GG on that one. Big time. Yeah. I mean, definitely the fast fortress from Germany was really smart here, big time, because it ended up resulting in lots of veteran skirms and Falcons to help defend his ally. So that was a good move by Omar, honestly. This whole game, yeah. And he's going to start sieging away at that. Yep, GG. Very nice. Let's go into the next one now. Now we're going to look at a cap one. We're going to look at Happy Cappy. Hi, Glingo. How you doing? We're doing good, Cappy. We're actually going to watch your game right now. Arclises OP. Yeah, let's pull that one up right now. Should be right under A. Arclises OP. Are they that OP? I think not. I don't think they're that OP at all because, number one, they don't have Pierce armor anymore, so range attacks hurt it a lot more. And also, its splash attack was brought down to about 1 now. Instead of what it was before, it was about 2. So yeah, definitely quite a big change there. So we're going to see Cappy playing as Germany, his like favorite. It's like his favorite Civ in the whole world. It's like pizza to him playing the Civ. And then we got Kazan playing the Dutch as his ally. On the other side, we got Ringo playing, no, not anything else but Peru. And TLBE playing the Paraguay. So we got a Paraguay and Peru versus a Germany and Dutch. In terms of tier listing, the Germany and Dutch team is looking real scary right now. Very, very scary. Not just in civs, but in players too. They'll synergize pretty well here. Yeah, most definitely. Because see what you can do here is you can get a big mass of like line infantry as Germany, and then as the Dutch, you can support them with flankers, which are kind of a different type of musket. They don't have really as much hand damage against cav, but what they do have is extra range, multipliers of range against dragoons, but can still act as a musketeer, right? So basically, you know, it's really a musket crossbow hybrid, really, and it's going to work really well with what Germany's doing. So I think this is going to be a really good synergy. And as the recording implies, maybe we'll see Corsairs be used, maybe not. We'll have to see. They'll definitely be coming from Germany, though, because they're the only Civ out of the 4 here that actually has them. Yeah. The Dutch get sort of their own stuff going on, you know. They got their sort of 3 special unique units thing. Each one representing each part of the Dutch Empire, so yeah, no room for Corsairs there. Germany, though, they got room for them. And in fact, they got a secondary Royal Guard upgrade they can choose as an age up, too. The Garde du Corps. So yeah, Germany gets 3 Royal Guards. They get 2 primary ones of the line infantry, the Maykoffers, and then the Tonkopf Hussar. And then for a secondary one, about half the effect, they can get the Garde du Corps, pretty much, yeah. Alta Cocina. This is basically a card for Foodworks. Where is his Foodworks? Foodworks. No Foodworks, but he's sending that card. I don't know what he's doing. Like, I would try to get out of Foodworks before I get that card, just so I could make some good value on it, personally. Because, see, Paraguay gets these awesome factories that, again, cost population space. They get a food work for food, a wood one for wood, and a coin one for coin. Yeah, it's basically what they do. And it's supposed to act as like a secondary form of economy. Their first part of their economy is their villages, the Queguas, who now gather at a normal rate, right? They used to be weaker at gathering, now they're normal. But they have this special shotgun range attack that makes them good in combat. So they can fight things really well. Yeah, pretty much. And then for the other aspect that works, they're supposed to be more focused on resources. So trickling in lots of resources for free over time on that one task. Looks like the Explorer is starting to build his first food work right now. Ramon's company. He's also getting isolationism too, so he's double dipping the chip on the works upgrades from the home city. I never quite did this before. Usually what I do is I get a food works from the home city as my first shipment, and then I get a wood one afterwards. I don't actually get those upgrades until much later in the game, because in my principally, you're not going to get a lot of value out of just sending it on one works. You're going to get value out of like 4 or 5 or 6. Maybe around age 3. Age 4 or 5, most definitely. So, yeah, it's better to, at least for me, to wait off on those, or at least until you get into a stalemate in age 2 or something, and you're sort of deadlocked with the opponent. Then you might want to get those. But yeah, I definitely don't get them that early like that. It's a little different, you know. Now, one thing that Varengo is going to really enjoy on this game is the fact that he did find enough yaks to justify a livestock pen. Because now, when he goes with the Chinese, he's going to get all those goats from the Chinese immigrant age up, and he's going to be able to put the goats onto the livestock pen. And he's going to have fresh goat meat for like a year, or rather for a while. So that's definitely going in Varengo's favor, most definitely. The Happy Cappy build is going on up here. He does go with the Burger, which granted him about 4 silver coin crates, so about a coin value of about 440, since silver coin crates contain 110 coin and not 100. So that's quite good. Goes for the stable, so for the Husanes, going for the raid. Alright, so he's going for more pressure here. Now that could be pretty good, because on this map, which is Tibet, you got all these aspects of this summit here where you can sort of come over here, hit them there, go over here, sneak around there. You get a lot of areas where you can come in and out and sort of attack your opponents out of nowhere and hit them with surprises, right? You can even go down the slope down to the base of the mountain here, come around here, and come up this way. Like that. It's really neat how this map works out. It's one of the preferred maps for King of the Hill mode, but you can play it in games like this too, and the geography ends up making a huge difference in how you win it, because some people will use those parts of the slopes to attack, and others will just wall them up. Oh, big time, yeah. 5 Hussars, so Cappy's not playing around. Cappy's going for the full effect right here. 5 Hussars. 5 Hussars will probably go through the summit over here and then land right on top of Paraguay. That's what I think. Or he could come down too and go after Varengo too. It's going to be a bit easier, I think, even against Paraguay, even with their improved stats, because over here, Varengo can just hide in one of these buildings with his vills. Because if you didn't know, with Peru, they're Pongos, these cholos. Pongos is a Bolivian villager. You can put them in a lot of different buildings. You can put them in the town center, of course, but you can also put them in houses. You can put them in barracks. You can put them in stables, foundries. There's a lot of buildings you can hide these villas in. It's really nice how they can turtle quite well. He does go after Varengo, and Varengo goes back to the town center as a result of that. Yep. He's forced to do some emergency units, it looks like. Yep. Yep. Probably looking to go down to the bottom of the slope here and sneak up on Paraguay, maybe. That's maybe what I would consider doing, perhaps. At this point, Varengo's probably just going to H3. I can see his food growing, and then he's going to add in about 600 coin. He already sent his 700 coin in, so he's going full coin. Money, money, money. Rich, 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 like that. Going for the Royal Decree of Dutch, that's pretty rare. We usually don't see this too much. So basically it's called the Anglo-Dutch Treaties. And what it does is it gives you a good number of technologies. Basically, you got about 3 techs, and you can choose to either benefit your workers' gather rate, your slaves, or your laborers. Your workers being your European villagers, your slaves being your African ones, and then your laborers being your Indonesian ones, pretty much, yeah. So you got the Gold Coast Treaty, the Treaty of London, and then the Sumatra Treaty, pretty much, yeah. I mean, it sounds like that should be changed around a bit. You'd think that the slaves would be better with the Gold Coast Treaty, the European ones with the Treaty of London, and then the Sumatra one with the Indonesian bills, but I guess not. Yeah. As far as units, in H3 you can get some Patricios, your Argentine muskets, and then in H4 you can get the Bengali Lanciers, so some Jat Lancers. And you know, Jad Lance is a pretty solid Lancers overall for Marina, so that's pretty good. Over on the Legacy side. Wow, look at this Cappy mass right here. He's got a big Cappy mass of Hussars. He's got about 11 of the Husares. That's a pretty big stack. It's a pretty big stack. Very big stack indeed. Again, a saloon as the Kazan. What mercenaries does he actually plan on doing there? I'm kind of interested, actually. He could do... good question. Now, this isn't a definitive edition, so you actually don't know when you check the UI what mercenaries you get on the map, unfortunately. So we'll have to see what mercenaries he actually acquires there. Yeah. Just like surrounding him like an eagle with all those Hussars. It's like forcing him back into the TC constantly. That's really going to hurt the Varingo economy very badly. But here comes Paraguay with Pardos and Escopeteros. Yeah, that'll be a pretty good mix right there. Also a few of the Primero de Líneas mixed in from the building. These barracks of Paraguay basically produce these Primero de Líneas for free over time. They're basically a very watered-down, weakened Mosquetero, but they're free to make from these buildings. Well, they're not free to make completely, but the ones that all produce are free. You can still train them for resources, but they'll be very cheap to do so. Like, I'm thinking like, how much exactly? It's like a really cheap cost. It's only about 35 food and 25 wood. Yeah, that's a really cheap price for them, really. But unfortunately, he took all the spearmen down there, but didn't move enough of them with that group, because now he's got the Hussars right on top of him, and that's going to be really not too good. Yes, yeah, see, yeah, no, he should have just stayed in the prolonged melee with them, I think, and maybe take out a few more Hussars, but that's personally me. Yeah, that's what I would have done personally, but whatever. Whatever it takes, I guess. He ended up getting the Royal Decree. Does he have a capital? You need a capital to research those texts, by the way. In Moore's Liberty, you don't use it from the church. You get it from the capital, pretty much, yeah. There's the fort. Where's the fort gonna go? Builds another works. That's pretty good. Oh, he's doing volunteer gendarmes. Ooh, that's pretty good. These are a strong unit. These are basically mercenary cuirassiers with a lot of good stats. They have 2 area of effect, one of the few assault cabs with 2 area of effect still. So they do a lot of damage in that sense. A lot of hit points, a lot of damage. And hand armor, so really good in combat against infantry. Only a number of civs can actually ship them. I think the French can and the Belgians for now. So yeah, quite a good unit. Whenever you can get them. Hussar superiority working here, big time. Has them up to veteran too, so they're going to be doing a lot of damage now. Even able to take on smaller groups of hand units. Quite good. Still is going to want to dodge this group of Pardos though, because it's probably still not worth taking that much damage with them, really. Yeah, pretty much. Got the Volunteer Gendarme. Oh boy, yeah, he's gonna make the cows go home. Big time. Does get a Vil there too, so that was a really good sweep. And honestly, it's gonna be come down to Oh, I didn't think of that. So basically what I think is going to happen is Cap's probably going to go Hussar, and then Kazan's going to go Assault with the Volunteer Gendarmes. Yeah, now that's going to be an interesting one. Pretty much, yeah. Note that they are a 6 pop mercenary to get, so very pricey on the pop side. And on the coin side too, 600 coin. That's more coin than you pay to get most artillery. That is pretty big. Pretty big, honestly, yeah. Oh, Pardo, watch out. Pardo. Oh, Cap does do cursors of his own, so that's going to be really a nice combination of assault units, yeah. Quite a good combo there, pretty much, yeah. So how many is he? He's gonna have about 8 of them. Is that right? And then he's gonna get his 2 factories in. This one comes with the free heavy cannon, by the way, a free steel gun. So this is a good card to get the Stuttgart manufacturing before you get the normal factory card. Oh, he did. He got the Garde du Corps upgrade. That's cool. That's the unique Royal Guard upgrade you can get with Cuirassiers' Germany with the certain age up. It's totally optional. You actually can opt out of it and just go for another politician. Then you'll get the normal guard crusader upgrade. So yeah, you have to go with a certain politician for this one. It adds about 5% additional HP and attack, which is not a whole lot, but it does make a bit of a difference, mainly in tankiness. And it looks much nicer and uniquer too, so that's good. Big time. I think now he can actually go into a battle with these Pardos, because now he's got like Royal Guard Crusaders now. So those Pardos won't actually be able to do much against him, honestly, because of all that hand armor and HP. As long as he keeps the Hussars out there. Yeah, see, now he's splitting off the Hussars, which is very smart. Let the Cuirassiers deal with the Spearmen, and let the Hussars deal with the Escopeteros. That's what they're going to be best against, because the Hussars deal more damage in hand. Or at least they're more impervious to the skirmishers because of their pierce armor and their tags. But the heavy cavalry, the Cuirassiers, is going to be better against the heavy infantry that's better in melee. So that's the way you're supposed to plan that. Then he gets the Royal Guard Totenkopf Hussar upgrade, adding even more stats onto the Hussar and making those look pretty neat as well. So that's pretty neat there. What about Kazan? He's got Volunteer Gendarmes and a few Hussars here. Also, Cap is picking up cavalry attack, so he's going to get some extra damage onto these cavalries now, which is quite nice. Oh, let's see what these volunteer gendarmes do on the Dutch side. We don't always see these, so this is going to be a nice watch for us here. So Varengo's turtling around with his artillery again because he thinks that's like the solution to like everything. Yeah, let's just spam a bunch of artillery and nobody will know what to do, right? Yeah, no, Varengo. Some people know what to do, like they send these things in. Yeah, that artillery won't last long against those. I'm telling you right now. It's gonna not last too long, honestly. Definitely not. Look at that area of effect right there. That's insane. Oh, wow. Look at that damage. It's the last thing you want, really. Ooh, wow. That was pretty big right there. Just saying. That was pretty huge, honestly, yeah. Pretty big.
Auftrag.
Watch this fight real quick. So bad.
Ja, Auftrag. Ja?
At this point, Cap's going into full god mode. He's going for the big boys, the Imperial Tonkopfhussars and the Imperial Garde du Corps. Looks like Kazan did get some of the Toras, not the Jewish Torah, but the Taras. How do you say it? Is this a Tara or a Torah? No, I think it's a Tara. I don't think it's a Jewish Torah. Basically, it's like a mercenary Zinglin, pretty much. So it's kind of similar to the Haitian Zinglins with multipliers against Vils. But these ones have an added effect of trickling coin, too. So they pay back for some of their coin costs while they're on the field, which is pretty nice. Most mercenaries don't do that, you know. You lose the coin, you lose the coin. But not with these ones. They pay you back a bit. So that's good. It's quite nice, actually. Just running around the bases looking for all the Vils at this point, yep. But I couldn't believe how Kazan missed that wagon right there. He had the cav, like, right there. He could have, like, sniped that wagon so easily. But it's alright, it's alright. It's not much, it's not like they can do much at this point. Oh, and he actually resigned. I just noticed that up on the top right there, too, so. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Pretty much. It is what it is. Yep. Most definitely. Now the works are getting shelled down, it looks like. Yep. Very good. With the goods. That one too. Oh yeah, there you go. Very nice. Very, very good indeed. Start shelling into those houses. Very good. That's what we like to see. Oh, yep, there you go. Very good seeds there. Yep, so into that one with the mortar. Yep, very good. Nice, nice, nice. Very good. This is a Varingo moment, just stalling time for like no reason. Like, should have resigned like 5 minutes ago, and he's like, "Oh, I can win still. I can win still." It's like he has the Lars mindset, just run around the map for like an hour. Well, actually, Lars got out of that behavior a while ago. It used to be a thing that Lars did all the time. And then there was this other kid that was named Nat, like just like a, you know, like a fly, like a gnat. And his username was literally Nat, Knat, Nat. And he acted just like a gnat. He would run around the map for like an hour with flag. People would just resign because they didn't want to deal with it that much. Once he got enough resources, he would be like basically impossible to squash for like a long time. Just like you go after a gnat with the fly swatter, I guess. That sort of thing. Yeah. GG. GG. Varingo, where are you? Where are you, Varingo? Bonito. Bonito, bonito. Where you, bonito, bonito? Where's that bonito? I'm trying to find. It's like finding Waldo. Where is Waldo? Where's Juanito? Where's Veringo? Where is Veringo? Make a new book about it. Where's Veringo? Yeah, Cap doesn't even know where Veringo is. Does Veringo even know where Veringo is? I don't even know. It's probably hiding in one of these trees or something. That's Dutch's Explorer. Ah, there we go. I was wondering what was happening. Yeah. Yeah, Cap's economy is always the captain of economy. Cap. And then in terms of military, look at all this stuff, and now only 19... Oh, wow, that is so sad. Yeah, like this one is a little bit more reasonable for the amount of stuff he did, but imagine all this and only taking out 19 units. Oh, that's unheard of. That's like really... that's like cannon fodder right there. That is like a cannon fodder type of moment right there. Like, you cannot make that stuff up when you eliminate that many units consecutively. That is like total destruction mode, 100% on that one, yeah. I'm going to find what the next match is called right now out of the Rec Games channel. Now we got me and Little Gilder playing versus 3 bots. Play fast is recommended. 2x German versus bots. I asked, what is Little Gilder? And Omar said, I'm also wondering. My little brother. So I guess there's a big Gilder and a little Gilder. Who knew? Who knew that there was multiple... Who knew the Gilder came in multiple sizes, you know? Just like when you go to McDonald's and you get a large soda, a medium soda, and a small soda. You got a large Gilder, a medium Gilder, and a small Gilder. That's pretty interesting. I never quite knew that you could have Boleros in different sizes. Probably for different prices, too. So, obviously, again, the small Gilder is going to be cheaper than, again, the big one. And so forth, yeah. So, where is this game? 2x Germany. I'm trying to see where the recording is here. If I don't have it, I'll have to re-download again. I might have not have Oh, I found it. Here it is. There we go. He said to play it on fast mode because it's going to be super sluggish because there's AIs involved and they lag like crazy. Yeah, AIs in this game take a lot of like code to execute, and you have to like play on very fast speed. So, yep, see this? Like, yeah, we have to actually speed it up a little bit. Alright. So, do we really need the fast speed, or... Seems like the movement speed's pretty similar. So, who are the bots? So, we got a Ivan the Terrible, we got a Queen Elizabeth, and then we got a Maurice of Nassau. So, a Dutch, a British, and a Russian. So that's good. Alright. Let's just, I guess we will play it on fast a little bit just to show you what's going on here. So basically, you got Germany 1, and you got Germany number 2. So basically, with 2 Germanys, you can do a lot of stuff. It means you're going to get a really fast economy between both players. And you're going to be spamming a lot of units very quickly, namely line infantry, but also hussars potentially, or skirms. You can max out to like 6 Krupp factories by Imperial Age and just pump out Falk after Falk after Falconet. It's quite good. Yeah. It's definitely really good in that sense, yeah. So what do we got here? We got the bot doing a stable now, so probably it's going to spam a bunch of cavalry out. Yep. It's definitely interesting to see how the bot does with, stables at this point. So, yep, Cossacks coming out. What's the Dutch going to do? I'm kind of curious how the Dutch bot reacts here, because I've never quite seen this Dutch bot after they reworked the Civ pretty much. So this will be really interesting. So we got Grenadiers there. Yep. Yeah, definitely it's good to see it on fast speed when you're going up against bots, right? Yep, so what does the Grenadiers do? What happens? So it's going to get pressed right now by some Grenadiers. And then he decides to retreat for whatever reason with the two others and leave him hanging. Yeah. Looks like he's got some Cossacks here. What does the British do? Does the British... Oh, the British shipped a general in. I don't think the British knows how to use the general properly, though. Yeah, I don't think so. Because with the general, you're supposed to actually use these special abilities like the trumpet and the field promotion and other ones to boost your unit stats temporarily. But I don't think the AI knows how to do that exactly here. So, yeah, pretty much. I don't know why they didn't change the unit icon to the one from the Nanib campaign in India. Why are they using General Custer here? I don't know. It's a bit weird, actually. Yeah. Oh, he's getting some mercenaries, though. He's got some phalangites here. These are basically mercenary filibusters that have range multipliers against assault units. So sort of like a Carbonire almost. Oh yeah, big time. Train some green jackets, it looks like. Yep. So we got Cossacks and line infantry now from this one. This one is doing Hussars and Grenadiers. Yep. See, what Big Gilder is focusing on is basically getting a huge mass of line infantry and skirms. Yeah, and also denying him the fort, too. Yeah. Or no, he actually canceled out his foundation then, so... What does the bot do when you take out his fort? Does he just... He just stands there with the fort, like that, like... Doesn't know what to do with it. It's kind of funny, yeah. Cool, he let his general die there, which was not smart. Now Grenadiers will come in from... No, that's line infantry from the Russians, and then you got purple Dutch Grenadiers right there, yep. Made a flanker as well, looks like. Just gonna move to redcoats now, looks like, yeah. Not bad, I mean the redcoats are pretty solid all around, so I don't blame him for that. Looks like Little Gilder here is just trying to get some sort of defense going and building his manor houses out, yep. Making some of the Maltese Cacciatoris now, looks like. The Cacciatori Maltese. These are a skirmisher unit with a lot of pierce armor. About 60% pierce armor, actually, so they're very, very tanky indeed. Yeah. Now he's got some household blues as well. Some fine assault units with a lot of HP. Looks like he's going to put down a covered wagon next. Yep. I wonder if the Dutch bot in Age Force really spams out its ultimate units or not. Kind of would be interesting to see that, really. Yeah. Yeah, now I can see why it's good that we're doing it on fast mode, because this is going to be like a really long war here, and we don't want to sit here all day with it. So that was a good part on Gilder and informing me about the length of the match. Yeah, doing a good job protecting the skirms right there. Let's see if he can protect his steel gun as well, because now they're going to start pushing on there. Yep. Holding on pretty strongly there, it looks like. Yep. Looks like Little Gilder is being raided right now, so Big Gilder's going to have to come and save the day for him. Yep. Pretty much. Yep, getting completely overpowered right there, it looks like, yeah. Oh yeah. And at this point, Big Gilder is on Makeoff for upgrade. Does he have needle gun yet? He's gonna want to get the needle gun card very soon so he can fire quicker. They'll make it really easy to clean up whatever comes after him at that point, yeah. Like he's pressing really well on Little Gilder almost, yeah. Pretty much. Very nice. Still raiding his Ville there. Guess he doesn't care about the lost Ville. Probably more concerned about this battlefront now. Oh, going for the arsonist shipment. That's pretty good. For the bot, that is. Yeah, just grinding all down all of his Cossacks. That's not good. Yep. Steel gun, Makeoff, probably a good combination, honestly, for pushing. Now the British coming in for another wave, it looks like, yeah. I guess they love the Cacciatore multis, these two bots, these mercenary skirms. And then comes in with Arsonist, barely does anything. Now it looks like Dutch does get to the industrial age, and they'll probably start spamming out a lot of their ultimate units, I would imagine, yeah. Let's see if he does some of his ultimate units. Those would be really powerful here. Trade Monopoly, you gotta love AI games with that. Yep. Trade Monopoly. Putting the factory in the front of the base, which makes no sense. At all. Why would you put a factory in the front of your base so it gets burned easier? Yeah, pretty much. That's what I would think. This is basically a real decree battalion of Grenadiers. Russia can get the Pavlovskis. Oh, British has rockets now. Rocket Man. Rocket Man moment. And guard redcoats. So the yellow one's becoming a real danger there, too. Yeah. Also some household blues and stuff, yeah. Looks like he's getting pressed pretty hard there, yeah. Up, see, now he does the Washmeister cavalry. Those will be pretty dangerous for Gilder to deal with, yeah. Mainly for his artillery and his cav. I'm surprised he's not doing any of the Mushatero ones. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Marchazis, yeah. Those would be really good for the bot to start doing, honestly. But they should code the bot to do Marchazis. That'd be really dangerous, and it would fit into its old cavalry build pretty well. And then, when it doesn't have the ability to make Marchazis, it should know how to make Sword Hollanders. Looks like the Cossacks are up to guard upgrade at this point, yep. Very good. Another trade monopoly. Bot's thinking he's playing Monopoly at this point. Yeah. Quite a good defense there, yep. Oh boy, yeah, that was a good target right there, yep. Oh, the bot makes Zaris rifles too. That's very interesting. Those are anti-skirms. So they have multipliers against skirmisher units. Not that Gilder's even doing any skirmishers, but quite interesting either way. Got some Kabardan mercenaries, looks like, too. Mercenary cab archers. Guard Scots Grey. Is he even going to do Scots Grey? This is the question, yeah. Look at all those Bosniaks, though, doing stuff. You gotta love that trade monopoly. It's like sticking them on ice at that point, yeah. Gets the fort down, that's not good. It's kind of dangerous. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know why Gilder doesn't turn off the trade monopoly. So the bots fight fair. Makes so much more work for himself doing that, honestly. Oh yeah, it's like really, like why are you not doing that, you know? Yeah, basically.
Those knaves! Let us seek immediate retribution upon their bodies. They will pay for their insolence.
Another British push, it looks like, yep. Some reason the cavalry decides to leave and not help with the Falcons. Oh, Dutch coming from the other side, though. Oh, he's getting flanked. Look at that. Good tactic there by the bots, honestly. Yeah. Quite a good one. Yep. Good teamwork by the AI, actually, there on that front. Yeah. Imperial Redcoats now, yep. The bots still use hospitals, even though the hospital right now is like a currently useless building. Why do we still have hospitals in the game? Well, I guess because sometimes they can be decent healing buildings, but it'd be great if they got their technologies back, you know? It's one of the good things of the old Wars of Liberty days is the hospitals being very strong and stuff, yeah. Like the Russian bot is getting ready for war at this point, yeah. Look at all that cav. It's a lot of cavalry right there, yeah. Pretty much. Tried doing some guard cuirassiers right there, it looks like, yeah. Goes up to Imperial Age now, looks like, the Dutch one. Yeah. Looks like the British AI is trying to mix in Scots Greys now to deal with the artillery almost, yeah.
Forces are on the move to the enemy base. I shall be declaring a glorious victory in the near future. Commando.
He'll start striking out now, looks like, yeah. Pretty much. Oh, look at all the Scots Greys. It's actually kind of... Oh, they're actually working against his Falcons now. That's kind of scary. Up some more Cantonists here. It looks like the bots are changing unit tactics right now. Pretty much, yeah. British are going to come in with another big army, it looks like, yep. Now Little Gilder comes in the nick of time to get a really good push going, yeah. Pretty much, yep. Oh, he's gonna get his falconets now, yeah. Another trade monopoly. You got you gotta love those trade monopolies, right? Yeah. And to make it things real complicated for them all, pretty much, yeah. Quite the interesting match, gotta say. Oh yeah, look at this stack. This is crazy, actually. And I guarantee you what they're going to do is they're going to go on to the trading post down here and they're going to start another trade monopoly again. Just wait and see. Trade monopoly is on the way, folks. Guaranteed. These bots do. They go for the trade monopolies. Looks like the Russian bot is starting to get more infantry now. Get some Frontovics and some Cantonists. Changing things up a bit, pretty much, yeah. Alright, Little Gilder's coming in to provide some much needed support to push the line again. Yep. Yeah, Russia's completely toast, and then it's going to be an easy 2v2 then. Yeah. Yep, TC is down now, so that's gonna make the Ivan resign, hopefully. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think they got the hang of it now. Most definitely, yeah. Just have to blast through all that stuff and they should be good. Yeah, definitely. Big time. Careful footwork with those falconets and Maykoffers is needed to make it work, honestly. If it wasn't for the fast rate of fire of those Maykoff line infantry, I think it'd be a lot harder to do. So, Germany, one of the best civs to use in this type of comp stomp, really. Just because of their faster rate of fire after the needle gun card is researched. Pretty much, yeah. Oh, send the P-tards in now. That's pretty smart. That should work pretty well. He's going to use them on their mills. Oh, yeah. Take those structures out. Stop the food from coming in. Good way to harass the bot a bit. Yep. Just fight through all that stuff there, yeah.
Another victory for our side. Soon this conflict will be over with.
Cherry bums. Kind of trying to make everything at that point. Built another TC.
Dear God, I've been hit! Send for the medics!
Yeah. I think you got it about now. Yep, the Russian buzz out and they just have to finish off the British and then it should be an easy sweep to the Dutch. At that point, yeah. Sent the royal decree for the job lances, I see. And part of the Patricios. Oh, Gilder went to the Great War Age. Now he's got tanks. That should be very useful. Oh, he's setting up his Great War Age base right here, and he's going to start plowing them with tanks now. It's wonderful Iron Cross tanks. These will be quite good. And some soldiers as well, some Great War Age soldiers. In general, the soldiers are one of the fastest firing infantry in the game, so it's always good to switch out to them once you get to Great War Age. When you can afford them, that is, because they are a bit more expensive, so you have to be ready for that transition, really, to get them. Yep, good siege overall there, yeah. Yeah, he's kind of just plowing them with those soldiers. That rate of fire is really good for just... Oh, and now he's got the flamethrowers too, the Flammenwerfers. That's even better. That'll basically finish them off very easily. Yeah, those flamethrowers are quite nice in the Great War Age. They do quite a bit of damage. They actually do about 4 splash, so they can really get a wide arc of units at the same time, which is quite nice. Probably even stronger than the Chinese flamethrowers just because of that, yeah. I think they have more range. They have a range of about 12, right? So it's actually the same range as a musketeer. So they can hit pretty far away with those things too. Which is quite nice. Both the Dutch and the British bot are still in the match for some reason. Yep. British AI is still trying to resist. Yep, I think both AIs at this point are trying to resist, honestly, yeah. Probably gonna have to try to shell that town center. Yeah, shell the town centers, I think they'll quit after that, right? Yeah, pretty much. Use the tanks if possible. Then you have to get that TC out too. Yep, the Dutch one resigns while the TC's still up. That's pretty rare. Then British should be out very soon as well. Yeah, even using the bomber planes to try to take out the villains from above, so was trying to clean that up very quickly, pretty much, yeah. Yep. Alright, let's go into the next one now. We'll be going back to some multiplayer games this time. Let's boot it up. So what's this match going to be called? Let's see. So this one is one of the mystery meat ones from SOG. It's called Lag de Mierda. Lag de Mierda. So probably Rommel is there, right? Whenever it lags, you know Rommel's not too far behind. So let's give that one a go. Lag de Mierda. Lag de Mierda, where are you? See here, this one. Yep, very good. Alright, so who do we got here? 1 second, let me just do this real quick. Yep, I always have to turn the music off when you're doing a game on a non oh wait a minute, yeah, let's just start the match, yeah. Okay, so now we can start. Yeah, basically the map is Assumption, so I have to make sure that the audio is off so I don't get hit with the copyright stuff and lose the funding for it. So that's good. So basically, this is a map that takes place in the abandoned city of Assumption, right after the War of the Triple Alliance, after the Brazilian, Argentinian, and Uruguayan forces sieged the entire city to a blaze, pretty much. The buildings are still there. You know, you got the houses here. You got the factories still here, like this one, for the fabrics, and then you got some other factories like this for the wood. And then you even have one here making chairs, one here with planks of wood. You can see a bunch of other cool buildings too. This one with more chairs. This one I think is for food. Yeah, you can see the little piece of like ham bone over there. So making a bit of ham. This one's like an industrial barn. There's all sorts of neat buildings in this Assumption city that you can find. It's one of the neatest maps they made in War's Liberty, and I think it was one of the first city maps ever made, pretty much. Yeah, it's like one of the first city maps we saw. Even before the Parisian and the Venetian ones we got in Definitive Edition with the Age of Pirates mod even. So, if you like city maps, this is a true old school one for you to do. But yeah, what do we got here in terms of matchups? So we got Rodri Boy and Zog versus Metal and Varingo. Probably Metal and Zog are going to be the strongest ones here, I'm assuming, with Rod and Varingo sort of being the supports. So Varingo, of course, is using Peru. He always uses Peru. Metal is using Chinese. It's his main civ. It's his best civ. Rodri Boy is using Bulgarians. And Zog is using Argentina as an Arg boy himself. So, yeah, this is going to be a pretty good matchup. You know, it's pretty surprising when we don't see Metal using Args. You know, it's one of his most favorite civs, but China is his main civ. It's his only main civ, you know. He does play a lot of Args, but his main civ is definitely the Chinese. Cap confirmed that to me a long time ago, so don't make any questions about it. Metal's best civ is China. Like, if you beat his Args, he's going to switch to China in round 2. That's kind of how it's going to go. Yeah, so how's this match going to turn out between the civs? Well, my concern would be for Team Zog. They got some pretty slow-acting civs, you know. Argentina takes a little bit of extra time to get ready and prepared. They sort of need to get at least a few of their pastures in order before they can actually start doing a lot. In the case of Bulgaria, they get all their units and upgrades an age behind. So what does that mean? Basically, in age 2, you can't even make any military. The only units you can make are these Opel-Shened militias. And you do get this cool set of cards, though, called the Samara Banner cards, that will allow you to convert one of your Opel-Shened militias into a new unit. So, for your Opel-Shened infantries, you can turn them into Scythemen, Hajuks, or the Grenzers, basically. And then for the Opel-Shened cavalry, you get a chance to turn them into honor guards at different points. So, basically what you're supposed to do is use those Samara Bear cards wisely and overwhelm your opponent with overwhelming odds. Because the Opel-Shened units themselves are very cheap, and if you use the Samara Bearer card appropriately, you can overwhelm your opponent with huge armies you normally couldn't afford. With normal resources, as. So, yeah, it's a good way to really overwhelm your opponents if planned properly. I don't know if Rodri Boy knows how to use Bulgaria well, but we're going to find out. It might come down to how well Zog can basically mass out his Patricios and Infernals as Arg. You know, from what I've seen with Zog, he loves to go stable with Argentina and mass up the Infernals, the Infernales. He loves that sort of mounted raiding unit that he can use against your villagers. And then, when it comes to cavalry trying to counter them, yeah, the Infernals just happen to shred those too because they're mounted pikemen. Yeah, especially now since Infernals gained a boost to their hand attack. So they actually do a bit more damage now, but they have a little less HP. So yeah, they're basically going to be really... well, they actually... I think... I'm trying to remember now. Did they reduce the HP? I think they increased the cost a bit, and they increased the hand attack. That might have been it. But I know the attack was definitely increased, and then they ended up nerfing them in some way to make up for it. I think the cost is more expensive. So, yeah, definitely a stronger unit now, because remember, ARGs doesn't get Hussars or anything like that, no scout units until Age 3 with their ultimate unit, the Horse Grenadier, which they can only get with the build limit since it's ultimate. So what they had to do was they had to come up with a way of saying, hey, in situations where we need Hussars and stuff, what are we exactly going to do to make up for that loss? You know what I mean? So they figured, hey, let's make the Infernal a bit more pricey like a Hussar, but we'll give it some more damage while still retaining the anti-cavalry properties of being like a mounted pikeman. So that's sort of where that came from, really. So Peruzza going up with the Chinese. Zog is going up with the Polish, right? Yep. Honestly, there's really no reason to go for anything else but the Polish is Argentina. Like, really? Like, absolutely, really? Mainly because they give you livestock that you can put to work right away onto that pasture. About 3 muumuus that you can work with. And of course, if you want to train the butchers right away when you get enough coin out of the colony, then those butchers will come with an extra cow. And those cows can go to the pasture as well. And you'll have an endless supply of steak for a while, right? The big reason why Polish is the only reasonable option for Argentina these days is because they made a change to the pastures where the pastures will fatten cattle twice as fast now. So they actually work really well with your cow. Not just producing the cattle, but actually fattening them really well. But now the farming rate has basically been cut in half at the building. So now it's like really bad farming. I mean, you could still farm from it and get some food, but it's not good eating, basically, you know. And the big point before of Italy was, you know, agricultural villagers and everything. So really there's no point even getting the Italian farmers if you're going to put them on the pasture, because it's just going to be a really minuscule gather rate even with them. So yeah, that's basically why going the Polish is the best, because the cows are going to be much more worthy for you than the farmers are going to be. Also, Italy does not have... Here's the other thing that was always a fact, but it also holds true now. Italy and Scandinavians don't have an Age 2 unit, so the only civ that gets an Age 2 unit out of their colony you can send in a pinch is Polish with their Danubides and Grenadiers. Scandies, of course, have their Ski Trooper skirms in Age 3. Italy gets all their stuff in Age 3 with the Tatartamilian Cav and the Legion Agricolas as well. So figured I'd point that out. Looks like Metal did try to push with the shipment of Tigermen now. Tigermen, for those that haven't seen them before, these are a Quang pikeman. So basically, as I was saying before, these Tigermen are basically a statistical clone of the Quang pikeman. For a long number of patches, for like probably several years, Tahadis actually came up with new stats for these things, but eventually Bugston or Maston, depending on what you want to call them, decide, you know what? Let's just bring them back to the normal Chinese stats to deal with all the balance discrepancies and stuff, and overall it's worked pretty well, you know. It's allowed them to make the banner armies the same cost and everything, and yeah. It's overall been a good change, bringing everything back to the normal stats. The only thing that isn't the same with China is the banner cavalry, which is a replacement to the iron flail. So yeah, it's basically a ranged assault unit, which means it has a matchlock musket on a horse that deals multipliers against infantry. So yeah, basically takes the whole concept of like the Lancer or Corsair and puts it at range pretty much, yeah. It's actually something you see in Definitive Edition with the Habsburg mounted skirms. That's part of that class. Also, Harquebusiers would be part of that class as well. So it's not a new thing really. DE has done it before. Look, we got some Patricios there coming out for Args. What cards is he on as far as upgrades? So he's got Similones. It's ideal that you get Similones, that you get Saladeros, and you get Butchers. Butchers for the food gather rate, and Saladeros so all the cows that come out of the pasture are already semi-fattened. So they're already halfway done with their food process, their food cycle. So it really does not take a lot of time to eat them up, pretty much, yeah. Because Argentina loves its meat. They love their meat. They love their nice chimichurri steak, and so do I. I actually wouldn't mind having one right now. I haven't had one in a number of months right now. Yeah, used to get these pretty reasonably priced ones at the supermarket where it comes with like the sauce package and the piece of meat, and you can either stick it on a pan if you're sophisticated, and if you're a caveman like me, I can't cook, you just stick it in the microwave and it tastes just as good. Yeah, that sort of thing. So yeah, that was really nice. Could definitely use some chimichurri steak again sometime. Well, anyways, looks like they are pushing on this trading post right here. Rodri is doing some opal-scented infantry. How's his deck, by the way? Is his deck kosher? The deck isn't too bad for a 2v2 deck, I will say that. I mean, he's obviously focused a lot on crates. I would get rid of these and like maybe get some upgrades down here, like military upgrades. Like the one for all infantry, the one for the... Yeah, I would totally get some upgrades down there. But other than that, this is an alright deck that I think passes okay. So yeah, they're just working together at this point to use these infantry and... these infantry, yep. So what's the difference? So basically these infantry, the opal-scented infantry, are actually a hybrid between heavy infantry and skirmish. So they got both tags, which means they actually get both armor values. So they get hand armor and they get pierce armor. So they're kind of like a weird hybrid unit, if that makes any sense. They also get about 14 range, so slightly more range than a musket. Makes them kind of good sometimes, you know. They're particularly good in numbers, and they're also, as you can see, rather cheap, you know. 55 food, 35 coin. Not bad. Not bad at all for what they do. Yeah, not bad. Looks like metal is coming in from this flank, though, with an army of boxers, tigermen, chukonus, and the Xangus. These Chinese skirmisher women... Basically the Arquebusiers, these would be like the Chengdaos, and you know what these do, right? That hasn't changed at all. Yeah, so now we got Infernals and Patricios from Sog. Let's see if Sog can deal with these ones right now. Yep, he's putting some of the TC, it looks like, trying to push away the Chinese. Infernals might do some raiding, it looks like. Yeah, there you go. Yep, watch out for those tigermen. They do have multipliers against you. Yeah, you gotta be careful of pikemen in general with infernals. Infernals can take attacks from bayonet infantry because they don't have multipliers against the infernals, since they don't have any traditional tags besides shock unit. But for the pikemen who have multipliers against shock, as the tag that they have the multiplier against, then yeah, tigermen can be dangerous, so can boxers. Yeah, like look at this right here, he just went right through it. Yeah, and he got cleaned up rather quickly there, which was not good at all. Definitely not. Now we see the Infernals coming in again. Yep. Or no, he's going to try to do maybe some pressure on the Varingo. Yeah, totally could. What's Rodri doing? So he's just massing up all these opal-scenets. Has a few of the mound ones too. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so he's just going to try and mass up as many of these as possible, probably. Yeah. He has his summer palace on the Red Banner Army. That's interesting. Normally they say to move to the green one once you get into age 3. But yeah, I probably still wants these more basic units to deal with the Infernals, I would expect. Yeah. Yeah, he's got to get out of there. Fuck, he almost lost another one. Big time. So where are we at with ARGs? Are they on to the... Now he's missing the key food cards still, so I mean he's not quite in an advanced position yet. If he could get that, he could at least get like a big army of patricios to start pushing these back. It'd still be uphill, but at least he'd have like a mass or something they could reliably do. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like ARGs are starting to pressure Varingo a bit there. So now he's going to take all these awful chants and raid his houses now. So Varingo's actually a bit in trouble right there. He's got all these grenadiers though just standing around. I don't know what he's doing with that exactly. We'll see though. Yeah, I mean, you're going to lose a good number of cholos there. If you're not careful. Yeah.
See? Take it easy.
Yep, siege that house there. And this house over here. I'm wondering if they could take out Varingo perhaps with all this pressure maybe. But nah, I think Mel's doing a fine job at pressuring onto Sog though. Sog's gonna have some big issues here. He's actually gonna have to use his Frontier Defenses card to try to rally some quick defenses there. Yeah. Basically it's an infinite shipment you can do that gives you about 2 outposts infinitely. And it's a really good way to turtle up as a single player in the match, yeah. Problem is, though, he's got, like, both players right here in his base. Varingo stacking all those Legion Piranhas at the last moment there. And that's not going to sit well in this situation at all. All that siege, all that anti-infantry, it's going to be really impossible to make it work with an army of Patricia. Especially with the... Look at the Shaolin Master just soaking them up like that. That is really brilliant there by Metal to distract the Patricios from getting their range attacks, and that was really nice. Because now it gave the Zangoos extra time to shred through all that infantry, yeah. Varingo already attacking one of the outposts there, taking it out. This one will probably make it up, but that leaves us one outpost, and that should be pretty easy to clean up, yep. Yeah, looks like he's just trying to retreat at this point. Which you can do as ARGs because your horses move fast, but nah. It's way too surrounded at this point. Yep. Yep, just siege away at that house there, yep. Ringo getting horse grenadiers before Argentina does. Who would even think of that, right? Yeah. It's a neat card that Argentina gets, Southern Liberty Expedition or something, where you get about 5 or so guard horse grenadiers as Peru. So it's really a nice support card for protecting your base, really. And if you can keep them alive long enough, they can be a great support unit in Age 3. Since they're technically an age ahead in their stats. Fort Brimstone Hill going up. He knows that these are culverins, right? 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 Yeah, hopefully he does. Not, that'll be a big issue. Yeah, he doesn't have any combat cards on these Opalchants. They're really not in a very survivable position right now, which is unfortunate. Yeah. Trying to get advanced immigrants now, so he wants to get like some sort of Spanish colony, I guess. I don't know what he's going to get out of the Spanish colony this early in his age-up process, because he's not going to get that much of the Criollos with his battalion, so that might not be that good, honestly. No. Probably at this point he doesn't have much choices though for shipments, so I get it. It's basically what Advanced Immigrants card does, the little suitcase over here. It gives you a Spanish immigrant wagon. Then you can get Spanish immigrants too. Yeah, see the wonderful Spanish flag on the wagon itself. Yep. It comes with all the technologies available, so as you age up you'll be able to research them, so you don't have to worry about that. You get about 2 units, the Paisanos and the Criollos. Criollos being a musket and the Paisanos at the moment are some sort of aduanero, so they have like multipliers against vills, so they're sort of rating. But in the future they'll probably be more like a voltagero or something. Bit different, yeah. That was a pretty good one there for Metal. He did a really good job at pushing there. And Varengo, regardless of the pressure, knew to hide his troops sort of in the city there and just pop out at the right time and help his ally. That was some good planning there, honestly. It's good when you see that sort of teamwork occur in a match. No tanto lag. No tanto lag? What does that mean? What does that mean, Juanito? We'll see. Let's get the record game right here. No tanto lag. There we go, no tanto lag. Yep, see? So it is another non-ESOC map, so we'll just keep the music off. Sounds good. So we got Sog and Aladdin versus Varengo and Rodri Boy. So now Varengo gets to deal with the laggy lad. Yeah, I think Rodri Boy usually lags, right? And at least from what I recall when I play with them. So That's always going to be a factor in this match. You know, that sort of like, the leg, so mad, like that. Yeah. But match wise, in general for Civ, so we got Rodri Boy using Uruguay, and Varingo, surprise, surprise, Peru. Yeah. Yeah, it's like an autistic child with chicken nuggets and macaroni and cheese. He just cannot separate himself from it. But hey, I get it. You know, Peru is definitely a pretty good Civ. To get a really good early game with the Berneros and Pardo combination, you can add Mosquiteros in. Depending on what the matchup is, you can go Legion Piranha as well. So I can't really complain too much about wanting to play Peru pretty much. I like the Civ. I've grown to respect the Civ more and more in my games. It's a winnable Civ, even against harder opponents like Cap and Gigi Cristo. So I mean, something, at least depending on what the map is, you might actually use in the tournament potentially. Yeah, ways that I couldn't before. Yeah, because before what I used to do is I tried to spam out Legion Piranhas and all this food and coin heavy stuff, and it just would never work out. But now, with all the trash units, it works with the Civ. It's actually doable. It's actually kind of a really neat Civ now, yeah. I think I'm going to sneeze. I'm not. So, what is Sog is using Haitians. Have I ever seen Sog use Haitians before? I don't think so. Aldin is using Chile again. He did a pretty good job with it the last time. Its problem is he had a pretty sus ally that wasn't really helping him. He was literally making pikemen against muskets. So, yeah, now we're going to get to see this Aladdin Chile build come to full fruition. Basically relies on massing Yungios. It's his main unit. Eventually, and then shipping in the native sailors and various other units together. So, yep, the artisanal can shipping as well. So, I mean, Alvin's probably got a pretty good push planned here. And if he combines well with Sog, they should have a pretty easy rush, I think. Since Haiti is one of the strongest rush civs in the game, and it's had that title for a pretty long time. Yeah, it's been S tier for probably 2 years. Not even 2 years. Haiti has been a good rush civ for ever since the Latin patch came out, and that was back like 3-4 years ago. 3-4 something years ago, the Haiti became like an S tier civ, because before that Haiti was like a really bad civ because its bonuses and unit roster was just stale as, like, I don't know, a stale piece of bread in your soup or something. But now the Haitian roster actually works really well together with rushing. You know, they get a scout unit on foot, this England that has multis against fills, great for raiding. They get the picket, which is a great pikeman that also has good line of sight. I think it can even see stealth as well, which is another little perk. Also, they get Royal Guard Mosquiteros and Escopeteros, so good trash in the late game. What else? Well, they get a really cool ultimate unit, the Royal Dalamed, which can turn defeated enemy units into zombies, or the Haitian Revive Savite villagers, so that's good. So, yeah. Lots of voodoo. Yeah, really, Sog should have been played purple. He should have played purple here because he's playing voodoo, you know. Purple and voodoo goes together really nice. I mean, red's probably not bad either, but he probably definitely should have done purple. Either purple, yellow, or green for sort of that Mardi Gras type of coloration. At least that's what I would have done. Purple, yellow, or green. That's just me. Yeah. I think Aladdin likes going yellow with the Chileans, right? Yeah. Usually he does. Pretty much, yeah. Just checking on the chat right there, seeing if anybody wrote anything new as well. It's always good to check that every now and then. Going up with the German wave, jawohl. I personally prefer Arabs, just because of the Jundis. But I can understand people don't like the new Jundi stats. They kind of like the old Janissary ones. That's totally fine. But yeah, I don't know. I think on this map. Oh, wait a second. Does this map actually get a trade route? No, this map does not get a trade route. Never mind. I was gonna say Arabs are great because of the trade route acquisition stuff. But on this map, I guess it could go Germany. You know, yeah, because definitely the Germans have the asset of giving you the Uhlans, right? Yep. The Battolio Diabo cavalry, right? Yeah. In general, any of the immigrants can viably be done with Haiti because they all give you a battalion unit in H2, so they're all viable, therefore. So yeah, you can go Germany if you want Uhlans, you can go Polish if you want the Grenadiers, and then Haiti, Arabs will just give you like a musketeer. So yeah, I think in general Arabs works really well because most of the time you're spamming a lot of trash units. So adding in a unit that normally costs food and coin as your like shipment is usually good. But as you can see right here, Haiti can also train their own muskets too, the conscriptos. And yep, I think he misclicked the picket there, the picket fence. So yeah, he's going to go musket. And what is Chile going to do? Chile is going to do the Civico Battalion. Civicos are a very interesting musket. They're not quite as sturdy as your everyday musket is. They're not like the biggest, hardest hitting unit. But they get this great mode, the Chuplica de Diablo mode, where they pull out their sword pretty much and they start to get more loco, you know, and gain multipliers against infantry and lose their ones to cavalry. So, yeah, it's kind of an interesting thing where they can basically turn into semi-assault units almost without even having the assault tag really, and it kind of changes everything up for the unit pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I figured I'd point that one out to you. In case you're ever wondering about the Civicos, like, oh, they don't seem that good with the musket, but when they go into the Diablo mode, sometimes they can really change battles in your favor quite well. Yeah, pretty much. Looks like right now the Haitian explorer is harassing him pretty well. The Haitian explorer is very strong, actually. It actually does area of effect attack with its sword. It's almost like a Doppelsolner general. Obviously without all the damage, but yeah, when it comes to fighting treasure guardians, always use that Haitian explorer well in certain situations to really exploit its splash attack. Oh, looks like Fringo got a batch of Grenadiers just in the amount of time, too. Tries tossing them at the Civicos, takes one of them out. Takes one conscripto out, but not enough defense there. Is Rodri Boy going to send any help? I think Rodri Boy is either lagging like crazy or he's got his eyes on the Ventanas con Bonitas Muy Bonitas again. Pretty clear. Like, only a Juanita Muy Bonita could take your eyes off the screen that long to help your ally out. Yeah, Ringo just deletes his vills. Did you see that? He just deleted his vills right there. He's deleting all of his buildings now. Ringo just totally rage quit. Like, this gringo ain't helping me. No ayuda. Yeah, basically. Pretty much what's happening there. Exactly what's happening. I was writing in the Discord there, I guess Eternity is actually demonstrating his project for Risk World in Wars of Liberty. So basically, Eternity as a scenario editor was working to get Risk added to Wars of Liberty, one of the most famous scenarios for AoE 3 other than Arena and Coliseum. I made Colosseum. Eternity is doing Risk. So who's gonna do arena? Like who can we swindle into doing arena? Who can we trick into spending the next 10,000 years making arena for us? That's a good question. Like, we're going to have to promise them a lot of money and a lot of Juanitas Bonitas and probably a few tacos as well. But probably they could do it, you know, eventually. Eventually they'll make it happen. Rodri Boy is really doing well. Really doing well. So I guess he's made some of the Danube Legion Grenadiers. And he also sent the technology at the Polish colony in H2 that actually gives you 4 Ulans. So that's pretty neat, yeah. It's pretty good. Yeah, of course he's not going to survive a barrage like that. I mean, if Al didn't want to get real creative, he could literally put these in the melee and just slice through the Danube, sadly. Honestly, yeah, pretty much. Yep. Poor Rodri Boy looking at Juanitas Bonitas instead of fighting with his Danube Legions and Ulans properly. The Ulans are doing a little alright here, but just not enough support. Oh, Vringo, even though he rage quit, is still in the game? Unbelievable. Where's Vringo? Where's that Juanito? Oh, he's right here the whole time. Like, oh, where'd you go, Juanitos? You didn't finish me off yet. Oh boy. Chile OP? Yeah, according to some it is. I've totally heard people say that before, that they thought Chile was OP. I think Hector 420 said that before, and then number of other people say Chile is OP. But other people not. I guess the problem is Chile doesn't have the strongest early game. Haiti totally has a better one, so do some other civs. I think Peru has a better early game than Chile, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I think so at least. 'Cause here's the thing, Peru gets the Brunero Pardo Mosquetero setup, which, you know. Oh yeah, that game when I was going against Jesus Cristo, that's right. Remember how I kept tricking Jizo into going into his Diablo mode with the Civicos right into my assault units? It was like such the biggest lie you could ever do tactically on the field, because he went into the anti-infantry mode, but the Mosqueteros were cavalry units, and he kept like doing like barely any damage to them, probably not realizing what was happening and why he was losing the battles, and he kept doing it. Eventually he just stopped making them all together and switched to Lanceros, Artillery, and Juanitas Bonitas to mitigate the issue. That was kind of an insane one, honestly. Yeah. I'm going to ask Eternity when the risk map will be done. I'm going to ask him when that Wars Liberty Arena will be, Wars Liberty Risk will be playable. Because I know there's some Risk players on the Risk Discord server for the Asian Dynasties, but actually download Wars Liberty and install it on their legacy game just to play it. And I'm not kidding. Because there was people back in the day that said they actually were more willing to go to Wars Liberty than Definitive Edition. Just because of the content, pretty much, yeah. So now this game we're going to do is called Muelle Boliviano. Muelle Boliviano. So I think he's kind of giving us a bit of a hint there of what might be in the game. But we'll see. Muelle Boliviano. There we go. Exactly what we're looking for, yeah. Very good. Very good.
Omar?
Very nice. So who do we? Oh wait a minute! No, I'm in this match. I don't like doing ones where I'm in it because I feel like it's like wasted content because I usually upload my own games and stuff. So let's do another one. Yeah. So what's gonna be this next one we're gonna do? So 1v1 Indonesia. All right. 1v. But that's the problem, though. It was listed as a 2 versus 2, so I thought that was going to be like a new 3 versus 3 or something. That's a total scam. It's a total scam, man. I thought we were going to get something completely different, but it's all right. 1v1 Indonesia. Let's do that one. So now we can actually turn back on the audio since we're on ESOC maps once again, folks. That's good. Let me turn all this stuff off. Alright, so we got Jesus Cristo as Korea, and we got Sabero as the Haitians. So we got some Sabero games to look at today. That's pretty nice, right? When do we ever see Sabero games? That's like pretty rare. Sabero's a pretty solid player, you know. He's one of the stronger Liga players of the past. So, I mean, he's going to make a pretty big difference here in this battle, I think, honestly. He'll probably be he is going to be a good match for Jesus Cristo, I think, because I know both of their abilities. And I think, while Jesus Cristo is better with macro, I know Sabero definitely can get some pretty good battles going, usually, yeah. He's definitely playing a pretty good civ, too. He's playing Haiti. Haiti is an S-tier civilization, and Korea is also an S-tier civilization. Korea just happens to be like the best civ in the game right now, at least from what I've sort of calculated. And then Haiti would be probably like in the top 10, I would say. Something in that category. So, both very solid picks. From what I understand, usually Korea beats out Haiti pretty well, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Haiti's gonna lose. Haiti could totally come up with a trick to beat out Korea. We'll have to see though. Big time. Yeah, so in this sort of matchup, what would you want to do as Haiti to maybe overcome Korea? Well, you're gonna need a solution to the archers and the spearmen. One might say go full Mushatero, and I say watch out, son, because they get a card that actually gives their spearmen area of effect 1, effectively giving Korea's spearmen the same level of splash attack as their Mushateros do. And that can end very sour, you know what I mean? The only way that might work out is if you're backing it up with like artillery or something. Yeah, so maybe artillery Mushatero, a very expensive setup could work, but we'll see. We'll see if Sabero can come up with something against Korea, because Korea, the threat's always going to be long-range Myung archers and short-range Dangpa spearmen. Every time, you know. But always be aware, too, that if you do go full Mushatero, there's nothing really stopping Korea from even going stable and getting the Gungo Cavalry, which is their cavalry archers that they get access to in Age 2. Yeah, basically Korea doesn't get any hand cav in Age 2, but they do get a Dragoon. So they're kind of a bit flipped in that sense, yeah. So yeah, basically you gotta watch out with your assault units when you're fighting Korea. That's one of the reasons why Korea is like an S-tier civ. And one of the best one, because they're one of the only civs other than the Ottomans and the Mapuche and a number of other ones that can actually completely destroy assault units in Age 2. So things like the Mushatero, early assault units through that Team Argentine card. Yeah, if a player goes Fast Fortress and beats you to Age 3, you're not totally in trouble as Korea, because then you can just do the Gungo Cavalry. So it's one of the reasons why Korea is like such a highly recommended civ across the board. So what dang good does he do here? Arabs, really good choice. Jundis might be very useful against the spearmen, I think. But it really depends on how much archers he does, because I think at this point, Sabero's going to have to be really careful of how he manages his army here. He could also opt to go H3 and go with Skoltas. That's another option. Mix the Skoltas in with maybe Zinglins or something. Yeah, Haiti gets a lot of assault unit options. They get about 3 of them. They get the Escoltas, their mounted one that's good against heavy infantry with the multiplier. They get their foot one with the splash attack, the Mushatero, which is in theory a bit more versatile but also spammable. And then they get the Royal Endowment, which is their ultimate unit, which, again, I mentioned earlier, can actually turn units of defeats into more villagers for you. The zombies, pretty much, the voodoo zombies, the Savite revives, yeah. It's like the Arab colonies going up right now. Where does he decide to ally? So he's probably, it looks like he's going to set up the alliance with the Sufi. That's honestly a good choice, because if he does want to send the chicken card later, does he have the chicken card? He does not have the chicken card. I was going to say if he was going to get the chicken coop here, he could actually get the goats, I believe it's goats, right, from the Ramadan technology, and then plant them on that chicken coop, and that would be really good. So the fact that he's not doing that, it's making me wonder what the build's going to be exactly. So we'll have to see, honestly. Yeah. Should be really interesting overall, so we'll have to check that out, honestly. Yes. So barracks is over there. And what is he going to make out of the barracks? Probably still deciding. I mean, Korea, we know what Korea is going to do. They're going to go spearmen and archers. So barracks is coming up right now. Grand Palace is always the first wonder you're going to do with Korea. Gives you free villages over time. It's really just like an Ottoman town center, you know. It's like constantly supplying you with free villas. Only problem is you gotta make sure you keep up with the housing, because if you don't, the free villager doesn't spawn and it restarts the clock all over again. So it looks like he is trying to build the house in time. Does he get it? I think he gets it. Yep, he gets it in time. So yep, he's gonna get a free villager from there. Another thing this building does, it contains all the level 1 European market techs, so hunting dogs, placer mines, gang saw, blunderbuss, and great coat for double the price. So you can actually get a lot more early game eco by researching those here on top of what you already get at your Asian market. Yeah. So in here you got the Korean archers, the Myeongungs. These are basically longbowmen, statistically, same as British longbowmen. So they got long range, good rate of fire, but damage-wise, not the biggest heavy hitter in damage. It's just totally fine, you know. It's actually a really good unit. And then he's going to add some spearmen in. So he's combining war elephants with Zinglins. That could actually be pretty good if he does it in the right mix. Yeah, and if he can raid some of these villas too, he's going to be on fire right here. I want to see Sabero's point of view, and I want to see what he's seeing vill-wise. Yeah, let's see what he can find in the raid there. If he can find this wood line, I think he's all set. Yep. Ooh, gets one of them. Up. Up, he's going to lose one. And then he takes off. Alright. Again, one vill's not bad. I mean, he at least got something there. He could have came up completely empty, but he didn't. So I gotta give him props for that. So mixing more war. He's going to mix war elephants and conscriptos. He could also ship in the Jundis from here, the Galego Jundis. That could be good. Could be a nice combination there, pretty much. Yep. So how many war elephants is he on build limit wise? He's got about 4 of them now. It's pretty good. Yep. More conscriptos. Let's see if he can draw out these spearmen properly. What's Jesus Christo seeing here? So now he sees them. Yeah, he like barely had any line of sight there, honestly. So I'm pretty shocked by that. Yeah, now Sabero has to sort of get into combat with them. Ooh, look at this. Look at this target. He's in good shape. Oh, he's got the Zinglins too. So not just the elephants, he's got the Zinglins. The good thing about the elephants is they're assault units. They actually have hand armor against the spearmen. So they're actually... This is a good RNG map to play against Korea on. This is going to go really well for Sabero. Yeah, now he's pressing him. Look at that. Look at that. Good job, Sabero. You kind of figured out his weakness here. Using the map, of course, but still. Yeah, and then he's going to ship in pickets for siege. He can charge the archers with the Zinglins, pretty much. Yep. Well, is he going to go for a raid, maybe? What is he doing there? Alright, he's just going to plant the elephants onto him now. I think it's pretty good. He just needs to use the conscriptos to take out any tigers that show up. Oh yeah, this is where things get really dangerous, because with Korea, you can garrison your military inside a building, so you can put your archers inside the market, take them out, and fire from a better position. It's really hard to attack Koreans in their base for that reason. Because as soon as these elephants get close, he just hides them in the TC at that point, yeah. And by the way, these tigers come from this card called Lord of the Mountains, right here. And it produces tigers for free over time from your monastery, but it does cut the build limit in half. So instead of 10 tigers, you can only have 5 tigers. But still, it's great because they're free. They're just free melee units you can add to your army, which is quite nice, actually. You really should be trying to shoot these vills, too, if you can. That's what I would be focusing on a little bit, but it's just me at this point. Siege a house there. Great move there with the pickets. So let's see if we can get another house. If we can house Korea again, that'd be really good. Pretty much, yep. Very nice, actually. One torch away from housing them. That's quite big, actually, yeah. So where is Sabero in all this? Is he keeping up with like his eco and stuff? Where's his vil count? 28? Not bad. He's keeping up with stuff. That's... Oh, look at that. Look at that. Raiding the villagers. That's never a good idea with Haiti, though, because he can actually revive these for about, what, like 10 food. Does he revive them? He can revive those. Is he going to do it or not? He can use his voodoo magic on him and get him back. I guess not. No, guess not. Boy, these tigers, man. These tigers. Tony the Tiger being super dangerous there, yeah. What is he? Oh, is he trying to raid? I think he's trying to raid him. Oh, he's trying to get the archers now, yeah. And now he's going to put the Zinglins onto the Vills. Yep. Exactly. He's going to get a good amount of these Vills, too, if he does it right. He's going to get this one as well. How many Vills now? 32, not bad. Thing is, he can't let Korea grow too much, though, or else he'll become a real danger. He has to get a successful fight on these archers and keep them down. Because if Korea masses up too much, they become really daunting to deal with. And I do mean it, too. It's, like, really bad. So he's got to really stay on top of that fight, pretty much, yeah. Look at all the Vills he's going to get up there. That's quite good, actually. For some reason, that targeting seemed a little off, honestly. Yep. Pretty much. Oh, unfortunately, he's got the town center fire on him, too, so that's going to be a little annoying. Man's got to train more Vills, though, and not forget that. That's where he might fall behind here, is he's not adding new Vills into his stack at all. And staying ahead of his opponent. I would be training Vills right now. I'd be keeping that queue like going. Because, yeah, look at all the archers he's on right now. Oh, he's just shipping them in. See, this is supposed to be supplemental. You're not supposed to be using this to replace Vill training. You're supposed to use it to supplement Vill training. That's the point of the Infinite 4 Villager card for any given civ. If you're doing it because you don't remember to train Vills, it's kind of a net zero for you to do it. You'd be better off getting Gallegos at that point militarily. Pretty much, so yeah. Probably should change that tactic, personally. That's what I would do anyways. Still trying to raid around with the Zinglins, I see. Yeah. Always gotta keep doing Zinglins. At this point, England's might not be good anymore. Might want to get some other stuff going. At least he's resumed the Vil training. That's good. That'll be quite beneficial to him. Pretty much, yeah. Gets a livestock pen. Kind of a little late for that too, honestly. Should have gotten that a bit earlier. Yeah, once Korea gets that many archers, you're kind of in deep trouble. It's like a full archer spam at that point, yeah. He's actually doing alright. I mean, I don't know why he's going into melee, though. It's a little bit weird. A little bit weirded by that, but... yeah, see, once Korea gets enough archers, you need, like, huge armies of cav to, like, stop them at that point. Even then, it's hassle. Maybe you should have had, like, you know, a little bit of artillery or something, too. Artillery might have... like a couple of artisanal cans in the back or something, blasting some of the archers and clean them up. That could have totally done something. Yeah. Jesus Christo seems to understand the Korea Civ pretty well, honestly. I mean, I think a big issue was, yeah, look at these little slumps in the line here for Sir Barrow forgetting to train bills and stuff. Like, he could have been, like, up to here or something and had, like, a much better score. Yeah, but because he didn't, his resources suffered, right? Like, he could have, like, been up to here and been able to do a lot more. Like, he could have had big armies of, like, Mishateros, England, and just did some sort of tactic there and to keep him away from his base and then get some artillery and then siege him in his base. You know, one after another, basically. So, good match either way, though. Let's see what the next one is all about. So what's the next match going to be? Let me see here. So now we're looking at 2v2 in Puno. So Haiti and Peru versus Paraguay and Greece. Should be an interesting one. I will say that. Definitely. So let's see what that one's about. 2v2 in Puno. (2v2) in Puno. There we go. So what's this? I don't think this is an ESOC map, so I better change the music out. Very good. So what map is this? Oh, what map? Oh, this is Valley of the Kings. Awesome. This is a map we don't see a whole lot, Valley of the Kings. So basically it takes place in Egypt, well, where the Valley of the Kings is. And, yeah, you get these huge forts called Alamutes that protects all these gold mines. It's basically a clone of the same map in Age of Mythology. In Age of Mythology, you got the same setups on there. Except instead of these Alamutes, you have Midgard fortresses surrounding gold mines. And for some people, it's a really hard map, and other people, they loved it, you know. In addition to the Alamutes, you also have some Fellahin protecting the area as well. And this will make it particularly deadly for villagers accidentally stumbling upon one of these Alamutes, because the Fellahins will actually be able to slice and dice your villagers into little shawarmas very easily if they're not careful. So, you gotta be careful of that thing when you're doing that. How many Alamutes are there? There's one here, one here, one here, one over here. Trying to see where all the Alamutes are on the map, basically, yeah. Yep, so I'm guessing, what is this, like the Nile or something? Probably the Nile River up there. So this is pretty deep into the Egyptian valley. Alright, so who are the civs going to be? It's going to be Peru and Haiti. Veringo using Peru. Who else would use Peru but Veringo? Sabera with Haiti again. Kazan is using Galice on a land map, which is totally Giga Chad. And TLBE is using Paraguay again. So from what we can tell, it's going to be a pretty interesting duel. Kazan is a very skilled player. TLBE seemed to handle Paraguay good enough, I think, at least for, you know, this type of matchup. And we'll see how Veringo and Sabero handle their stuff up here. Should be an interesting duel. Veringo ends up getting a livestock pen to eat up all those goats. And then when he ages up as the Chinese immigrants, he will get even more goats. So he'll eat so much goat meat that he'll get tired of goat by the end of the week, pretty much, yep. And looks like TLBA is doing a similar build, starting with Alto Cocina, even though he doesn't have a food work yet, but that's besides the point. I'm not going to focus too much on that, but I'm just saying, as a Paraguay player that like wins tournaments and matches with it, I wouldn't send that card first until I at least got one food work. Ideally 3 or 4 in like age 3 or something. That's way too early to get an upgrade card like that, because here's the thing. You're getting only like 0.023 something food out of that, and it's like you're barely even eating well with that situation. It's just not good. You know what I mean? You're better off waiting until you have 3 of the factories, so it actually adds up over time and you can start to make some real units with it. Yeah, that's at least what I think. And then when he doubles up with it with isolationism, it's like, okay, so you could have gone to Food Works instead. You could have gone to Food Works first and then got Alto Cocina. And maybe you could have set up your build so you got 2 Food Works in age 2, age 1 with Alto Cocina, and then you got lots of food. And that way you could even go Croats, you know, and not even worry about the bakery's tech anymore, you know what I mean? If you're trying to think outside the box, I think going the bakeries for those 2 extra food works is probably better. Because it's 2 food work wagons for the price of 1. 1 shipment, 2 wagons. And then you get the upgrades too for the artisanal cannon to make it a really good piece of artillery. Here's what I think, yeah. So what is Greece doing here? So Greece goes up with Theodoros Kolokotronis from the barracks. This will grant him, I believe, some scythemen and clapes. So a bit of infantry. Yeah, the thing is, when you play Greece on a land map, they give up like their most essential SIB bonus, which is the ability to get free fishing boats from their docks over time. Right, like, I think if Greece was on this side of the map, Greece would be doing great, because they'd have this water right here, the Nile, and then they'd have this over here. So they'd actually be able to use those fishing boats with fishing traps in like the mid to late game. But on down here in the desert, where it's super dry and cracky down here with all these rocks and everything, you're not going to be able to use those fishing boats at all. So you're kind of just playing, you're giving up like one of your main Civ bonuses, and you're just playing like a normal Civ. The only thing Greece really has standing out when they're not on the land map It's where these special cards like this with the special borders, which means depending on which politician you pick, the card gets a booster to it to make it more efficient. So, like if you send it with Macedonian Struggle here, basically your Clapes will not only be stealthy, but they'll also move slightly faster. This will give your Clapes an added, will double the, it actually won't double the effect of the card, but it'll make it 50% more effective. This will make the card doubled, and this will double the card, and this will make it 50% stronger. Yeah. So it really depends from card to card what it does. Some it affects it 50%, some doubles it, stuff like that pretty much, yeah. So it really depends on what you're looking for. But in general, the Greeks are going to have some really good shipments depending on which path of politicians they do. Yeah, because otherwise, you know, there's certain politicians that I would personally like to do usually that I don't do. But just because they have some good effects, I pick other ones instead. And that's why you always see me like build an artillery foundry out of nowhere as Greece, so I can actually get the Kitsos Tavelas effect on the Clapes, giving them more siege against buildings. And stuff like that, yeah. So, going Clapes, it looks like, for Greece. Probably the best unit they're going to have in this matchup. What sets it apart from other early skirmish units is that it has 18 range instead of 16, making it a little bit more competitive when going up against enemy infantry. And then once they get their arsenal tech from the tower house, and whatever age they do that in, then they go up to 20 range, which actually puts them on par with other like with actual late game skirms. And then in fact in age 4 for the Royal Guard, you turn the Clapes into the Evzonai, who will actually drop their wood costs and get a coin cost, and actually become like a late game like skirm that you can use with like all the coin you get from your olive plantations and your strawberry crops, which is really good. Yeah, it's like actually great pretty much from that side of things, yeah. Looks like we got some Clapes right over here, and they're gonna start kiting these Legion Piranhas as much as possible. The extra 2 range does help a whole lot with that. Yeah, oh, gets one of the Juanitas Bonitas. Wow, look at that. Juanita Bonita going down for the... Oh, but the grenade throw was very good, too. So, it looks like Paraguay has some Escopetero bros. And Clapes trying to do their best to target all the spearmen and all the heavy infantry. It's like a big heavy infantry fight. Let's see if the Marauders can be directly pounced onto the Grenadiers at all, because if they can, that'd be pretty good. Looks like the Haitian explorer does chase down the cab, though. They're going to wait over there until they can get a proper target, I think. However, there's just so many pickets there, so many spearmen, that I don't know if the Marauders will even have a chance to really hit the Grenadiers right in the right area, you know? So yeah, we do see some Scythemen now coming from Greece. Going to make some more Scythemen now, shipping in about 6 Clapes. Trying to get a good infantry mix there to try to go up against Sabero and Varingo. Problem is he's going to really need TBLE to be working with him and coordinating a proper form of attack of his infantry and everything. Otherwise, it's not going to work so well. So what is TLBE doing here? Escopetero of 1 barracks. He's also getting some free Primero de Nines, obviously, from the barracks as well. Ideally, he's going to get barracks number 2, stable 1 and 2. So that way he's getting a line of free Primero de Nines, getting free Akayobatais, so free scout, free assault. And if he does get the resources, then he can start like double queuing the Escopeteros instead of just getting 1 pretty much, yep. Should be pretty good, yeah. Yep, looks like you're gonna need those skirmish units to clean up all those spearmen now, right? Oh, 100%. Yeah. That one. That one too. Very good. Very nice. I guess they worked their way through the spearmen. Now they just have to kite all the rest of the stuff. Big thing is stay out of the range of those grenadiers, those Legion piranhas. Otherwise, they're going to throw the bombs at you, and you're going to lose a lot of claips in the process. I mean, the Escobatero is probably a lot less useful because of their lack of range, but you get it, right? Like, you need to still be careful with that. So these Escobateros have like 14 range. That's actually really bad for a early skirm. I get that it has an area of effect and everything, but still, not the best thing I've seen before, really. Oh, and that's the other problem too with Peru. Because of that speed on death bonus, as you take out Legion Piranhas, the other ones start to run a bit faster for a number of seconds, which means they can actually outrun your claips and actually get the bombs right where they want them, like that. See how Varingo's just moving the grenadiers to where he wants, and then he's throwing the bomb? That basically ensures I'm going to get as many claips as possible within the targeting range. And essentially do a really good cleanup job on that side, yeah. Yep, now you see the Singlins starting to slice through whatever's left of the Paraguayan infantry. And it's looking like it went south and sour very quickly, yeah. Very quick match overall, I would say, yeah, big time. 100% on that one, yeah. Yep, looks like it's done there. Zinglins are still doing pretty immense damage to all the stuff that Paraguay's doing. And I think they basically won this match. I mean, I don't think Greece can really do anything on a non-water map. Oh, he's got sailors. Very good thinking there with that shipment. See, this is one of the good maps, good situations to have sailors, because the sailors have multipliers against siege troopers. So the sailors are actually going to be a really good fighting unit to fight Legion Piranhas with. Maybe he should have gotten these out a bit sooner, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe he would have lost them when they were grouped in with the Claves. Who knows? But yeah. At this point, it's hard to salvage this match at this point, because you just don't have too much on your side right now. Yeah, Kazan just trying his best with these remaining sailors to try to target any Zinglins, get any sort of piranhas, and just finish it off there. Now, yeah, Paraguay's starting to lose works now, too. That's like red flag number one when you're Paraguay. Once you start losing those production buildings, those works, you're basically going to be really behind in your eco, and you're not producing stuff anymore once the works go down. The Coiguas really can't handle the resource acquisition by themselves anymore. Yeah, so it looks like TBLE does resign. Kazan still wants to try, I guess. He's got some claips. He's got his sailors over there. He's got some recruits, it looks like. So he's got a mix of different things there. I just don't see him cleaning this up on his own. I mean, he's going to have to get those recruits down there, first of all, to just get their bayonets into position for the Zinglins, and hope that all those claips don't just get wiped out up there. Which is really bad. And then you got the Zinglins over there. Yes. Yeah, pretty much. Ooh, wow. Yep, gonna clean up those conscriptos now. Conscriptos, Juanitos conscriptos. And what else? More Legion Piranhas. Should be able to clean those up pretty quickly, right? Yep. Very good. Yeah, just not enough units anymore to really be able to defend that position. Yep, siege away that town center now. Good match for Varingo and Sabaro, I think. They definitely coordinated very well there. I think Kazan did have the right idea, but he just was not a prime civ for this 2v1 type situation. Well, TLB did help, but Greece, I will say Greece is really underpowered on land maps. Like, he would have been better off with, like, Serbia or Romania or something. If you're going to go on land. Yeah. Even Romania's better on land, I think, than Greece, usually. Just across the board, typically. Yeah. At least in my opinion. Oh, wait a minute. Wrong area. Record games. Let me see. What's this one going to be called? Let me find out. What's this match called? It will be called 2v2 Manchuria. Very interesting. So that one should be basically a ESOC map, right? So we can actually put the music back on for that one. We'll do that right now. Wait for that to boot up. Very good. So get this going. Very good. Alright, there we go. So we got Jesus Cristo and Varingo versus Meadow and Sabaro. Okay. I'm a little bit worried for Sabaro here because he's going to have a pretty uphill battle working with Meadow, but that's fine. So what's civs they using? So it looks like Meadow is using India because he wants to smell like curry. And Sabaro's using the Varingo civ of Incas. Probably need that type of thing in this matchup. Jesus Christos is using Korea again. And Varingo, Peru. Just Peru. Just Peru. Yep, just like I explained a match or two ago. Varingo in Peru, it's like an autistic child and a chicken nugget and mac and cheese. You know, you can't separate the two. Tell them to eat a vegetable or something, they start swinging their arms around, flailing and stuff like crazy. So, yeah. Imagine telling Varingo to play Zulu or something. You're like, oh, no, I can't figure that out, you know? It'd be complicated for Varingo brain to figure out Zulu or Haiti or Egypt or something. Even my Egypt build order would probably fry a circuit or two, honestly, yeah. So we'll see how this matchup goes, but I think personally, Jesus Cristo Korea is going to be a real powerhouse, and eventually Peru will as well, similar to the game where we had Goimistan and Varingo teamed up together today at the start of the stream, yeah. On this side, though, I mean, it really depends on what Meadow does. If Meadow commits to a strong Sepoy rush to help out Sabaro, I think Meadow might be able to actually help him win here. Like, Sabaro could do Huamaca, India could do Sepoy. That would actually be something viable because the Huamacas are indeed strong enough to fight through Dengpa spearmen and archers if done properly. And they have good siege to get them out of their buildings too. So, I mean, that's one thing to consider. And definitely, definitely Meadow would have to support him well with the Sepoys because we know at this point Varingo is either A, going to use Bernieros on him, or he's going to use Legion Piranhas. And he's going to need some infantry backup, you know, some range support. And I think Sepoy might be good for that. Unless he wants to go Gurk, he could go Gurkha. Gurkha's another option. But I think Sepoy is just a little bit more standard. Pretty much, yeah, a bit more basic. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I figured I'd point that out. So what deck is Ringo using, by the way, here? So he's using the landmine deck again, it looks like. So he's using that one. Meadow, how's his India look? This is kind of weird. So he's actually going for Advanced Wonder, it looks like, to essentially have the Wonder be tankier and build faster. Okay, it's pretty interesting. Most definitely. Usually you start with this, and then you would go to this, and then you would go to that, or you would do this, and then that, and that. But other than that, though, the deck looks perfectly fine. I mean, I can't complain about this deck. He's got the three Mahou card, right? He's got 2 Siege Elf, and he's got Gurk. He's got all the good upgrades. Duke of Suffering, that's an interesting one to go for. H4 looks pretty normal, so I mean, I don't think he's really missing too much there, honestly. The Arumi's great. Going to Agraford, pretty normal thing to do, is India. Makadi Adiwala. Looks like Sabero's getting his Ushnu up. I didn't know you could build your Ushnu in age 1. That's kind of weird. Oh yeah, definitely. Because technically it's like a production building, and it isn't even like a tower, so why are you allowed to put that thing up in age early? That's like giving Varingo even more power over you at that point. More Juanito Varingo power. To basically start running the Huamakas at you right out of the gate, pretty much, so. That one's a little bit sus to me, honestly. We'll say that, definitely. 100% on that one. So what we'll get now. So it's got Huamakas now, yep. Some Spearmen. Goes for 700 food, ideally to afford more of the Huamakas. Since, as you know, the Huamakas cost more food than coins, so he's probably going for that for a reason. Yeah, just watch what these Huamakas do to Korea. Oh, he's gonna forward base right here. This could go really sour. This could go more sour than sour cream, actually. Yeah, these Huamakas alone might be able to push that. And Meadow does have a few free Sepoys too, so he's already got some on the field already. So, I mean, what's his next thing going to be? Is he going to ship in Bolas Warriors? Is he going to get Vills? Is he going to get crates? What are we looking at next here? What's the next step? Good question. I think what you do is you get a big, massive Huamakas. Make sure that Meadow has something. Like Sepoy, Gurkha, anything like that. Even Rajput, that could work. And just go right at those production buildings right away. And just like clean them up. And just go for a clean sweep. So yeah, looks like Meadow's just going to push on now all by himself. Without any sort of coordination or anything. with his explorers. Like if he waited for like Sabero to come in, that'd be a good synergy. But yeah, he's just not waiting for his ally. Up here comes the Wambagas. All right, there he is. Oop, there he is. Oop, there he is. Yeah, see, once the Huamakas get into good melee range, it really messes up the Grenadiers because then they can't throw the grenade anymore because they default into their bayonet when they go into hand range. So it's a good way for essentially getting around that grenade toss, pretty much. Yeah, he is adding in Bulaz Warriors. He does go Gurkha, but he puts him in the wrong spot. Like, he should really back up with those Gurks and kite with them a bit better. Yeah, like that. Do that with the Gurks. There you go. That's how you use Gurkhas. Not right into them like a dive bomb, like that. No, you don't want to do that. Because you're going to lose them so easily to the grenade tosses and then the archers ready to fire. And you're asking for trouble with that one. Definitely. That being said, we'll see if Sabero might be able to defend this on his own or not. Should be an interesting one to see, actually. Yeah. Looking forward to it. Big time. Nice, nice, nice. Yep. Get rid of that archer there, yeah. The Bulaz War is actually working well on those archers. Problem is you got the Varingo Grenadiers though. Yeah, sometimes these Region Piranhas do really well and sometimes they fall behind pretty short. Really depends on the matchup. The thing Varingo's doing really well here with them is he's maneuvering them with really good micro. Like, he knows when to do the grenade toss, when to move them into different positions. He's using them really well. Like, if we put Varingo in arena with those things, he'd probably get a lot of value out of them, honestly. You know? Which reminds me, if we put Peru in arena, wouldn't that mean they would have their sort of speed on death sort of bonus in the game? That could actually be really significant, you know? Oh, it could be. So it could be a real interesting situation, to say the least, yeah. Pretty much. Up at that point, yeah, 3 Gurks is like a laughable joke. You're not going to get too much done with that. We need a bit more fair matchups, honestly, like have like 2 really skilled players grouped up together and stuff to go up against this. Like if it was Cap and Sabero versus Jesus Cristo and Varingo, that could maybe be something worth seeing. Like if we put a Cappy Germany in there with some line infantry and hussars, that would go pretty far. Yeah, well, it looks like Meadow is coming back with some Sawars and some Gurks. Bit of skirmish, a bit of scout. See what he can actually do with that there. Should be interesting, right? Oh yeah, definitely. See what he can pull off there, honestly. Yep. Look at that there. Very nice. Yep. Yeah, it's just so many grenadiers all over the base at this point. Oh yeah, and the Lanceros aren't helping much either with their multipliers. Definitely not. But there's the finishing touch, all the archers. Yeah. Alright, let's go into the next one now. So we'll be in this one. What's this match called? It will be called, let's see. Uh, 2v2 Sahel Client. Oh, they're playing on the Sahel map. That's a pretty good one. I'm gonna change the music to off then, since it's a non-ESOC map. Sahel is very fun though, yeah. I think that should be right over here. There we go. Yep. Let's give that one a go. Very nice. So this is the Sahel map for people that haven't seen it before. I don't think have we ever casted a game on this map before? Basically it's the Sahel region of Africa, which is essentially the borderland between the Sahara Desert and the Savannah, pretty much. So as you can see, the further south you go on the map, the more green the map is, and the more north you go, the more desert-like it gets. And this sort of area in between is the Sahel, the sort of like green and beige-colored area. So there's a little bit of vegetation there, a little bit of stuff, and then as you go down, there's more vegetation, more animals, and so forth, yeah. And there's all sorts of animals here, too. You got wildebeest on here, you got oryx, you got more wildebeest, you got rhinos, giraffes, you got zebras, I believe, in some spots, right? Let me see, is there zebras ain't all over the place, or let's see. I think there's zebras on here somewhere, if I recall correctly. Maybe not. I see wildebeest, giraffes, and like a lot of different African animals, and then as you go north, you still see some more oryx, and then you start to see camels up there as you get into the desert, yeah. This is like the Sahara portion with all the sand dunes and everything up in the far north of it, yeah. Up here too, I believe the mines are salt, and then as you go south, the mines start to become gold. Right, so down here you got all gold, and then up here it's all salt, pretty much. So people starting up in the, if you want to like do stuff up in the far north up here, you're not going to get that much coin. Even though they are sort of out of the way, but down here you get all the good gold mines, pretty much, yeah. So it's a really fun map because it's one of the earliest African maps that worked in the mod. So yeah, there's all sorts of wonderful little animals you can find here and critters that you can hunt and everything. And speaking of that, what are the civs and who are the players? So we got Sabero with Inca again. And his ally will be Gilder 2, who is using Danish, it looks like. And then on the other side, we got Jesus Cristo with the Koreans, and Varingo with surprise, Peru. You can't separate Peru from the Varingo and vice versa. You just can't do it. It won't work. They're like surgically attached since birth, pretty much, yeah. We've seen that the Jesus Cristo and Varingo dynamic of those two civs is pretty good, you know. Varingo with his Legion Piranha and Jesus Cristo with his essentially Archer Spearman combo. So yeah, I think they'll have a pretty easy time here from their end. Now, how will the Gilder and Sabero combo go together, honestly? That's a good question, actually. So, Gilder, as you know, is a pretty solid Danish. He did pretty well in that last game. The only problem was he was dealing with like a super pro like Goimistan. So he might fare a bit better here. Definitely with the help of Incas, though. This is going to be a really tight match. It's going to come down to a really big brawl overall, I would say. Yep, pretty much. Now look at this cool trade site here. Look at this. It's like right in the middle of an African city. You got all these buildings. You got camels. You got African people. Yeah, African people. And you got African food. And yeah, all sorts of stuff pretty much. And then up here it's like a normal train post. And then down here it's a normal one too. So yeah, it's really interesting in that sense. Yeah. So these are African savanna trees, it looks like. And these are palms. And these are native sites that don't quite work yet. So eventually those will work someday, hopefully. So Korea goes Grand Palace, pretty predictable. Also, picking up all the market techs around this time is usually good as Korea. Gilder is already in age 2 and picking up his wood. Is he doing... Yeah, it looks like he seems to be doing the same deck as before. Probably gonna try to... He might try to play it like he did against Goimistan, maybe. Yeah. But problem is, he's not going to be able to go Dragoon anymore. He's going to need, like, a new unit. Like, maybe Skirmisher. Which you can do pretty well as Danish. Skirmisher should be good. Could mix in some artillery. Could add in some line of those Lance Soldatar muskets, which are super trashy. Could do those. It has a bit of options there, pretty much, yep. We'll see which one he does, though, exactly. Either way, it should be a really good duel. So it looks like he is getting his market techs now, hunting dogs and placer for the coin. What is Sabero up to at this point? So Sabero, he went triple Ushnu. Triple Ushnu is normally a sign when we're in a match that the goal is going to be to go... Oh, he's going Menko Horseman. Yep, he signed up a Menko Horseman here. So now he's got five Menko Horsemen that he can use to push on the enemy now. So basically how this works is you do the big bind at the TC, right? And you get a certain number of Menko Horsemen from each one of these Ushnu temples. It's like a one-time use thing, pretty much. And yeah, basically the Menko is a assault cavalry, so it's actually really good against infantry in general. So it's good against skirms, and it's good against muskets because it has hand armor and high hit points, and it can actually do a fair amount of damage to heavy infantries. In particular, these are sort of like cataphracts, so they're really tanky. They actually even look like cataphracts, except a little bit more colorful, right? So yeah. Yep, so he's going to try to maybe target some of these vills here. Problem is they don't do a whole lot of damage, only like 17 damage apiece. So yeah, they do get stronger as they age up. They get shadow techs, and then obviously 2 and age 4 you can get a Mecha Horseman card, support card that actually gives them more damage, which is pretty good. Oh boy, yeah, no. Just get them out of there. I don't really want you to lose until the archers. That's pretty sad. Get up like a big army of Huamakas or something and then like come back in with them. That's what I would do. Yeah, Danish is just going Hussar at this point against Peru. Going into trample mode, which is pretty smart. Look at that, yeah. Like a pro right there. Ringo's probably going to go Pardo. Yep. That's what the situation calls for at this point. Yeah, Gilda's going to rush him pretty hard here and do a lot of damage to him, honestly. It's going to really make him work for it. Yep, see that? Yep, he's going to constantly be on top of him and making him twitch and everything. He knows how to make some things happen pretty much. But once he gets enough Pardos, though, it will force Gilder off to basically get some infantry, probably, yeah. So yeah, take out the Korean explorers if you can. He's going to try to lure him into the Spearmen, though, if he's not paying attention. But yeah, he's a fast unit, so he can totally do that. So you have to be really careful about that. Gilder... He might be aging up now, actually. This might have been sort of a semi-fast fortress setup, honestly. Because there's really not much he can do in age 2 as Danish. Like, his musketeers are kind of poopy. You know, they really are kind of poopy. He's got volunteers, he's got pikes, hussars, grenadiers, so kind of a bit behind. Once he gets age 3, though, he can start doing a bit more. He can start using skirms, cuirassiers, dragoons. Gets more of his substantial upgrade cards going, so yeah. There's that whole aspect of it you gotta consider when you're doing it, pretty much, yeah. Also, looks like Top Conquerors has come to say hi. Hi, bro. Hello there, Top Conquerors. How you doing, man? Are you doing great? How's your day been? How's everything been, honestly? Are you still doing your Rise of the Gago stuff as usual? All that sort of thing. Yeah, I think I played it on the channel once, Rise of the Gago. It's sort of an RTS mod he made off of Age of Empires 2 Legacy, which was pretty fun. What's this? What are you doing? You realize these have a mouse against Vills, right? Being like a hero unit. You know that? I guess he didn't. So yeah, he kind of just lost a bunch of them for like no reason. So yeah, what basically needs to happen is Gilder needs to get his Hussars up there right away, or some sort of unit, and then push up there. But no, it looks like he might just continue to keep pushing on Varingo. He's getting his Falconets right now, it looks like. And does he have any military active on the map? It looks like he does not right now. But he might... He's gonna go Dragoon Falconet. Alright, and he's got some Hussars here too that survived. Dragoon Falconet could be a little bit risky, especially if Ringo goes Lancero again. Yeah, but the thing is, though, is that Korea does not get scout units, they get assault cavalry. So, in that sense, going with the Dragoon Falconet is somewhat doable here for you as Danish. You can run that here. You normally couldn't run that, but in this case it does work. Problem is he has all these Pardos here. Does Gilda know about these Pardos? He's going to find out about them. And when he does, it's not going to be great. Because see, the Pardos are going to completely dismantle his Dragoons and force him into a retreat. I think he's in for a rude awakening right now if he doesn't switch up this roster at all. It could be pretty painful here for him if he's not watching out for that sort of thing. I guess he could kite the Pardos though, but he's gonna have to like cough up his artillery, which does not feel too great usually. Yeah, see now he sees the Pardos there, he's aware of them. He's gonna try to blast them with the Falcons. But technically he could run them with the Spearmen right now and just eat through all of his mounted units. If he's He's gonna try. Oh no! Yep. See, that's the problem with dragoons against this whole thing. He's gonna have to do this very carefully. And now he's got scout units in. This is really not good. This is a dire situation to find yourself in. Seems to be handling it all right though, because he's microing the melee so well against the Lanceros. All right, so he did end up making it work. He ended up actually saving both Falcons. And that puts him in a really good position now to actually go get some wood, get a crate of some kind, plan the next steps. Sabero is just like running around with his Manco Horsemen at this point, trying to stall for time almost, it looks like. Yep. Yeah, at this point Peru's going to have a bit more issues and might have to retreat now. It's going to start taking out the Mercado. Barracks will be the next target at this point. Yep. So where's Ringo at? Is Ringo going to make a full stampede onto his cannons? Doesn't look like he does. He's just going to keep aging up. He could cancel the age up if he really needs to. Yeah, this Dragoon Falconet combo is really doing well by Gilder here, pretty much. Yeah. Quite well, actually. Very nice. Quite good. Yeah, see, the Falconets are doing most of the work with the siege, and the Dragoons are simply trying to protect. He's going to try to attack him with the Tigers, it looks like. The Tigers could actually be real dangerous. Oh boy, yep. See, the Tigers are actually a real threat. He needs to really be on top of those, because he can just keep getting those for free from his monastery with the War of the Mounds card. So again, Chinese. Oh boy, he's getting first Chinese wave. Oh, that's not good. You could actually get attacked from that. You could lose your wagon there. He could lose his wagon there. It's really not a good situation to find yourself in. I mean, I think fortunately you cleaned up enough of his stuff there that he really didn't want to stick around too long. But imagine him sniping that Chinese colony there and just losing that off the bat. That would have been pretty sad and devastating, honestly, yeah. Looks like Bebedur is having tea. Congrats for 1K subs. Nice stream, bro. You do a well work. I'm very happy for you. Remember for interview Pernian and my student. Yep. Did I mention that to you guys yet? Basically on Friday. Oh, yeah, I did. That on Friday I'm going to be interviewing one of his English students. He wants to know about the YouTubing industry and learn a bunch of stuff. I could probably send you the link to that once that thing is done, and you can check it out for yourself, you know. It's a young lad, you know, kind of in the age where you try to start YouTube usually. Yeah, he could probably get a lot of like subs if he starts at a young age, which would be good. 13, so yeah, that would be good. Learn sort of my upload schedule, how to do streams well, stuff like that, pretty much. Yeah. Now, Sabero is in age 3, so it does mean that the Manco Horseman did gain a little bit more damage. Nah. Yeah, pay attention to the map, my friend. You're not doing your job. You're just letting him run around you like a slippery bar of soap in the shower. And now he's going to let him attack him with the Spearman. Oh, boy. I can't even watch this. Yeah, just get out of there. Like, you miss the vills, and then you let the spearmen just run on you. Like, this is a Juanito that's looking at Ventanas con bonitas muy bonitas right there. Big time. Oh, wow. Look at that attack. Ooh, okay. So he's actually getting a bit of work done there. Ooh, yeah. He actually got some Vil kills. That was not bad at all. Not bad at all. So now, what is he? Switched. Jesus Cristo goes to the Japanese consulate, which means he's going to get Samurai. Pretty much, yep. What is ultimately going to be Gilder's plan? So he's going to go to age 4 with the Enlightened Viceroy, which, if I recall correctly, gives him Vils and Grenadiers, right? Or Vils and Dragoons or something. Yeah. Once he gets in age 4, he can start to get his factories and really start pumping out the Espingolars against Faringo, which would be a really good siege weapon. Quite a good one, actually. Score-wise, Team Sabero Gilda seems to be ahead, so that's looking like the ball appears to be in their court, really, yeah. Remember, what do you say cancel Age of Empires 3 Classic on Steam? One of the biggest mistakes of Microsoft, I would say, because there was a lot of profit in it for them. It was like a really bad financial decision by the company. I think they were thinking, oh yeah, we're going to market everybody to play Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition, and then we can afford that to get the next DLC. And then, turns out, they defunded, they basically cut the plug on the Legacy game to get Definitive Edition, like some sort of stimulus to get more, I guess, more participation or purchases. It turns out it was doing so badly that, or at least what the corporate headshots were saying, oh yeah, we're not gonna keep funding Definitive Edition anymore. So that was like a total trap. You know, they should have kept the Legacy game going if they aren't even gonna support the new game, and they couldn't even get a DLC out with like Polish and Danish, European civs. Not talking like really complicated civs here. You know, we're not talking African, we're not talking Persian or Korean or Polynesian or something. No, they couldn't even do 2 European civs in Definitive Edition, Polish and Danish. And you had the guy there from the Napoleonic era leading you, Tlantis fella. So, yeah, that was like a total debauchery of all the time we were putting in, thinking about all those videos from Widgie and all the content creators about, oh yeah, we're going to have this in the Polish, we're going to have that, we're going to have that with the Danish, just like that. And what ends up happening? Oh, it's too hard to release. We're not going to put money into this project. And it's like one of the easiest projects to ever do. 2 European civs. Like, how hard is it to release 2 European civs? Like, most of the roster is done. Most of the politicians are done. Most of the cards are done. You just have to add in a few unique things and call it, spaghetti. And then they basically end up like, yeah, we're not going to make more DLCs in the future either. And it's like, wow, like that one. So they're going to basically stick it in the pot with Age of Empires 1 Definitive Edition at that point, sort of being like an unsupported product, Crazy how that turned out. Yeah. I mean, eventually I think they're going to get smart enough to realize people want to do the Legacy game, especially as they see Wars of Liberty's doing better once new civs come out. Yeah, it's going to make a huge difference at that point, I think. Yeah. Definitely. 100%.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out what Gilder's doing here as well while I'm talking. Like, I noticed his resource count's a little low there. See him with like veteran dragoons. He's double town center now. Like, what's the game plan, man? I guess he's just doing skirmisher at this point. Yeah. Probably needs to beat these ones here, since these are the Juanitas Bonitas ones. The veteran skirmishers, once they go up to guard, should be able to beat. Oh no, you did again, my friend. You gotta watch that sort of thing. You gotta pay attention. Pay attention to that. It's so vital to you to do. If you don't, you're gonna regret it. It's just facts of life. 101. You gotta watch that sort of thing. If you don't, oh well. Big time. Yeah, well, he's got the Income Wars now, so I don't know. Like, if he gets him into position correctly, he might be able to do this well. See, he's got the Income Wars. The Income Wars are pretty good. Yeah, they're good at, like, destroying infantry, so these two have to watch out for those things. Once you get into masses of Huamikas with Income Wars, it's kind of game over for you. And then once you get a few of these Mankos added in too, it's like really not too good. It's actually really bad at that point. Yep. Big time. Actually puts the archers into melee, which is really strange, you know. But he's got the Hacienda Temple, which has a bunch of technologies. One of them is actually adding hand attack onto like infantry and stuff. So I mean, into ranged infantry, so that'll actually help his Myung-Yungs actually handle melee better against artillery, which is kind of interesting, yeah. What is the best civ in Wars of Liberty? I like the Brazilians. I would say probably, it depends on what metric you're looking at, from like gameplay design, card design, accuracy, like what are you looking at? Like, I think maybe Zulu might be one of the best civs they ever made from a gameplay standpoint, because it did such a good job at making a StarCraft style civ in AoE 3. That might be the best civ. It might be one of the new Middle East civs that haven't been released yet too, because I've seen those and I've played with those so far. So might be the Persians or Afghans or something. I can't say 100% yet, but I think probably it's either Zulu, Maori, Paraguay. There's a lot of really good civs that you're picking from, really. There's civs that are like really good to play as, but they're not like super over the top interesting. But there's other ones that are like, wow. Ones like Zulu, Egypt, Ethiopia even. Maori's pretty interesting. A lot of the lab ones are like Bolivia and Paraguay and stuff. Yeah, I guess you have to play them all to figure it out. Koreans are really great at Wars of Liberty, mind you. Puche are pretty good. I really haven't seen a really bad civ in Wars of Liberty before. It was civ I really didn't like using. I guess maybe the closest thing would maybe be, I don't know, like Plandal Danish or something. But yeah, they're going to get some cool stuff in the future, I think, too. Like, they're going to get like some sort of bicycle cavalry with like a machine gun or something like that, which is pretty neat. So, looking forward to that, definitely. Alright, so at this point, Gilderez, veteran skirm. So he's going to be mixing in an assault and skirmish, right? And heavy artillery as well. So definitely in that sense, he's going to have some good artillery support there, pretty much, yeah. I played Brazilian in 2022 and I lost every game. I'm not surprised. It probably had nothing to do with you, because in 2022, I think they had some major flaws with their design, right? Wait a minute, no. 2022, Brazil was pretty good. It was before they started introducing that whole abolition system, slavery thing out of the town center, which really messed things up. Nowadays, Brazil was a very easy civ to win with. Well, it's not a really easy civ to win with, but it's actually competitive-ish now. Like, before it wasn't, now it is. Because now they just use the Russian block training system at the town center, where you train about 3 slaves for about 210 coin. So it's actually something that's reasonable to learn and study if you know how to play the Russians well. Yeah, so I would definitely go back to do Brazil and give them another go again, because even if you didn't really understand the slave trade system before in 2022, now you don't even have to deal with that anymore. So now you're going to have a really fair time doing Brazil. And Brazil has some great units. They got like Royal Guard Pardos and Conscriptos they can utilize. They got the mounted skirms at Cazador and Montado. They got Royal Guard Escoltas, which tend to go pretty good. You got all your lamb favorites like the Lanceros and Unets and artillery. I mean, yeah. Also, the immigrant variety with Brazil is pretty good. You got like your pick of the Germans, Japanese, Confederacy, or yeah, you got Germans, Italians, CSA, and Japan. Also, you can get the Spanish immigrants through advanced immigrants too. So, yeah, a lot of flexibility. Like, you're one of the more flexible immigrants as well. Also, a lot of outlaw options. I would definitely say that Brazil is definitely a really good civ to do nowadays, especially for team games. They're great in team games. If you're not the main one facing pressure and you just have to provide the support, yeah, playing Brazil can be really rewarding nowadays, because then you can just like focus on like pumping out a bunch of like Pardos or Mosquiteros or something as your main army, and then when it's time to switch over to, cavalry, then you can actually do that, and it's pretty fair to do, So, yeah, I would totally give Brazil another shot again nowadays. Yeah. Guard Cuirassier, so we actually upgrade them. Yeah, see, the problem is Korea knew to go with the Gungo Cavalry now, and then you got Peru with Unets even, so, it's gonna be a bit challenging now, right? Yeah. Big time. So what is even Inca gonna perform here for like a late game setup? Where's that coin economy of guilders? Like, he's got all the gold mines here and he's just not tapping them. It's gotta get like a more favorable skirmish there, or else they're gonna be in big trouble, I think. At least it seems like it. Also, why no guard skirm if you're going assault? Like, you need to protect those things. You need to get guard skirm right away. If you're Danish. I remember Cap, Deline, and some players. I want to know if Imul has any clans or teams. I wish we could have some clans. We would need a pretty big player base to get some system like that going, honestly. Like, we would need probably to get our, like, roster of players up by a big number, honestly. Yeah, pretty much. Like, let's see in the future if we can get the multiplayer community up a lot. With a lot of people, like a whole lot of people. it might happen now that the Microsoft abandoned Definitive Edition so badly. We might see a revival of Wars of Liberty again. It's like the mainstream AoE 3 experience. It could happen. You don't know if it's going to happen, but it could happen, you know? And if that's the case, and we have like 1,000 or so people playing Wars of Liberty daily in multiplayer on the Discord server, yeah, we could totally start having clans and different groups and stuff. But yeah, it's gonna take like a lot of player base before we can really do that. Would be quite impressive though if we got our player base to the size that we could have clan participations and stuff, big time. Be like a huge change. So he's going guard, Huamaca, and coordinate volley. Once it gets coordinate volley with all these Huamacas, I think Peru's going to become a real danger to them right over there. Big time. That's what I'm looking at right now primarily. Are you streaming on YouTube and Twitch now? I only stream on the YouTube platform because of hardware limitations. Once I get like a really good beefy desktop at some point in the future, it's going to take a lot of money to do and a lot of saving up and probably a lot of house stuff to even be able to have electronic equipment like that working in this place. Yeah, I will start to dual stream on both Twitch and YouTube, which will be pretty good, you know. And then I can start investing in like stuff for the stream, like the ability to have chats be read on the screen, all this sort of assets and stingers and stuff. Because my streams are really basic if you've seen them before. Like, I just do straight up gameplay. I really don't use any sort of added like streaming tools or anything. In the future, if I get like a lot of money from this streaming business, I could start to buy those sort of things and start adding them in. Start hiring people to put them together and stuff, you know. Because I gotta focus on the biggest priority of this channel, which is the gameplay and the casting and stuff. I don't have time to focus on like creating all these assets and visual things, you know. That have to be totally either volunteer done for free or commissioned. You know, definitely take a long time before that would even be a possibility, I would imagine, yeah. Oh, wow, look at that, though. That was a pretty good skirmish there for Gilder. Not gonna lie, that was pretty good there, honestly, yeah. Problem is he spawned in the Righteous Fighters in the wrong spot, I think. Oh, yep. Problem is Sabero's sleeping on the job again. He could have, like, completely shredded all those, things right there, and he just didn't do it. I mean, they're still doing good, but I just think he could have cleaned it up even better, personally. I think he cleaned that up really well. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean this. Yeah, I think Gilder's got this covered now. Like, that was a really good fight for those two. And the Huamacas are at guard level now with their gold armor on. Mortars are going to be really good now. So yeah, I think they turned this around for the better in this match. Yeah, seems like it anyways. This was a 35-minute something match. That's like a pretty big one, I will say. Big time. You don't usually see them go that big. Well, it was a 2 versus 2, so I think it's pretty fair, honestly. That I will say. Yeah, so how many more matches do we even have here? So we have like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we have like 13 more games to do. They were undone. I don't know. You got a lot of stuff here. A whole lot of stuff. More stuff than you can even count, actually, yeah. Very good volley there. Now you're going to have to retreat behind this line. Yep. Oh, the Huamakas, they're going to be the finisher. Yeah, see, the thing with Huamakas is they have a really good rate of attack. And they can dice through cavalry, and they can even dice through infantry. So, yeah, even these Juanitas Bonitas are going to have a real problem real soon. If it was, yeah, and then they got the splash cab too. So, yeah. Quite a hefty situation to find yourself in, really. Yep, looks like they won that one pretty much, yeah. GG, well played on that one. That was a really tight battle. That was a good battle. That's the like type of matches I like to watch usually, is stuff like that where the warfare is like really good shape pretty much. Alright, let's go into the next one now. Also, any chat from Bebiter? Any new chats from him? Nothing yet. I'll be looking, certainly. So now we're going to do Hussar versus Anglo-Cav. So it's going to be Rommel playing the Dutch, I'm presuming, against Canadians. Alright, let's do that one now. Now, there was a bit of a time where Veringo actually was doing Canadians, so maybe he'll do that again here. Maybe. That would be kind of fun, actually. This one here. Very good. Looks like we're on Cascade range this time. Who is the... So, Stoppable Gilder will be the Canadians, it looks like. And, Rommel is going to be the Dutch. Yep, Dutch Hussars. Okay. So, this will be an interesting one. Definitely. So, Dutch definitely has access to the Hussar. They can totally do it in a lot of cases. The thing that's going to set apart a Hussar rush of the Dutch is basically how well they can manage their different types of villagers, right? So basically, Dutch has three types of villagers. They got the African ones here. They are good at mining, and they're good at plantation work. The Indonesian ones here are good at wood, and the food ones here are good at berries, so they're good at eating fruit, and they're good on mills. Yeah, and they all cost the resource that they are good at. So slaves will cost about 90 coin, laborers will cost about 80 wood, and these settlers will actually cost 110 food because they specialize in berries and mills. So not only do they gather at a generic rate at everything else, but they gather 30% better on mills and berries. So that's how much we're talking. Like, these gather 30% better on the mines, and these 30% on the trees. So yeah, that adds up over time, and if you're putting these villas on the right resources in an equal distribution, you're going to generally be doing pretty well overall, I would say. Yeah. It's quite good, usually. Big time. It's definitely. Yeah. So let's check out the decks right now. Dutch deck. How many does he have? He has Shore Leave, Monopolio, and Colonialismo. So which one is he probably going to go for here? We'll see pretty soon. How about Gilder? He's playing Canadians, right? So what is he actually going to do as Canadians here? Canadians, they tend to do pretty good on this map, right? Yeah, I usually do pretty well on this map as Canadians. So what does he get as his first card? So he's actually going to get 300 wood. Is that right? Yeah, I guess. I really don't like seeing 300 wood be done from the Canadians. I usually don't think it's a pretty good strategy to do. Namely because it's better to usually go fur trader and establish your food eco a bit better typically. That's at least my opinion on the matter. But you can totally do what you think is good. Big time. Yeah. Yeah, see, the reason why he would even put that card in is because apparently Canada does not have food costs on their age-ups. They got wood costs. So wood and coin, yeah. And these log cabins here for Canada actually trickle wood as well. So the more of these you build, the usually better off you are in the late game because you're going to generate even more wood. That's why it's starting to construct more of these now. You know, with the British, they'll construct more houses to get free villas. For Canada, it's literally just to get a stronger wood trickle going over time between all the log cabins, really. And also it can be good defensively because these log cabins also generate a few trees, a few maple trees, which basically allows you to kind of sort of set up like a sort of natural wall, sort of like a building-based wall as well as a bit of a natural wall to protect your area of the base from any sort of like immediate siege, which is quite good. Yeah, it's actually quite good, actually. Yeah, big time. So definitely consider that aspect of it too when you're doing it. Yeah. What is he going with for the politician? He is going Louise Joseph of Montcalm, so one of the Quebecois ones, one of the French Canadian ones. Rommel will be going with Burger, right? Oh, the Statesman. Okay, that's good. Basically gets 200 coin, gets a outpost wagon, same really as the Governor General. Yep. So there's all sorts of different ways that you could open up his Dutch. You can go Hussar, you can go Flanker. Namely, Flanker and Hussar are the preferred ones. Very rarely we can see Grenadier as Dutch. Oh, the barracks, that is. So, yeah. We'll see what Dutch actually does here. Do they start up with, like, that whole Hussar mentioned in the recording, or do they sort of cook that a bit later against the Anglos? So, yeah. Because the thing is Anglos in age, no, not Anglos, but, Canadians in age 4 actually have some really good cavalry. They either get the Mountie, or they get the Mississauga horse. Mississauga horse being, like, a stronger sort of a scout unit that has multipliers against artillery and actually costs food and wood, so it's almost a trash unit that's pretty massable. And then on the British side, they can get the Mountie, which is like a really beefed up, amped up Dragoon for 3 pop. That's great at like dealing with any sort of assault and artillery, but can be used against Scout 2. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, lot. So this is one of the cards we can see a lot of the time is the Dutch is hire a Daunton. A Daunton are a native warrior musketeer you can actually ship in as the Dutch, with them basically being like a trash unit almost, so like really weak. But you can ship them in huge like numbers. Like, yeah, look at how many of them you get. You get like 13 of them, but when you look at the stats, they're like, yeah, like barely even noticeable. Like the multipliers against Cav amounts to like what, 20. Range attack is like 18. So the more of them you get in a big swarm, yeah, they can be a bit better, but yeah, they're just like a big cannon fire type unit you can use most of the time as part of your normal pushes, Dutch. It's interesting to see Rommel actually start out with them, and he could actually be using that as some sort of a raid against this Gilder up here. Yeah, should be quite interesting. Looks like he is going maybe for some sort of a raid almost. Yep, big time. We'll see. Definitely be interesting for sure. Yeah, he's gonna probably shred through that dog real first. Yep. There you go. Very nice. Right now he's doing a pretty decent job with the rating, honestly. Yeah. Because here's the thing, just because you have this wall of log cabins up here does not mean you can't hit him with ranged attack. You know, that's still a way you can raid any unfortunate vills that are right up against that tree line. Pretty much, yeah. This sort of like log cabin walling here that we see was something that was actually invented in one of the earliest release of Wars Liberty by Sir Chapo. So Chapo, Juanito Chapo from Mexico. It was one of the first builds he ever did with Canada. He basically managed to create these big and massive walls, basically making the log cabins the main part of the wall, but also the maple trees around the log cabins also being a big part of the wall, and it was just like a really good turtling setup that you could do with Canada. Yeah. Always led to some pretty good results, yeah. It looks like Gilder is actually going light cavalry. As in not like light cavalry as in like the unit tag, but actually literally light cavalry here. This is the standard Hussar type unit that the Anglo civs get. And they're going to be pretty good against skirmish. In this case, because these Adauntons have such little stats, the light cavalry can actually go toe-to-toe with them almost. I mean, he might still lose like one... Yeah, he loses like one light cav. Does he lose any other ones? I'm kind of curious. Nah, he doesn't really lose any other ones. I mean, they're pretty barred up. This one's like almost gone. This one's almost gone. He lost almost like 2 of them there, but yeah. They're not very sturdy muskets, so yeah, no. Light cavalry totally appropriate against them when they're on their own, that is. If they were grouped in with like a group of like hussars or something, or flankers, then yeah, I would say probably not, but in that case it seemed to work pretty well in general. So let's see what he can get done with this raiding, honestly. Yeah. Yep.
Commando.
Oh, he's gotten an Adont and still alive. Wow, look at that. Very lucky. Yeah, but now he's got the flankers involved, and this is going to be really bad. Yeah. Flankers are going to be like some really hardcore anti-cav. Well, not super hardcore, but definitely they do a pretty good amount of damage, like 30 damage against cow, which is much better than what the Adontans were doing. Also 20% hack armor too, to boot. So right now he's going barracks, it looks like. He's gonna actually get the veteran flanker upgrade, it looks like too, so he'll be doing that, and then he's gonna ship in about 5 hussars, is that right? Yep. For shipments, he can get some more Adontans in, like a bigger stack of them. Or he can even get Ronin Samurai too, 6 Ronin. Which would be a pretty good shipment of Samurai to add in too, yeah. Looks like I got DM'd to join Arena earlier. Saw from 2 of the top Arena players like, come on in, come on down. Like, didn't even get the message, because here's the thing, when I'm doing like streaming, I don't even hear audio because I have to like switch my audio to my laptop to hear it, because I don't have any external speaker device on this monitor when it's using the sound device, so I actually can't hear anything. So yeah, it's kind of interesting in that sense, doing stuff. Oh boy, Hussar's kind of in a bit of a tussle here now.
Commando.
Trying to read the stats, so apparently Light Cav are a bit tankier than Hussars, it looks like. I didn't know that. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, definitely. Quite an interesting fact.
Ja.
So what has he got now? He's got some Chupadia Marines and Metis Rebels going in now. Looks like it. Yeah, the Metis Rebels will definitely be good against whatever the Dutch does usually. Oh, he's got the shipment of Whitworths too. These are the Anglophone artillery. Kind of like a falconet almost. Trying to go after the outpost first, it looks like. Looks like the stable's right here. Trying to target onto the Whitworth, I see. But unfortunately, he's going to switch attention onto this infantry now. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, that was very close. I think that artillery should have survived, honestly. Big time. Are these Troubadour Marines up to veteran or... Nah, they should probably be put up to veteran at this point. Give them a little bit of extra kick with the range attack, being higher than standard sailors. Yeah, veteran Hussars are going to be really deadly to these Troubadour Marines, pretty much, yeah. Definitely. Ship's in about 8 skirms now. Oh, that's gonna be bad timing. Look at that. Oh wait, he's got TC there. Never mind. That's quite the interesting dilemma. Big time. Man, he responded to that a little slowly. Ended up paying the price for that one. Oh, big time. Now he's got some more light cav to throw on top of him now, it looks like. Yeah, definitely these light cav are tankier than the Hussars, it looks like, from the stats. It's quite interesting. Oh, Fort will be a good defensive position to keep Canadian Army out for a while. Where is Canada in all this, though? What is even going to be their strategy? So their strategy right now is just going double town center villagers. Just booming like a baby boomer. From there, I don't know where they're going to go. Probably against Dutch, you probably want to go... Probably Mountie. Mounty's probably going to be better against the Dutch. Because the high range attack on the Mounties will actually be good for dealing with Washmeisters. And definitely they'll be good against Merchazis. If it comes down to that, that is. Then get that Ville down there, yep. Going fishing on this map. Now that's something we saw Ungers do before, right? Oh yeah. So this is actually a really good tactic here by Gilder. He's actually going to do it at both buys of war, which is really insane. So he's going to get a lot of food out of this. These little fishing boats. Big time. It's like a huge benefit. Yeah, see, the thing is, even though the Troopas have a malice against Cav, they do so much range damage that they can usually make up for the malice, typically. Oh, he's got the Hui mercenaries. Those do some splash attack. Yeah, in hand combat that is. Wow, they put these forts like really close. I mean, you got this one here and then you got that one over there, so they're like in really close proximity to each other. Big time. Seems like Gilder has like the huge eco advantage now, because he's doing all this fish booming. Yeah, he could like go all out, 60 more pop of stuff and just steamroll him right now. It seems like almost. Yeah, big time. Oh, a general. We don't usually see generals ever be used as the Anglos, so this is always a fun tidbit when we see it. So basically the general is a unit you can only train at forts, the Anglophones, and what the general does is the general acts as a support unit that can use different abilities to boost the stats of your units. It has a trumpet ability, has like a marching ability, and then field promotion one that all respectively will either improve your units' movement speed, hit points, or attack. So really good stuff overall. Yeah. Very nice indeed. Yeah. Whew. Oh, good game, I would say. Big time. Yeah. Yeah, definitely was over when you see this army right here. Especially being boosted up by the general. Big time. French Canada is tanky. Oh, big time. You gotta admit that. It's totally a really tanky civ. Well, not a tanky civ, but a tanky faction of the Anglophones. Big time. Yeah. So now I think we're going to go on to the next one. Let me get that one for you now. Right here. See what this one is. Muy larga para el mono. So, very big for the monkey. Let's do that one now. Let me find that one now. Muy larga para the monkey. This one right here. Yep. So who's the monkey? So Rommel's playing as a monkey after all, it looks like. Yep. Yeah. And then Ringo is playing Peru. Wow. That's so different for Varingo playing Peru. Whoa, I'm so surprised, yeah. So now what we have to do is basically that, yep, pretty much. There we go. Very good. We should be good to go, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I have to always make sure I turn that music off, because if you don't, basically you'll play the Civ theme and then you'll have to listen to it pretty much, yeah. Yep. Alright, so Rommel's Ethiopia. Something we don't usually see a whole lot. Actually, I don't see a lot of people go Ethiopia usually. It's usually something only Eternity, me, and a few other people like Alucard usually does. Generally, Ethiopia is a really mega turtle civ that has really strong economic annotations and a really good push towards a variety of unit classes, including gunpowder units, very long-range spearmen in the form of the Tigray Lancers, really strong heavy cavalry in the form of the Ormos, and then just really good artillery. They actually gets a bit of extra range with one of the Russian allies cards, yeah. I almost forgot to actually turn off the Civ theme for this match because I looked at the map and like, oh wait a second, this isn't a Misak map. We better change that thing ASAP. Yeah, you better change it ASAP. You definitely don't want to, not do that big time. I mean, sometimes we get lucky and it just doesn't play or whatever, but yeah. We'll have to check it at the end of the stream to make sure we don't have any issues there. So what deck is Ringo using? So he's using this new concoction of his, using Pulverazo with the landmines. Rommel. Now this is the deck I really want to pay attention to here. So first card he goes with is the Grain Economy. So this gives you a trickle of food equal to that of Colbertism that the Europeans get pretty much. Pretty good since you don't have any villager cards. Land reparation, land repartition. Lots build instantly. I don't really see this as a valuable card, really. I'd rather get that card that gives your towers a plus build limit from India, because it also gives you a free villager. So, yeah, that to me seems a little bit more reasonable. Yeah, pretty much. As far as the rest of the cards is concerned, we got Army Advisors. Adds a slight amount of stats to all the units, pretty much. This one here, Arms Sale. This is good for improving your gunpowder unit attack. You got the Camelot Divine Revolver. This is good for your Neftanyevs, pretty much. their stats. You got feudalism. All apartments spawn a villager. Kind of a bit of a boom there, pretty much. Yep. I wonder if this has a lot of merit going with feudalism. Probably does. And then in age 3, what do we got? Got this. Prazo, Campagna, Majestistaco, and a Goa migration. These synergize really well because essentially what they focus on is giving you town centers pretty quickly and then generating villagers from them for free over time. So, kind of like the Ottomans, right? But unlike the Ottomans, you can still continue to train villagers yourself for food at the same time concurrently. So you're basically potentially being able to queue up over 3 villagers, over that amount in any given time. But it does cut those queues. Well, it does make those queues twice as long, but yeah, you're getting a lot of villagers out pretty self-sufficiently then, yeah. Big time. This is good for Ascaris. As far as down here is concerned, this is just a factory. This gives splash to the Neptunias. This will give you about 1 Mehel Safari for a certain amount of minutes of the game. And then 2 mountain guns, pretty much. 2 heavy artillery pieces. Figured I'd go through all those with you. Chinese wagon. Good start. I mean, I think honestly with the low volume I put on to the game sound, I probably basically do a good job at talking enough to go over the synth theme so it doesn't copyright this thing, but you never know. So that's why I always I'm super quick to turn it off, oh, I gotta turn this off, whoop 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 whoop, like that, basically. Yeah. But anyways, I'm just looking forward to seeing what these two manage to put together for us for a fight, I think in principle, Ethiopia probably has the late game tools to deal with Peru. But for whatever reason, if Rommel really fumbles, then I think probably Vringo has enough years of experience to probably make a win from it. But we'll see. We'll see how it ends up going in the end. We'll see. It's definitely going to be a really interesting one for sure. Big time. So, starts with the Legion Peruana over here. Yep. So, wow, look at this. It kind of came all the way over here. Because, see, on this map, this is all a plateau, so you can't actually come up here. You have to go either up here or down here, pretty much. Yeah. So, Ringo ended up deciding to go up there. Oh, he got some of his Neftanias right where he wanted him to. So, was able to take them out. Very good. Very good for Vringo. Pretty good battle there. Let's see if he can keep it going. Why is Rommel scouting with all these Neftanias? He's got them all split apart. He's gonna lose them all. Yeah. Oh, they were ships. Alright, so he shipped those in. Now he's gonna go for camel riders, it looks like. Since those are statistically at Cossacks, so those will be pretty good against Legion Piranhas. In general, yeah. And they'll continue to start training these Demophthers out of this garrison here. I call them Demophthers. The reason why I call them that is because that's what they used to be called in the old Wars of Liberty days. They were called Demophthers, and then they ended up changing them to Neftanias down the road to make them a bit more historically accurate, basically, for that name. Oh, good job by Ringo in targeting the infantry with the grenades and not the camels. That's going to serve him pretty well there. Yep, took out that one. Very good. Let's continuing to get some blue technologies, which helps with the population of these apartments and add hit points onto the buildings. And this will deliver you food crates when you get the yellow technologies. The yellow technologies, in essence, pay back some of their costs in the form of food. So yellow's a pretty popular one if you're trying to age up more quickly, I would say. Big time. Mainly because you only have to focus on the coin, the export for the yellow techs, if you get enough food out of those return crates, really. Rommel essentially secures this area and manages to take out the forward base pretty well with these Neftanias. Yep. Ringo is now going to H3, likely to get some better soldiers to deal with Ethiopia. Yeah, because he's going to have to be on top of his game here, since Ethiopia has in general a very strong roster of units. Ringo's going to have to sort of put together all of his Juanito Bonito Civ skills to basically overcome it, I think. Definitely. I think the main issue is that when it comes to the assault units, if you wanted to go like Mushitaro or Skolta against Ethiopia, the Tigray sort of almost ruined it really bad because of their long-range spears. They can sort of group up really well and really overwhelm your heavy cav. So it really leaves you very little options as Peru to really deal with Ethiopia at their heightened state. One thing you can do, actually, is probably go for artisanal cannons mixed in with infantry. And the way you do that is there's actually a set of army investments from the foundry with Peru you can do, where the artisanal cannons will end up having more range, but I believe it either makes them more expensive or it takes longer to train. So that's something you could definitely look into doing. So that way you have this big set of really low HP massable cannons that have a really good range to get some good exchanges on what you're going up against with the Ethiopians. So the Tigrays, the Askaris, the Mihal Safaris, all those pretty much, yep. It's never going to be a perfect science though, so you're going to have to need a variety of units. You might need Lanceros, you might need artisanals, you might need Branieros and Pardos or Moshitaros. You have to be really flexible against Ethiopia, I think. And try to get on top of them quickly before their buildings become a real issue for you, since they have so much hit points. And they're so tanky. Yeah. Looks like we got some Juanitas muy bonitas. Yeah, Juanitas muy bonitas. See? Yeah, muy bonitas. Yep. Ooh. So what does it look like Rommel's going to do? He's going to go Neftanias with some Oromos from the shipment, it looks like, to go up against Peru again. He is getting his weapon here, the Makayat gun, to essentially get some more damage onto his Neftanias. Yeah. And now picking up the light armor to add some HP onto the Neftanias. Alright, so he's got some Juanitas Bonitas, got some Artisanals, and now he's getting some Pardos. This is sort of one of these moments with Ringo where he just sits back and just gets a mega-sized army. And if nobody counters him properly, he'll just steamroll your first army and they'll just run towards your base with that, you know? Ringo's good at tricking you sometimes into thinking you're winning, and really he's just building up a big army to pounce on you and surprise you and throw you for a loop, pretty much, and get you to show out a lot of food and coin, basically, to counter it. Yep. There's actually up to go Mushatero as well, so a bit of assault. Quite interesting. Oh, he's going to go after it. Oh, wow, that is really bad timing for Rommel. Thankfully, he was able to intercept that, though. Like, imagine if those Mushateros would have cleaned up his revolving cannons. That would have been a pretty big loss, I will say. Good thing he was able to intercept it with the Oromos first and then get the Neftanias to offer some range attack on him, pretty much. Yeah.
Figa.
Nice. Yeah. Week 1 gaming, etc. Welcome to the stream. We're looking at a match of Rommel versus Ringo. Peru versus Ethiopia right now. Yeah. Yeah, Boromov's doing a good job at tanking and letting the Neftanyas and the revolving cans make some good damage. Look at those Juanitas Bonitas doing so much damage there, yeah. It's a lot of damage from those Juanitas Bonitas. Yep. He's gonna try a set of cantonment up here. This is essentially where your age 3 military is made. The garrison is your age 2 military, the cantonment is your age 3 military, and then the palace is your age 4 military. Yeah. Ringo getting that nifty horse grenadier shipment now that Peru can get, granting them a number of guard horse grenadiers stats wise, so that'll be pretty good against infantry. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Very nice. Yeah, that's not the situation you really want those horse grenadiers in right now, since you can't retrain them. He's gonna lose that one. He's trying to get some units now to deal with the Ormos. Hopefully those will work. Oh, trying to get the TC up in center map. That'd be a good piece of map control, I would say. Problem with units though is that they have a mouse against Vils, so it's kind of hard for them to try to intercept this TC pretty much. And once it gets up for Ethiopia, it's virtually impossible to take out their town centers because of how much HP they naturally have.
Órdenes, señor. Diga, señor.
Or he's gonna get his porter now. That's unfortunate. It's a pretty unlucky time in there, yeah. Still, though, I would say Rommel's got the advantage because he's Ethiopia and he can get some really good military. Big time.
ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት ንጉሥ ሆይ?
አንቆባት
See, this is what Ringo does in these big maps, is he uses artisanal cannons and hides them behind walls so he can constantly keep you from sieging. It's like a big stalling practice he does. Really, yeah. But now, what we're going to see here is we're going to see the mound guns be called out, and those are heavy artillery. So those will actually blast this wall down practically instantly and then go right after these cannons very easily. Yeah. Yep, pretty much. That was... I'm assuming Veringo's the one to resign there, right? Oh yeah, I definitely think so. I don't think Rommel would quit out of that one. Definitely not. Considering he already had like an age advantage and everything, pretty much, yeah. Big time. So there we go. I think we're good now for the stream. Yep, I gotta get ready for work in the morning now. So, see you Thursday for whatever we do for that stream. I don't think we have quite enough record games to do another cast of game stream unless you help me there. Probably do some sort of campaign type thing for a certain game or something like that. So, see you there either way. Sign off now. GG, well played everyone. And thank you for providing me such good games. Really did good today. We need lots of recordings like this to keep streams like this going. So, definitely a good time.